Focus area, subject. Hi guys, we'll continue to talk about different ways of selecting objects, and today we will talk about such an interesting function called the focus area. This operation selects the object on which the camera lens is focused. Let's try to do it. Go to the selection menu and choose the focus area. We have a dialog box that immediately starts working on the selection of the area that we need. In automatic mode, the program itself selects the object that is most focused and selects it. But of course, we can edit the resulting image by the way we want. Well, first of all, of course, we can change in focus range. Let's increase it. And as you can see, I have added a little bit of areas. So let's set even more. This way we can edit until we have all the necessary areas. But sometimes this option doesn't work very well, and added areas are not quite necessary. For example, right now we have such a fragment that we don't need. We take a brush with a minus sign and just remove this fragment. And if we want to edit something to our composition, then we take a brush with a plus sign. We can adjust its size and edit those areas that we need to our selected object. Maybe a little bit more here. Next, we can edit the noise level if necessary, but usually auto mode creates the best option. We can also view our object in different ways. For example, we can choose black and white mode, and here we can see that some of the pieces are not selected. So we take a brush with a plus sign and edit these pieces to the selection. We can choose on layers mode, and in this case we'll either have a transparent area, or if already have a layer below, we can immediately see how this object will look on the layer that we have below. We can also choose where our selected object will be displayed. I mean, we can open it on a new layer or on a new document. It is desirable that you have a check mark near Soften Edge option, because in this case the edges will be softer. If we choose Selection Output, then the Select and Mask option will also be available to us, and here we can edit our selected area even more carefully. For example, we can just do a feathering in this particular case. I think it will be good enough, thus making the edges softer. And we can also take this brush, which is called Refine Edges, and paint those edges that I think are not edited very well. These edges, for example, but if you look closely, they are not very good. And if you take a Refine the Edge brush and paint them, then you'll see how they soften and how much better they become. With the help of the Dodge tool, we can move around the image, zoom it in and out. When the Alt is pressed, we have the Dodge tool with a minus sign, and this allows us, on the contrary, to zoom out the image. We can move around the image with the Hand tool. If necessary, we can, on the contrary, make the edges more contrasting, but it seems to me that this is not necessary in this particular example, so I will leave the edges soft. We can also shift the edge of the selection area. For example, we can reduce them. Well, I think in this case it is good enough, and we click OK. Here we have a selected area. If I had left the output method, which is called on a new layer, then that would have been cut out on a new layer. But since I haven't done that, now I will press Ctrl+J and move that I have selected to a new layer. I added a photo of the market as a background. Let's put them here. But I think it would be more harmonious if the background was a little more blurry. Let's go to the filter, Blur, Gaussian Blur, and we'll blur our background a little. I will make them a little bigger after all. And that's what I got when using an option called Focus Area. As you can see, it is quite convenient to work with it. Let's look at another operation related to creating a selection, which is very simple. Go to the selection menu and select the subject. And, as you may have guessed, in this case the subject that the program considers the main one will be selected. But, to be honest, as a rule, the selection is not perfect, and there are some unfortunate moments. Just as you can see, now we haven't captured some parts of the image, but the main parts is selected pretty well. Therefore, we can take, for example, a polygonal selection tool. The Edit to Selection mode should be enabled, and we can edit the missing fragments, for example, something like this. Don't forget to close. Edit this piece. And edit another piece here. Well, I haven't done it very well. It could be done better. Well, I think the principle is clear, and I will copy it to a new layer and, for example, create a white background for this image. Sometimes it is necessary when creating different layouts, for example, and by pressing Ctrl plus Backspace, I fill in white, because in my case this is the background color. Now you know how to use these two interesting operations, and today's homework will be to create a collage like this, using the focus area operation, and create a selected area and replace this background with white. That's it for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Lasso tools. Hi guys, we continue study selection tools, and today we'll talk about a group of lasso tools. The lasso tool group is located right here, under the geometric selection tools. And there are 3 tools there. Let's talk about them one by one. We'll start with the usual lasso. It's quite difficult to create some kind of precise selection with this tool. Well, unless you do it on a pad, but it will still be quite painstaking work. On the other hand, this tool is perfect if you need, for example, to take a rough selection when you are making a sketch, and you don't want to spend a lot of time selecting each object, if you just want to make sure whether this object is suitable for you or not. And another option is when we have a file in which there are many different objects on a transparent background, but you need only one of them. Then we take the lasso tool and just like that, we draw a circle around the desired object. We create a selection, we copy it and drag the file that we need. After that, of course, you can reduce it. The next lasso in this group is the magnetic lasso. Let's see how it works. Using the magnetic lasso is very convenient to select objects that look contrasting against the surrounding background. For example, like this duck. We may have some kind of incomprehensible mottled background, but at the same time the main object is quite bright. It is contrasting and its borders are clear. In this case, the magnetic lasso will be perfect for us. We take the tool and begin to select. We put the first point somewhere on the contour and just pull the mouse rather slowly. We see that the lasso magnetizes to the contour of our duck. Periodically, you can put dots by clicking to fix the contour. If you have done something completely wrong, you can cancel it if you press Escape. This is how we can select objects. This tool works quite simply, like that. Look, I have got this element here. Well, my hand trembled a little. In this case, we added selected areas. And once again, I need to finish this piece. Now it has been added. After that, we can copy and paste into our image, as we always do. Well, let's say this duck will be somewhere here. Let's swap the layers and move it a little bit here. For example, here. Of course, it would be possible to edit shadows here. But now we will not talk about this separately. If you want, you can do it yourself, because you already have an idea of how it can be done. If we now go back to the lasso tool and look at its settings, we will see that besides an ability to edit and subtract the selected area, we can also make feathering. If we want the edges of our object to be softer and shaded, we can also set a width of 10 pixels, and the software will select suitable pixels as the selection border. And, of course, the level of contrast. The higher the level of contrast is, the more contrasting areas will be selected. And the frequency 57 means the number of points that will be placed on a certain length section. There is also Select and Mask option, which works exactly the same as with the Quick Selection and Magic Wand tools. You can additionally adjust your image using this option. If I choose Select and Mask, you will see the settings that are already quite familiar to you. Now let's choose the polygonal lasso tool and see how it works. This tool is ideal for selecting objects with straight lines. Moreover, when the shift is pressed, the lines are either strictly vertical or strictly horizontal, or at 45 degrees. Let's select this box. I put the first point, the second point, and so I just follow the contour of my box. Look, if I press the Shift key now, the software shows me 45 degrees. Well, it's certainly not 45 here, so I leave it as I need it. Release the Shift key, and just like that, step by step, I put points in the places of transition from one plane to another and select this box. until the contour closes. So the selection is ready. Now I press Ctrl+J. The box is copied to a new layer. I can move it now and, for example, reduce its size. That's how I got two boxes at once. There are no new settings here. This tool is very simple, but sometimes it's very useful. And with the help of the lasso tool, you can create such creative selections that you see now on the example with the girl. And let's talk about our homework. There will be two tasks. The first task is to select these toys, move them from a transparent background, and select the duck using the magnetic lasso tool. And the second task will be a task with a box. You need to select this box with a polygonal lasso. And that's it for today. Such a simple, short lesson. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Color range. Hi guys, in addition to the selection tools, there are also special operations that allow you to create selected areas. And today we will talk about the color range. The color range is like a magic wand. It allows you to select pixels that are similar in color within the range you set. Let's see how it works. We go to the select menu and choose the color range. We have a dialog box like this. Let's choose a white background to make it more convenient for us. And in this window, we'll now select pixels of the color that we need. I take the eyedropper tool, the first one, and I click somewhere in the area of the girl's t-shirt. And now the color of the t-shirt is selected. Let's say I would like to change this color. First, I can adjust the parameters, the fuzziness. I can increase the fuzziness, and thus I will have more and more pixels of similar color added. Well, let's say, like this. I will stop here and won't capture the face. Now I can take the eyedropper tool with a plus sign, and it will edit even more desired shades. And let's say I click here, like this, and for example here, and now my t-shirt is selected. But at the same time, some details have been added, other images that I wouldn't like to select. In this case, you can use the eyedropper with a minus sign and click on those shades that you don't want to be selected. And vice versa, I can do it this way and edit even more shades. But it's probably too much. All this can be constantly adjusted with the help of the fuzziness. Yes, now I have captured the elements of the face, but we can also remove them later using the lasso tool. The main thing is to select such a complex area like this one with the girl's hair. Well, let's say we got something that would suit us, although, of course, it's not without a flaw. Click OK and look, besides the t-shirt, which I wanted to select, some elements that shouldn't have been selected are captured as well. And I can take an ordinary lasso with a minus sign and just remove these areas from the selection. I'm just now making a circle with a lasso tool. And you see, the extra areas are being removed. Here you can remove this. Well, we can remove everything that we don't need to capture. Some of these areas here. This work requires attention, but nevertheless, you can clean it up this way. Then we have places with such small inclusions of some individual pixels didn't selected. If you want to fix this, you can go to the select menu, choose modify and select smooth, and we choose 3 pixels. Okay, as you can see, these zones have already become a little smaller. We can make it one more time. Select, modify, smooth. Let's set 5. Well, now it become even smaller. We can even modify it with the help of a magic wand. And with a magic wand, with a minus sign, we can clean up some areas. We take the magic wand with a minus sign and select some areas. Well, here on the contrary, we need a plus sign. We are already combining a certain number of selection tools. You can also use the lasso tool with a minus sign here. Well, let's say we have created some selection, and now we can change the color of the girl's t-shirt. We need to go to the image menu, select adjustments and select the color balance, for example. And you can move the sliders the way you like and change the color of the t-shirt to the one you like more. That's how you can change the color. And at the same time, we did everything very well in this very difficult area in which our hair is located. Without help of a magic wand, unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to achieve such an accurate selection of this area. In such cases, the color range tool can be very useful. But here I get, of course, a little bit of a mistake. I need to look more closely at how the selection area is created. Let's look at the settings of this operation again. So, the color range. And we choose sampled colors, but we can choose some predefined colors here. And in this case, all the blue colors that we have are selected. For example, this way we could select the background, or choose, for example, skin tones, and then the skin will be selected. Well, for example, if we want to choose the color of the skin, we can choose the tag faces, and then the selected area becomes even clearer. You can work with the skin tone by selecting this way. Well, of course, as a rule, some kind of refinement is still required in the selection process to reduce something, edit something, adjust the fuzziness of the tool, and other settings. In general, I hope that you understand how to work with this tool. Let's cancel the operations we have selected. By the way, after we created the selection, it would be much better if I used the Ctrl+J to copy it to a new layer. In this case, the error that I had as a result of the color change could easily be corrected with at least the eraser tool or in some other way. That's why I always recommend you to do it this way. Namely, each new important action should be done on a new layer. The homework will be to change the color of this girl's t-shirt. And I'm waiting for you in the next lessons. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. Goodbye. Quick selection and magic wand. Hi guys, we continue to study the selection tools. Today we'll talk about the magic wand and about the quick selection. Let's continue the work we started last time. Here we'll need a magic wand. If last time we looked at tools that selected some geometric areas, then the magic wand select pixels that are similar in color and tone. Let's see how it works. So, I have already taken the magic wand tool. It is located in the same place as the quick selection tool, which we have already talked a little. Let's start with the magic wand. It's very simple. For example, I have some object on a background and I need to remove this background. I just click on this background and as you can see, I have all the white pixels selected. Now if I press delete, white color will be deleted. It's that simple. And press the combination Ctrl+D in order to delete the selection. After that, we can, for example, paint some parts of this star. Just the same way, we take a magic wand and click. I use the eyedropper tool to take a sample and fill it in. After that, you can change the size and place it where you would like it to be. I got something like that. Let's talk about the settings of the magic wand. All of them are in the top menu on the left. First options allow us to edit and subtract different areas, but the most important parameter is the tolerance. Tolerance implies the number of pixels, close in tone and color that will be selected regarding the place that you selected as a sample. When the sample is point, then this is just one pixel with which everything will be compared. Well, let's see. Let's set 30. I take a magic wand and click somewhere here, and look what I got. I have a certain range of pixels, a little lighter and a little darker. Let's try to reduce the tolerance. I will set 1 and I will click in some area. As you can see, the border of the selected area significantly narrowed. If I increase the tolerance to 50 and click somewhere, then the selected area becomes even larger. Let's see what the sample size means. By default, we have a point, that is, 1 pixel. But this may not always be the case. You can choose a certain number of pixels in length and width, which you can consider as a sample. Let's try to remove the background from the picture with a girl. I take a magic wand. Tolerance is 30, and I click somewhere in the free space of this background. And look, besides the background, some elements on clothes and on gloves have been selected too. There are a lot of pixels close in color to the one I choose. If we don't want this to happen, then firstly, we need to reduce the tolerance, and secondly, to put a check mark near continuous pixels. Then only those pixels that have a common border and located nearby and not pixels throughout the image will be selected. Let's cancel the selection. And secondly, to put a check mark near contiguous pixels. Then only those pixels that have a common border and located nearby, and not pixels throughout the image, will be selected. Let's cancel the selection. Let's choose contiguous pixels, click on the background, and look, I have a certain number of pixels selected, but they are all nearby. That is, pixels are not contiguous, are not captured. Now, if I want to add something else to this selected area, I'll definitely continue to create a selection. This button needs to be turned on, as it allows me to add it to the selected area. I will click here again. So, let's do it on this side, choosing the tolerance that will be most appropriate. I think the point sample will be better, and that's how I can select all the areas I need. So it is more or less selected. Here is something else left. Now we can press delete and cancel the selection. Now we have such a composition with a girl. We can of course somehow move it, see where it will look better. I left the girl there, although frankly I have some questions about how the lights falls on her, but this is not the topic of our lesson right now. So let's not pay attention to this, and let's pay attention to the quality of our selected area. Let's zoom in, and look, in some places it is clearly visible that we cut this girl out of some background. You can see sharp borders here. I would like to fix it somehow. What can we do for this? If we just try to blur the edges, it won't be good. Therefore, it seems to me that we need to trim a little bit this white edge. To make it clearer, I disable the layer that is located below. And let's select the background that is around the girl, because the magic wand select pixels of the same tone and color, and our background is transparent. We just click on it and it is selected. And now we're using an option that is already familiar to us. Select Modify, and in this case we don't choose to contract as last time, but to expand, and expand for example to 10 pixels. And you can see the edge of the selected area has shifted, but 10 pixels of course is too much to cut off this unnecessary white edge. Let's cancel it. Select Modify, Expand, and we'll probably set 4. I think all the unnecessary parts will be deleted. Press Delete, cancel the selection, turn on the background, and let's see what we have got. Well, it looks a little better already. By the way, all the same things that I did now could be done in another way. To do this, it is necessary to click Select Subject, and there shouldn't be the check mark near Sample All Layers. We will talk about it later and see what happens. I'm clicking Select the Subject, and now the girl is selected. The program itself determines the main subject of this background, which needs to be selected. And here we could just, on the contrary, narrow down the selected area and do the same thing. We can either select the background or select the girl using the option Select the Subject, cancel the selection. And let's talk about what Sample All Layers means. If I have this checkmark disabled, then the related pixels are selected only on the layer that I selected as the main one, as the active one. But if I put a checkmark next to Sample from All Layers, remove the checkmark next to contiguous pixels, and for example click somewhere on the girl, then pixels on both the layer with the girl and background will be selected. Sometimes it is also necessary. By the way, I want to draw your attention to the fact it's better to put checkmark next to anti-alias, because it allows you to make your selection softer without such sharp angles that sometimes occur. We still have the Select and Mask option. It works the same for both Magic Wand and Quick Selection, and I suggest to practice it on the Quick Selection. We have already talked about Quick Selection, but today we'll discuss it in more detail. Unlike a Magic Wand, which simply selects pixels related in color, this selection recognizes the texture immediately, and in general, this is a more advanced Magic Wand, if I may say so. We will take the Quick Selection tool and let's look at its settings. We have already selected subjects with this tool. I will not repeat these actions. Let's see what we haven't done with it yet. For example, let's click Select Subject. After that, the software itself determines what we need to select and immediately selects it. But of course, there are some shortcomings here. Look, I have something extra here. So I press the Alt and remove the extra sections. And on the contrary, I didn't select something on some areas. And now we can try the Select and Mask option, which combines a Magic Wand and this tool. Turn it on, And let's look at what we can do. Firstly, I have a background prepared for this girl there right away. And we can choose the view mode. If we have selected on layers, as I have, then I immediately see how the selection of the object occurs and how it will look on the background. It is possible to choose the onion skin and thus enhance transparency. It will be like this. For example, we can choose overlay. You can look at all the options and choose the one that suits you best. Well, we'll leave on layers mode. We can zoom in and zoom out with dodge tool. I click on it. It can be invoked by pressing Alt. The icon changes to minus and it zoom out. You can also use the hand tool to move the image the way you want. If we zoom in, we will see that our selection is not quite perfect here, and in order to correct it, we take the Refine Edge brush tool and draw over this place. And we can see immediately all these shortcomings. So we can carefully look through all the image, like this, and remove all unnecessary. We can also smooth the edges, but it's not always visible. It depends on the quality of the image actually. We can make these edges more contrasting, and we can also feather them. Let's talk a little bit about feathering. Let's feather edges to make them look more natural, and we can create a small feathering like this. See what we got. The edges have become more blurred. Well, probably, maybe even too much. Maybe it's worth reducing it a little. Look, here we have such a white thing on our shoulder. Let's try to remove it. We will take the brush tool. We will take a brush with a minus sign. And you can see that this white thing is being removed little by little. But this must be done more carefully on a part. That's it. This is some kind of blurring. So I'm not going to try to make it perfect now. I think that the idea is clear to you. If we zoom out and look, it becomes clear that this white particle has been removed. We also have a lasso tool that allows us to edit something to our selection area. For example, I can take and draw such a thing. You see, the part of the background that I had has been restored. It is also convenient to do this using a path. And of course, in this case, the background should be turned on, so that you can see what you are selecting. We'll go back, cancel it all, and return to the On Layers mode. So we still have the Quick Selection tool. We can use it if we have not fully selected some areas. We can regulate them. The sample All Layers works the same as in the case of a magic wand, and we won't dwell on it. Let's look at another possibility that we have here. And look, if we select the Shift Edge option, then it will be the same contraction or expansion of the selected area that we already know. Let's shift it here. You can see how my edge has shifted. Let's cancel. Let's say that the selection of this girl has been completed. Click OK, and now I can, for example, delete the background, or I can apply a mask, so that I still have the ability to edit this girl. So I edit a mask, and I get something like this. That's what we got as a result. You can probably move the girl, maybe somewhere if you want. You can mirror the girl, free transform, flip horizontally, and you can place it like this. And now let's move on to the homework. The first one is to finish what we already started doing last time. Refine this image. The second task is to create such a collage with a magic wand. And the third exercise is to select the girl and place her on the background with a C, using quick selection. And our lesson is over. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Frame tool. Hi guys, today we will talk about the frame tool. This is not really a selection tool, but still I have decided to refer it to this group, because in fact with this tool we can set some areas where the image will be placed. This is an image placeholder tool. This tool appeared in the 2090 Photoshop version, and its functions are similar to clipping masks functions, but still not the same. There are situations when there is more convenient to use a clipping mask, but there are a lot of situations when the frame tool has become a godsend for designers. Let's see how this universal placeholder works. It is located here and can be invoked by letter K. Designers often need to show how this or that advertisement will look in real conditions, and in this case, this tool is very convenient. Let's say we need to put an image of some kind of advertisement in this free white space. To begin with, we select it. The frame tool has two options, rectangular selection and ellipse selection. Let's create a selected area. I just put the cursor in the upper corner and select the space that should be filled with an image. I select it. I have created a frame. Now I can take the image I need. It will be this image. Paste it into the document and just drag it onto the frame layer. And now I have the same effect as with the clipping mask. Only the part of the image that is limited by the frame is visible. The image itself is much larger. I press Ctrl+T and I can now adjust it so that it looks the way I would like it to look. For example, let it be like this. Please note that there are two icons on the layer we are currently working on. There is an icon with a frame, and when it is active, we can transform the size of the image that we have in the frame. If we switch to another icon, then we in fact adjust the area of our selection, that is, the area of our frame. And in this simple way, we can put any image into the shape we set. Of course, the selection area that is created using the frame tool is not limited to rectangular and ellipse areas. When we'll learn the pen tool, you'll be able to create these areas yourself. But in addition, the program already provides some opportunities for creating various areas that can serve as a frame. We'll use shape tools. They are located here, and we'll select the custom shape tool. After that, we go here and choose the figure that we like. Now we have a certain number of shapes here. You may have other shapes. To edit standard shapes, click on this icon and select the set of shapes that you would like to edit. But now we'll use a standard shape to create a frame. I take a shape that imitates this bubble. So I will draw something like this now. This will be our bubble. It is immediately drawn on a new layer. You can move it somewhere. You can edit it in the same way as any other object using the Ctrl+T keyboard shortcut. So I mirror it because I think it will be better. And now I will pick up the contents for this bubble. But first, we need to transform this shape that we drew into a frame, because initially it is not. To do this, right-click on the layer with the shape and select Convert to Frame. We agree, and now we have created a frame that we see on the screen. And now I want to show you another way to put an image in this frame. We can just open the folder we need and just drag the image into the frame. And now I have something like this. Now I would like to apply layer styles in order to select the resulting. Now I would like to apply layer styles in order to select the resulting image from the overall composition. But we won't be able to just apply layer styles to this layer. Therefore, you need to click on this layer and select Convert to Smart Object. After that, we will be able to use layer styles the way we're used to. Convert it, then click twice and edit a stroke. Something like this. And let's edit a shadow. That's it. Well, in order for the composition to look more complete, I think it would be nice if I added layer styles to the background. Unlock and also edit stroke. That's the composition we've got. I think you understand the idea. Obviously, the frame tool can be applied to all vector shapes, and you'll be able to create them yourself. But the text also applies to such shapes. Thus, we can fill in the text with the image that we consider appropriate. Let's type something. I take the text tool. I have wrote the word espresso, and let's try to fill it with an image of coffee beans. And let's convert this text into a frame. Right-click and select Convert to Frame. And now we can take the image we need, drag and drop. We fill in the text with the image that we have selected. You can also adjust it in size, but it seems to me that it is quite good. So, just like in the previous case, I convert all this into a smart object, and I apply layer styles. Let's make a stroke. Choose outside. I think it is worth choosing the color which is close to the image that we have. Let's say, for example, it will be like this. You could also apply a shadow and, for example, embossing if you consider it necessary. This will make our letters more voluminous, but I don't want it this way. See how you like it more. We have studied such a wonderful frame tool today, and your homework will be to apply it in 3 versions. The first version is this exercise. The second version is the girl dreaming about the Eiffel Tower, and of course an exercise with a text. And that's it for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Quick mask. Hi guys! Some time ago we got acquainted with layer mask, and today we'll talk about another kind of mask, a quick mask. And as you have probably already guessed, we'll also use it to create selected areas. At the very bottom of the toolbar there is an icon, which is called a quick mask. Let's click on it. As you can see, a dark lightning has appeared and the colors of the main colors have changed to black and white. When this mask is active, these colors will always be black and white. At the same time, the illumination of our layer with the background has become reddish hue. Let's take a look at the settings of this tool. Click on it and you see the parameters of the quick mask. The essence of this tool, as well as the mask that you already know, is to color some areas which we want to select, and the default color is red, and in general it is usually convenient. But if, for example, we want to select an object of a red color, then it's not very convenient to draw red on top of it. It just won't be visible. And then we can click and choose, for example, blue. But we take the red one, it will be convenient for us. Then we can also vary the level of transparency of the mask in order to make the selected object more visible. And we can make it so that the areas that we are now painting over will be selected. But if we select the masked areas option, then in fact we will have an inversion of the selected area. In fact, the area outside of our painting will be selected. Let's leave the parameters as they are and try to work with them. So I choose a selected areas, red color and opacity of 50%. Then we take a brush. In my case, this is a soft brush. The opacity and the pressure are 100%. You can see these parameters in the top menu. And, for example, I draw some kind of a line and paint over a section. By the way, it is the same as with the ordinary mask. Black color selects us and white color removes. You can erase some areas of the selected area that we created. Well, let's say we have drawn a piece like this, and now we click on the quick mask icon again, or we press the Q key, and the selected area will be created. If we copy it to a new layer now and close the eye icon, we will see that we have got a selected area with soft edges. A soft brush makes soft edges, and accordingly, a hard brush makes very clear and hard edges. But we can combine both brushes. For example, I will take a soft one again now, and I will draw something like this. And let's see what happens. You see, we can combine both clear and soft brushes within on selected area. And then we'll also have a regulated level of transparency. In the quick mask mode, you can also use a gradient. Let's draw some selected area first, like this. Take the gradient. Let's make sure that we have a transition from black to white, and for example, paint over an area this way. Now we cancel the selection, press Q and press Ctrl+J. We can see that we have got such a semi-transparent selected area, which we can also apply to create any effect. And now let's try to work with a quick mask on a specific example. Let's try to separate this cat from the background. As you can see, its edges practically merge with the background. And in order to cut it neatly and make it beautiful, we will need to make soft edges, which we can do with a soft brush. Let's switch to the quick mask mode. Double click, make sure that we have a black and white color. We take a soft brush and we can paint over the main middle part with a large brush to make it quicker. And we need to work with edges with a small brush. We do this quite carefully. I change the size of the brush in the process. If we make something wrong, then we can take the white brush again and work it out a little. I paint over all the details of the cat. We try to do it as carefully as possible. I'm trying to do it fast enough right now, but you can do it slowly. You can even work out every little nuance with the help of the pad. Here it would be possible to take a thin brush and draw every wool. If you have a pad, you can try to do it. It will look like that, but more neatly and beautiful. I'm currently using the mouse. I won't switch on the pad. Well, and let's say we selected a cat. If we want to make the edges a little more transparent, we can take a white brush, half transparent. Let's say we work out the edges like this to make them semi-transparent, but I think it's not necessarily. So I will go back and look, now we need to edit the table on which the kitten is leaning to the selection area. Let's take a polygonal lasso, because it is the most convenient tool for selecting such areas, and draw an area that will select our table. And pressing Alt plus Backspace, we will fill this area with just the color that we need in order to select it. We can transform the selected area. I click the right mouse button, I press Ctrl, and now I will move this corner in order to correct the selected area and fill it again. Well, I got something like this. I cancel the selection. This is an intermediate selection. We cancel it. We could clean up here again if we wanted to. Well, we'll leave it as it is and press Q. This is our selected area. I press Ctrl plus J and let's see what happened. A kitten like that. Here, with the help of a polygonal lasso, we can still select a little extra part that I captured. Well, added a background. So we switch places. Well, I think it would be nice to reduce this background. Look how well our cat fits into this background. And it's not visible that we have cut the kitten out. So let's put it here. And look, we're a little short of this surface, on which the cat is hidden. Let's draw it a little. So I create a new layer, take a polygonal lasso, and draw something like this. By the way, when the shift is pressed, we'll get strictly horizontal lines. So now I used the eyedropper tool to take a color sample, and Alt plus Backspace to fill it with a foreground color. That's it, but here, on the contrary, I have made a little mistake. I didn't finish painting, and therefore I got such a gap through which the rug shines. Well, to fix it somehow, so that it wouldn't be so visible, I'm going to create another new layer about the layer with the interior. And I will take a brush of the same color as my table surface on this new layer. Added more opacity. Well, I just paint over such a small piece so that it can't be seen. Here I have fixed my mistake. That's how the quick mask works. I think you'll find a lot of opportunities to use it, and creating this collage will be your homework. And it's all for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you soon! Elliptical and rectangular selection tools. Hi guys, today we're opening a large and very important topic, and it will be dedicated to the selection tool. This is very often a situation when we need to separate an object from the rest of the image in order to place it, for example, in some other place, change its color, brightness, saturation, and do many other things. And that's where the selection tools help us. With the help of them, we can separate even the most complex objects from the background. There are a lot of selection tools, and today we will start with the simplest tools that belong to the group of geometric selection tools. They are located below the Move tool. If we click on the arrow at the bottom, we will see the rectangular marquee tool, the elliptical marquee tool, and we will start with the elliptical marquee tool. Using it, we will now place this clock in this interior. And at the same time, during this exercise, we will see how this tool works. Let's start selecting the clock. The elliptical marquee tool is perfect for all objects that have a regular round oval shape. Let's take it. It is invoked by the letter M. Like other instruments of this group, repeated keystroke leads to a change of tool, and see how it works. If I now click with the left mouse button, hold it, and start moving cursor, round or oval area will be selected. the selected shape depends on the direction of my hand. For example, I have such an area now. Inside these marching ants, as they are called, is a selected area. But of course, I don't have it exactly the way I would like it to be right now, because it has to follow the contour of the clock. So I will cancel it. In order to cancel the selection, you can press Ctrl+D or choose the select in the select menu. So cancel. And let's try again. There are several rules that allow us to make such selection more conveniently. First, we can hold down Ctrl, and then either the correct circle or the correct square will be drawn. Well, for example, I have drawn a circle like this. However, it doesn't quite correspond to the area that I need. Now I release Shift and I can move it a little bit. But my circle is still too small. I can adjust its size as well as its proportions with the help of a special command. To do this, go to the Select menu and choose Transform Selection. Please note, this is a completely different command, not the one we studied earlier, which is invoked by the combination Ctrl+T. It is not free transform. This is a transformation that relates specifically to the selected areas. So we choose to transform selection. And now we can set the selected area in this way, exactly so that it completely coincides with our object. Then press Enter and I just click somewhere in an empty place. And we have created a selected area. And now we can move our clock somewhere. But I want to show you another option. I cancel the selection, pressing Ctrl+D. And now I'm doing the same thing, but holding down the Alt and Shift keys. And in this case, drawing is done from the center. That is, I get exactly the same correct circle, but drawing from the center. We have created the selection in order to copy it. So press Ctrl+C, go to the file we need and press Ctrl+V. And now we need to reduce the clock a little bit in size. Let's press Ctrl+T. This is a completely different transform mode. Please do not confuse it with the mode that concerns the selected areas and is called from the Select menu. Let's reduce the clock to the size we need. Let's say to this. We'll place it in the right place. And in order for it to look naturally in this interior, we need to make a shadow. In one of the previous lessons, we created a shadow using layer styles. And now we'll try to do the same with the help of a selected area. And to begin with, let's take a color sample using the eyedropper tool, so that the shadows are in the same color. And we'll need to create a layer below the layer with clock, because the shadow needs to be below it. In order for our layer to be created below the layer that is selected, we press the Ctrl and click on the icon of the new layer. And we have created a clean layer. Now we take the elliptical marquee tool again. And look, now I draw some kind of a circle, and I will fill it with the foreground colors that we took with the eyedropper. Let me fill it up. I press Alt and Backspace, and we got this. And now note that in the Settings menu there is such a parameter as Feather, which allows you to make the borders of the selected area softer. Let's set, for example, 20 pixels and do the same. I'm also drawing a circle now, and I fill it in the same way by pressing Alt plus Backspace. Look, the edges have already become much more blurred. Thus, we can adjust the level of feathering. And let's do it again. Let's set 30 pixels and draw something like a shadow, like that. Press Alt plus Backspace and cancel the selection using Ctrl+D. And that's my shadow. I can move it. And now that we no longer have the selected area, we can transform the size of the shadow using the keyboard shortcut we are already familiar with, Ctrl+T. For example, I want to make it a little like this, and perhaps reduce the level of its opacity. That's what we ended up with using elliptical marquee tool. And now let's move on to rectangular selection tool and use it to place a picture in the interior. To do this, we will need such a white frame in which we will later place our picture. So we take the rectangular selection tool, and I want to tell you that in general this tool works exactly the same as the previous one. Settings are the same, and therefore we will now learn them using this example. Please pay attention to the squares at the top of the menu. If we have this first square turned on, then we just draw a new selected area. Here, for example, I have selected the picture this way. And if I start to draw something in another place, then the previous selected area disappears, and a new one appears. Let's cancel it for now. When the next button is turned on, we have each subsequent selected areas added to the previous ones. This can be very convenient for selection of some stepped objects, for example, ladder. Look, I have drawn another new area, and I've got a plus icon next to the cursor. I added, and I have one previous one added. The previous areas doesn't disappear. And we can, for example, select some objects of such a complex shape in this case. Now let's break the sequence a bit and talk about the last button. See what happens when we use it. For example, I select an area, and then from the center of this area I select another one. See, like this. And we have formed a figure that is intersection of these two selected areas. And when I release the mouse button, that's exactly what remains. Sometimes it is also convenient for selection of some areas that are complex in shape, which are based on rectangular geometric shapes. And let's move on to the next button, which we just need. We use it and select the area along the contour of the frame. And now I'm drawing another area inside. And as you can see, my cursor has acquired such an additional icon, minus. And this means that the area that I will select now will be subtracted from the previous area. Thus, I will have one frame and nothing extra. I start from the corner, and just like that, I carefully select the inner part of the frame. And that's it. Now I copy and paste it into the file I need. Of course, the frame is too big, so we'll reduce it to the size we need. Well, let's say like this. And now we'll put a picture in this frame. And now we'll make a small digression in order for our work to look more natural. Now the color of the frame is quite different from the general color scheme of the entire image. And let's make it so that it is more suitable in tone and color. We will take the eyedropper tool and take a color sample here. This color has become our foreground color. And now we go to the image menu, Adjustments. We choose Hue Saturation. We have a window like this. And here we have to check the box next to the word Colorize. And in this case, our active layer is colorized. You see, the frame was white, and when you put the check mark, it acquired the same color as the color of the table lamp. And we agree with this and click OK. And we proceeded directly to the creation of our picture. Open the file with the picture and place it in the collage we create. You already know how to do it. Initially, the size of painting is quite large. I'm reducing it. So it is necessary, of course, to make this layer lower than the layer with the frame. OK. That's how I have entered the image into the frame. And again, the tone of the picture is knocked out of the overall image. But the previous method will not work here. See what happens. Image, Adjustments, Hue Saturation. We click Colorize, and the image is now in sepia style. That is, it loses its color. It is simply tinted with the color that we have chosen. Therefore, this is not suitable here. It is suitable for colorizing some of the same type of objects. Therefore, we remove the stick from Colorize. And let's think about how we can do it differently. And we can also do it like this. Let me take a color sample here, where we have such a pretty thick shadow. I will create a new clean layer above the layer with a picture. It is not visible anymore. Now I will choose a gradient. Here it is. My gradient is now a transition between the foreground color and the background color. We have now selected the foreground color. I have this gradient ready, and I take the tool again, a rectangular selection, and I draw the same rectangular selection on the clean new layer I created, which is about the layer with the picture. Now I go back to the gradient tool and draw a line like this, filling this rectangle with a gradient. That's what we got. Now, if I set the multiply mode and slightly change the level of opacity the way I need, I can make my image look more natural. And now we can cancel the selected area. We no longer need it, and that's what we got. But now we just need to create a shadow under the picture. I press Ctrl again, click on the click layer icon, create a new clean layer, and let's create a shadow. Again, I take a rectangle selection tool. Let's set a feather of 30, and I draw an area that will be a shadow. Well, probably something like this, and fill it with the color of its foreground. Please note that when feather is used, we draw a rectangle with rounded corners. So, we fill it, pressing Alt plus Backspace. Cancel the selection, pressing Ctrl plus D. And, in order for us to have a transparent and more expressive shadow, choose the Multiply Blending mode, which we of course adjust as we need it. And we can always somehow move this shadow, somehow refine it if there is any need for it. Well, that's how it is. I will probably leave it like this. That's how our picture fit more or less well into the interior. Of course, it can be done even better and even more realistic, but this requires knowledge of other program features that we'll learn as we progress through this course. I have now changed the transparency in the layer with a gradient. I think it's better this way. It seems to me that the light of the frame looks unnatural. Therefore, we move to the layer with a frame. This is the layer 1. We press Ctrl plus T, and now we press the right mouse button and select a 180-degree rotation. That's all. As you can see, the frame has changed its location, and the lighting on it has become more natural. Let's move on to the homework. The first homework for today is to put the clock in the interior and create a shadow. And the second homework assignment will be just this simple collage that we have just made. And we will continue studying the selection tools in the next lesson. And it's all for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Basic operations with selection tools. Hi guys, last time we learned how to select oval and rectangle areas, and today we will continue to get acquainted with this group of selection tools and talk about single selection tools. So, single selection tools. It is located in the same place as the rectangle and elliptical selection tools. Let's choose a raw selection tool. So, what is it? When using this type of selection, either a horizontal or vertical line of 1 pixel is selected. For example, I click on an image somewhere, and I have a line selected, which in fact is the selection area. If you have an image of a large enough size, then until you zoom it in, you will not see this line. And let's see now what can be done with it, how it can be useful to us. In fact, this tool is not used very often, and we will use it to create such strips by creating a stroke. But first, let's create a new layer. We need to do this so that we can move the stripes that we'll create as we want. And if we create them directly on the background layer, then they will be part of the background image, and we will not be able to edit them or apply layer styles to them. So we create a new layer. Now we'll continue to work with a selected area on this active layer. We'll right-click and select Stroke. The same could be done for the Edit menu. Edit Stroke. And here we set the color of our stroke, and it's white. Our default color corresponds to the foreground color, and the layout is the same as in the layer styles. Everything is the same, and the rest of the settings, I think, are already clear to you too. Let's set the white color. You could just type 255, 255 and 255 as the RGB value. Okay, we leave a white of 30 pixels, and we get such a white stripe, which we have on a new layer, and we can move it as we want. Look, if the white of a photo would be wider, then the strip would be wider. Well, the column line selection works in exactly the same way. Let's use it. In the same way, I click in an empty space and create a vertical line, a new layer. Here it is, and in the same way, click the right mouse button, Stroke, and set the same values. And now I will apply layer styles to these two stripes. This is already familiar to you. Therefore, I will not dwell on this for a long time. We apply a shadow like this. We copy the second layer. Press Alt and Ctrl. If you have two shadows moving onto layers at once when adjusting, then in this case, when applying the layer styles, you will need to put a check mark near the global light and practice the rectangular selection tool a little bit. Go to the background. It should be activated. Then we take the rectangular tool and draw such an area on the background layer. And now, when pressing Ctrl plus J, we don't copy the entire background layer, but only the selected area. This, in general, applies to any selected areas, not just rectangular. So, it is selected. We apply the multiply mode. We return to the background layer again. We draw the same area again, but this time vertical. Press Ctrl plus J again and apply multiply again. And we have finished this exercise. And we are moving on to the next exercise, by the example of which I want to show you how the inversion of the selected area works. It works for any selected areas. We will practice it on the example of an elliptical selection tool. But first, let's prepare our images a little. We'll unlock the background layer, double-click on it, and create a new white layer below it. Click the icon of the new layer, hold down Ctrl, and fill this new layer with white. I remind you that in order to set the black and white colors, you need to press D, and in order to swap them, press X. So, fill in the white color. So, take a look. Here, if you turn off the eye icon, you can see the white layer. And now we start drawing the selected area. I set the feathering to 50 pixels, and start drawing. Well, something like that, for example. And look, now I have actually selected what is inside this selected area, inside this oval. This can be easily understood if you fill in this area. Stay on the layer on which we selected it all and press Alt plus Backspace. The area that is inside is filled in. But what if we need to fill the area which is located outside? Or delete this area? We can use the selection inversion. To do this, we go to the Select menu and choose Inverse, or press Shift plus Ctrl plus I. And so I did it all. And look how my selected area has changed. Namely, I now have marching ants on the edge of the image. This just means that what is outside of our oval is selected. And we can make sure by filling it again. That's what we get in this case. The fact is that this way of creation of a vignette is not very productive, because I can't work with the image of the girl in any way now. All my editing capabilities are actually reduced to zero. So I'm going back and I'm going to recreate the selected area, just in new, because I have decided to create it with a large value of 100 pixels. So, draw the selected area. I remind you that in order to edit it somehow, we need to select and transform the selected area. And don't confuse this with a free transform, invoked by Ctrl plus T, which we use for editing objects, not selected areas. And look, my overall frame departs a little from the selected area. This is exactly the feathering, the 100 pixels that we set. Let's put it like this. I remind you that in order to somehow edit the dimensions without preserving the proportions, you need to hold down Shift. And now I'll press Delete, and I will delete what is beyond the oval. Take a look at what we have got. This can be seen by the layer of icons. Let's cancel the selection with Ctrl plus D. And due to the fact that I made this layer and the girl is on a new layer, we can move it as we want, and we can reduce it. I press Ctrl plus T, for example, like this, and that's what we ended up with. Such a vignette as in all photos. Here is the result. I hope you will use this feature because it's very useful and very common. We'll start the next exercise in this lesson and continue on the next one, because for its final completion we'll need another additional tool, which we'll study next time. But let's get started. The first thing I want to show you in this exercise is that if you hold down Ctrl and click on the icon of the layer, then everything on this layer will be selected. So I did it, and you see there are marching ants along the edge of this image with a girl. And now I want to make a stroke, but shift it to the center of the image. Let's use the eyedropper tool to select color, and we'll create a new layer on which our stroke will be created. We do this so that it would be convenient for us to edit it later. I created a new layer, and now we go to the selected menu and choose Modify. And here among the settings we choose Contract. In this case, our stroke will shift to the center, and if we choose Expand, then on the contrary, it will shift to the edges of our image. So choose Contract, set 100 pixels. The selected area is shifted to the center. Next, we go to the Edit menu, select Stroke. We set 30 pixels. We can choose the location that will be more preferable to us and the color that we need. And click OK. And now we have a stroke. Delete the selection with Ctrl plus D. And how the creation of a stroke on a new layer works. Well, we have done the layer styles application before, and this time we'll just delete a part of this frame that we created. Let's take the rectangular selection tool, and we'll draw something like this on the layer with the frame, and just click delete and remove the detachment. That's actually all for today. In the next lesson, we'll continue to study the operations that we can do with selected areas, and added another element to complete the work on this image. Let's move on to the homework. Today we'll have 3 exercises. The first exercise with single selection tools. The second exercise will be related to the inversion of the selection. And the third exercise will be devoted to contraction and expansion of the selected area with the help of a stroke. And that's it for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Perspective warp. Hi guys, last time we talked about the possibilities of transformation, and today we'll continue this topic, and we'll talk about perspective distortion in more detail. Let's remember what we went through last time, and look at some additional features. Very often there is such a perspective distortion of architectural objects, which I would like to correct. I would like the walls of my house to be vertical, these lines to be parallel to the edges of the image. And I would like to align the house this way. What can we do? I have previously made a copy of a layer so that we can compare. And now let's move on to the free transform mode. So, first of all, I will choose a perspective because it seems to be the most suitable tool, judging by the name in this case. So, I choose a perspective. And look, I'm moving the upper sliders a little. And here I have the walls being pushed outwards. But in general, you can probably somehow make it. But frankly, it's not very convenient. That's what I get. But I would also like to fix the roof somehow now. It is not right. Let's try to make a distortion then. Here we can work more precisely, because we can move each corner separately. And so, let me align this wall and this one. At the same time, I can lower the roof. That is, my upper left corner goes up, and my upper right corner goes down. And so, I got this image here. There, the bottom picture shines through. In the future, we will go through the tools with which it will be possible to remove it. Look here. That's what we've got. And that's what we had. The house has almost completely changed its location. Now it is located as if it is in front of us. And here it is slightly tilted. That's the effect we got. But such an effect is good in cases where the picture is very simple, like this one. There are no particular superfluous objects here, and even if it somehow shifts there, for example, grass or sky, then this is not particularly noticeable to us. Let's look at another example, where there is a similar perspective distortion that we would like to correct. Select to distort and begin to align. So, for example, it will be like this. Let's keep this option and try to change the perspective of our house in another different way. Let's go to the Edit menu and select Perspective Warp. Here we have hints from Photoshop right away, but we'll close and try to figure it out for ourselves. As soon as we activate this function, the Layout button became active in our top menu. It's like a sketch of our deformation. And for example, I want to change the placement of the walls. I'm drawing a frame like this. So here I can put everything very precisely on the wall. That's it. And for example, I want to change only this wall and don't change everything else. Then I either press Enter or select Warp. And now see what happens. My picture is moving relative to the point I have chosen. I can completely change the angle of the location of this entire architectural ensemble. If I work with a different point, then I'll move it all in a completely different way. And after choosing the right option, I can of course press Enter and all this will be fixed. And note that if I press Shift and click on some side, then it becomes either strictly vertical or strictly horizontal. You see how everything changes. Let's talk about more complex option. When we will have two walls involved, we go into Edit, select the Perspective Warp, select our first wall, which we have already selected before. Well, by the way, if you press Shift, then while you have switched to Warp mode, you will have a whole segment moving at once. It won't align vertically and horizontally, as in deformation mode. It will be moving. And now we draw the second wall. Let's say we have drawn something like this. As soon as the wall gets close enough to the other one, then you see, we have this kind of selection that allows us to combine these areas in such a way that we have a corner of the wall. So here we can still correct something. It will help you to select our walls as accurately as possible. And we can press Enter or the Warp button. And here we can already deform. Here you see we can move. And here we have different settings. Firstly, we can make all the walls or all the vertical segments vertical or all the horizontal segments horizontal with one mouse movement. For example, I choose horizontal, and you can see that all my lines that are related to the horizontal have become horizontal, but it's not really convenient. So I press Ctrl+Z and take a step back. If you choose the vertical ones, then that's what will happen. I also take a step back. Or we can do all the vertical and horizontal at once, like that. And then we'll have just one facade, which is inscribed rectangle. The next button allows you to remove the deformation, to undo everything that we did before. Here we have returned to the position that we had before. We started to deform something, and this one cancel everything. We are not going to press it yet. And so, let's try to do something here. Let's try to do it manually. First, align the wall here with a shift pressed. But here it's not necessary. Here it is better for us to do it manually. You see, it somehow begins to stick to the wrong place, and we don't need it. Here we can change the angle of our house. Let it be like this. By the way, you can stretch the width at the same time. It doesn't change. Well, let's say we are satisfied with this option. You can change the perspective a little bit here, for example. But, you see, everything is already shifting too much for us. Well, we'll probably leave it like this. And after we have decided that everything suits us, we can press Enter or tick here. And that's what we got. Let's compare. We had this one. And now it looks like this. And initially there was this. Well, now if we turn off the lower eye icon, then we'll see that we have some defects. By the way, if we want to change this house right away and also align its perspective, then in this case we need to draw these planes here, which will deform. I mean, at the very beginning it is necessary to create areas to deformation, not only in this big house, but also here. Well, let's just crop this picture. We'll take a tool called the crop. Click on it and just cut off the areas we don't need. Well, for example, like this. So just click twice somewhere in the center of it, and you get this option here. So let's see what we had, and that's what we got as a result. That's the way this transformation works. I hope that you liked it and you'll practice it. And the homework will be to make a perspective warp in two ways. The first way is the way we did with this house, with the help of such free transform functions as distortion and perspective. Well, if you remember, we use distortion as a result. And here is the option where we have applied perspective warp. It is all for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Content-aware scale. Hi guys, today we'll talk about the content-aware scale, how to change the scale of some parts of the image without affecting others. Here we go. Let's say we have a vertical photo, like this, but we would like to make it horizontal. So we need to stretch the background behind the girl to a horizontal format. Let's see how this can be done. First, we have to unlock the background. Unblocked. And I think it's obvious to you that if we just start use free transformations, then we won't get any good results. But let's define the area in which we want to place our image. We'll use the crop tool. It appears here. These are the markers. And let's now add a space like this. Let's assume that our photo will be like this, for example. Of course, with the help of a function that we are going to use now, it is impossible to stretch to infinity, but it is still possible within certain limits. So, we set the area with a click. We click twice on an empty space. We have something like this. And now we choose directly the function that we'll work with today. go into Edit menu and select the Content Aware Scale. And as you can see, this option can be invoked by Alt plus Shift plus Ctrl plus C. Chosen. Next, look at the top menu. We have such a little person icon. If you turn it on, it will mean that those areas with skin tone shouldn't be transformed. If you hover the cursor, you can see that it says Protect Skin Tones. Therefore, by the way, this option is perfect for beach photos. But if there is not so much open body, it may not work so well, although it still can be helpful. So, we have selected the icon with a person and press the Shift key. Look, I move the slider to the left. The sea moves, stretches, but the girl doesn't. Well, now the mistakes appear. So let's leave this side and let's work with the other one. Let's put a little bit here. Here we can stretch it much less. But nevertheless, we managed to increase the area relative to the rest of the photo. And now let's try to fill in all the background areas that we haven't filled in automatically. To do this, we will use the well-known polygonal selection. We draw, for example, such an area here. Copy it to a new layer, Ctrl plus J. Then we apply the free transformation, Ctrl plus T, like that. And we will do the same with the other side. We select the area. To do this, we return to our main layer. Initially, we select a piece like this. So I copy again to a new layer, applying free transformation again and stretching this part, and that's how we change the proportions of our photo. And at the same time, the figure of the girl couldn't have suffered at all. If I had been a little more attentive to the moment when the warp had affected her figure. And now let's see what can be done if the human figure is not so clear to the program and it cannot recognize it. If, for example, it merges with a background and there is not so much of an open body on it. In this case, there is still a way out. And for example, let's take this girl. I have already increased the space on which we will stretch the background. I did all this in the same way as in the previous case. And let's see how this operation will work here. Go into Edit, select the Content Aware Scale, and stretch. And look, everything stays the same in the areas which our program defines as skin tones. But the girl's dress is already, unfortunately, starting to stretch. We cannot make the same deformation as we have done in the previous case. Cancel it all and let's go the other way. To do this, we will take the lasso tool with 5 pixel feathering, so that the borders of the selected areas are soft. And let's select the figure of a girl using this tool. But it is not necessary to strive for some kind of accuracy. It's done. Now click the right mouse button and select Save the selected area. We haven't done this before, but now you can remember that we can save the selected area. So we save it. Well, I won't give a complex name and click, of course, OK. After that, we'll go to the Channels tab. As you remember, there are 3 channels in the RGB system, which we can see now, and we will talk about them in our lessons. Now we're only interested in the channel that we have, and go into Edit, select the Content Aware Scale, and we start moving our area. But as you can see, nothing happens. Therefore, we go back and pay attention to the fact that in the top menu there is a choice of which areas to protect, and there is none by default. We need to choose that we need to protect the area 1, and now we are starting our scale. And look what is going on. My background is moving, but the girl in general is unchanged. I'm stretching here, literally to the very edge. Yes, of course, my background is blurring, its quality is changing, but nevertheless, the figure of the girl remains unchanged. And sometimes just such an effect is needed. And after everything is already done, you need to click on this tick here. Please note that all this time it was in the Channels panel. Speaking of scaling, it is impossible not to touch upon such an important operation as reducing or enlarging the image. In fact, this operation is used much more often than content-aware scale. I think you remember that when you enlarge initially small size images, pixels starts to be visible very soon. Well, here, for example, they become visible quite quickly. But sometimes there is a need to enlarge an image that initially has small size. and especially don't do it in a large proportion. But still, sometimes you need to enlarge the image a little and lose minimum quality. So, what can we do? You need to go to the editing menu, select Preferences, select Technology Previews, and here it is necessary to tick Enable Preserve Details 2.0 Upscale. Previously, this option wasn't available. It appeared some time ago. Let it be turned on and click OK. And now we start to change the size. We go to the image size. So let's try to enlarge it. Although, usually in normal practice, it's better not to increase it so much. So the width that corresponds to the proportions is automatically set, if we have this log in this form. Usually we have automatic or bicubic resemble. Well, it usually set like this by default. And let's look at the image quality. Well, let's take an eye here to see what image quality we will have. That is, you see that? Well, it's not very good. And now we'll try to improve this quality a little with this new feature. To do this, we should choose Preserve Details 2.0 instead of Automatic. And you see, it became a little better right away. Among other things, we have such an option as to reduce noise. Initially, you'll have this, but if you move the slider, the further you move it, the less noise you get. Yes, of course, you will not get perfect, but at least you reduce the loss of quality that occurs when you increase a low-quality image. Click OK, and that's what we got. Yes, the image is far from perfect, but believe me, if you did it without this enabled function, it would be much worse. I checked it off screen, so that's the way it is. I just don't want to take up your time. And for example, if you create the effect of oil painting in the future, then there is no need for such perfect sharpness. And for example, in this particular case, such quality will be enough for us. And of course, I want to emphasize once again that you shouldn't use image enlargement unless it's necessary. Well, you can reduce it as much as you like, and in this case, the quality won't change. And that's all I wanted to tell you today. Let's move on to homework. The first task is this one. The second task is to use a slightly different version of this operation. And the third task, as you have already understood, of course, is to increase the size of the image. This is in addition to lesson about content-aware scale. This is another way to make the image more realistic. We will use the crop tool. Pay attention that there should be a check mark near content-aware. This option will help us fill in the necessary areas of the image with a background in the most realistic way. So we take the crop tool and stretch our image to get those proportions that we need. For example, like this. We have a tick, so click and wait for the program to process our background. This may take some time. The result is a background like this. It doesn't always give the best result, but in many cases it works well. Therefore, you can choose the way that will work best in your situation. That's it. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Puppet Warp. Hi guys, we continue to explore the possibilities of transforming functions. Puppet Warp allows you to change the position of an object or its part in space. Let's see how it works. Let's say we would like to change the position of the ballerina's hand so that it looks natural. Let's try to do it. First, we'll select a hand using the lasso tool. So I take the lasso tool and I select the hand, rather roughly like that. After that, I copy the selected area to a new layer. So, copied. And now, since we'll move the hand in space, we need to remove the hand from the lower layer, that the hand on the layer below doesn't interfere with us. We'll now close the eye icon on the upper layer, but at the same time, we'll upload our selected area. Press Ctrl and click on the layer icon. So, the selected area has uploaded. By the way, if your background is not white, this can also be done with Content-Aware Fill, which we'll practice in subsequent lessons. And let's cancel the selection and move on to the hand movement. I turn on the eye icon. Here, let's get a little closer to the hand. so that it is clearly visible. Pressing the space bar, I move the image, just in case you suddenly forgot how to do it. And finally, the puppet warp. Check that the layer with a hand is active. Go into Edit menu and select Puppet Warp. And look what we have got. With the help of this mesh, we'll just change the position of the hand. We must select the fixed points relative to which we will move our image. It is logical if these points roughly coincide with the joints. For example, the shoulder joint. I just click the mouse. It doesn't have to be the intersection of the line. It could be any place. This mesh allows you to better orient. Now the elbow joint and the wrist joint, for example. And now, if I start moving, then it will come from the point that I choose as active. In this case, it's my last point. Look, I press the left mouse button and move, and my hand is moving. At the same time, the points that were previously selected are motionless. But if these 2 points are not enough for me, you see, my arm is slightly shifting in the shoulder area. Then I can put another point, for example here, so that there is no movement in this place either. And look, there is no movement. You can put any number of points as you want. If I move the cursor a little outside the point and press Alt, then such a circle appears. I can do it this way. I can rotate relative to this point. You see how interesting it is. If I put some point by mistake, for example this one, I can click on it with Alt pressed, and it will be removed. Or let's put it on again. I hold down the right mouse button and select everything I need. I can edit a pin, or remove all pins, if I need to do so. Hide mesh. For example, if we choose to hide mesh, it will not distract us. You can also delete using backspace. And so, for example, I choose this point and start moving my hand. At the same time, I don't have a mesh. It doesn't distract me. If suddenly I want to return it, then I click Show Mesh in the top menu, and the mesh will be returned. By the way, this grid has different modes. Firstly, we can regulate the level of its elasticity, but it is difficult to explain. Just in the process of working, you can choose different modes and see how elastic the mesh will be. But I choose normal. The density is, of course, the density of these cells. For example, more points will create us more precise distortion. But at the same time, of course, the computer may start to slow down a little if it is not very powerful. You can also select fewer points, and then there will be very few of them. It all depends on the image you are working with. Let's put the expansion normal 2. This is the boundary beyond which the mesh extends relative to your area. The area that I selected at the very beginning and move to a new layer goes somewhere in this area. In addition, I want to tell you that you can also move not only one point, but several at once. To do this, they must be selected by holding down Shift. Let's, for example, select a few points. And, by the way, I must tell you that you can move not only manually, but also press arrows on the keyboard. For example, I am pressing the up arrow now, and the hand is going up. I press the down arrow and the hand moves down, or left or right, depending on what do you want. By the way, this method perfect if you use Photoshop to make animation. With the help of such thin targets, using the keyboard, we can change the position of the hand and create animation, as a result of which we can get separate frames with a slight offset. And in the process of creating animation, we see movement, a very useful thing. So, let me still move my hand a little more. In order to remove the selection of points, you need to hold down Shift and click on the point. Now my points are not active. Those that were selected before are not selected anymore. I remove selection from all points and choose the one that I still need. And for example, move my hand. Press Alt, and for example, like this. Well, we leave it like this, and when our warp is completed, we can either press Enter or check this box. Let's do it. And that's what we got. Here I have a small flaw. Of course, you can just take the hand and move it a little bit, so that it's not visible. Well, it doesn't work. Let me press Ctrl+T and just increase my hand a little bit. Just like that, so that this transition, which I have formed, is not visible. Of course, this can be adjusted even more subtly. Well, just like that, you can do the warp again and somehow adjust it all. Use other tools. Press Ctrl+T, or rather, press Ctrl+T and then Ctrl and move this corner, slightly advancing my hand this way. So it seems that everything more or less coincided. And let's compare it with what we had. We have a panel called History, and we'll use it now. Window History. It shows all the actions that we have done today. And I, for example, click on the very first line, and this is the position of our hand at the beginning, and this is the resulting position. I hope that you'll easily be able to repeat all these steps. That's all I wanted to tell you today about the Puppet Warp. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Free Transform. Hi guys, today we are starting a whole series of lessons on Transform. Yes, of course we have already talked about this topic a little and used Free Transform, but let's talk about this in more detail. Apply a Free Transform mode to this house. Let's see what the settings are here. Click the right mouse button. Previously I've pressed the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+T. The first one is Scale, which we have already done many times. And we will not dwell on it. Let's use the following option. It is called Rotate. So, in this case, you can take your object and rotate it relative to the center of rotation. And then there is such a circle, which is the center of rotation. And if I now point the mouse cursor at the corner of my image near the overall frame, then I see a round arrow. And look, it is rotating. I'm now moving the cursor by holding down the left button. It is rotating around the center. Of course, you can move the center wherever you want. For example, you want to rotate relative to this place. And look, the rotation is already happening in this way. For example, like this. In addition, you can set the location of the center of rotation here, and it will coincide with the nodal points of the overall frame. For example, if I put a point here, then the rotation will occur relative to the lower corner. And if I put a point here, then the center of rotation will be in the middle of my upper side. So, that's how you can rotate the image. You can also set rotation parameters using the top menu. And note that when you rotate, the numbers in the window change. This is the angle of rotation. And of course, you can set it manually. For example, 30, and immediately my object has rotated by 30 degrees. This can be convenient if your precision is needed. Let's see what else you can do. I press the right mouse button again and select the skew, and I take my corner of the image and start rotating it. And you see how my house tilts, and at the same time the degree of inclination changes in the top menu. That's the way it works. You can type this degree manually, or you can just tilt the image. We could get the same thing if we press Ctrl and just move the corner while doing usual Free Transform. The next parameter is Distort. We select it and see how we can work with it. Look, I'm rotating the house in a completely different way. It doesn't tilt in the frontal axis, but it somehow scrolls slightly. And yes, of course, pay attention to how the parameters in the top menu change when I move this point and its coordinates change. X-axis and Y-axis indicators are changing too. The next parameter is Perspective. What does it do? In this case, when we set a point and begin to shift it, the point located opposite also shifts, so that we get perspective distortion. For example, if we want to create the effect of a house stretching up like this or this, then we can use this parameter. We can also change the perspective not only upwards, but also to the side, and thus we can get an image of streets stretching into the distance with houses along it. Initially, the house could simply be in a frontal projection, but you can distort it within reasonable limits so that it compiles with the rules of perspective. In this case, the upper and lower line along which our house stands tend to contend at the so-called vanishing point. And this is how the perspective effect can be applied, and vice versa. and to the side. It is such an interesting thing. The next mod is called warp. We will use it and try to create the effect of such a rose, which we have decorated with a ribbon. Well, we initially don't have a ribbon, but there is a rose, and there is a background. And let's add a ribbon here. I have a file with ribbons, and I choose this one. Select it using a polygonal selection. Copy and paste it into this file. Initially the ribbon is quite large. We will reduce it. Now we rotate it relative to the center, just like that. Something like this. And now let's try to distort it a little, so that the ribbon looks somehow more interesting. Click the right mouse button, select warp. And look, let me turn off the background, so that it can be seen better. We have such an interesting grid that allows us to distort objects in a rather complicated way. Look, I pull one corner, and the direction of the ribbon changes. I can move different segments of this grid and place the ribbon so that its location is the way I need it. For example, I can pull this corner here, so that it looks more interesting. Pull it more. You can do it for a long time and the way you like it best. And after I put this ribbon the way I need it, I press Enter, and now I can modify it so that it somehow wraps the rose and not just lie on top of it. And you can do it simply. We can zoom in our image. It will be more convenient for us. I reduce the level of opacity. Well, for example, like this. And now I'll remove some parts of the ribbon in those segments where it is needed. And this will create the effect of the ribbon wrapping the rose. Let's take the magnetic lasso. We select some sections of the ribbon that should be at the bottom of the stem. Let's do it this way. And we remove parts of the ribbon. And here, click Delete. I'm doing the same with the area at the very top of our rose. And now we only need to turn on the background and see what we got. And we got this. It will be your homework for today's lesson. Well, I also ask you to practice with various operations, transformations, which I showed you on the example of the house. And that's it for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Patch and other tools. Hi guys, we continue to get acquainted with various tools, and today we are going to talk about the patch tool and several other similar tools. This is a very simple tool with few settings, and so we'll immediately begin to study it in practice. So I take the patch tool, and now we'll see how it works. For example, I would like to remove these frames from the interior. I just circle them with a patch tool. That's it. I have a selected area. Please note that I have the source option at the top of the settings. Now I simply drag the entire selected area to the part of the image that I would like to replace these frames with, and release the mouse button. And look, the software automatically fills in this area in such a way that we don't see any joints at all. After that, you can remove the selection, and that's what happened. But you can go from the opposite. For example, I would like to multiply these lamps. I choose destination in this case and select the lamp. That's how it is, and drag it to the place I need. I already have 2 lamps. And now I have 3 lamps. 4. And every time. Notice, the patch adapts to the background in such a way that everything looks absolutely natural. That's what we ended up with. The disadvantage of this tool is that it cannot work on a new layer. Therefore, the changes made with it, unfortunately, are quite difficult to fix, or rather can't be fixed at all. Only if you go back through the history or using a keyboard shortcut Ctrl+Z, which is not very convenient. Let's look at another example of using this tool. And here we will use it to try to remove wrinkles, since we need to remove and not to multiply something that we have selected. We choose the source. Then we select the area of wrinkles and drag it to the area where there aren't any. And look how wonderfully it cleaned up here. Deselect it. See? The same can be done here. Dragging. And I would also probably improve the skin on the neck a little. Let's select this piece here. It doesn't look quite perfect, and we'll drag it here. And look how well everything looks. The same can be done with other wrinkles and effects of the face. But again, the disadvantage of this tool is that we can work with it only on the main layer. And we cannot, for example, increase opacity. We cannot change something. But still, in some cases, when we need to do something quickly and we are sure of what we want to get in general, we can use this tool. That's it. I will make a few more small corrections. Well, that's what we got as a result. Probably it would be possible to work with wrinkles around the eyes. But it seems to me that if it is removed with this tool, then the face will look too plastic and doll-like. I want to leave it on the face. Just make them less pronounced. And it would probably be better to do this with the help of a tool called a healing brush tool, which we have already talked about. But if you want to use the patch tool, then you can apply one trick here. I am duplicating the layer. We go to the area around the eyes, select wrinkles, dragging. That's how it cleaned up. So, well, we can probably remove them a little more here. So, do the same with the second eye. So, that's what we got. And now, edit opacity and make wrinkles slightly visible on this layer. Corners of his eyes. And this is how we can adjust the depth of wrinkles and make them look as we want. Let's see what we had in the beginning. I will go to the history panel. All our actions. Take a look at what we had at the very beginning and what we have now. And we continue to study the tools of this group and move on to the next tool. The next tool is called Content Aware Move. Let's see how it works. For example, I would like to expand the area of this image and edit another rack on the left. What can we do? First of all, we of course take familiar crop tool, and when the main layer is unblocked, we edit a small space, like that. Now we take a tool, rectangular selection, and select a piece with a rack. Well, that's how it is. Now we move on to the Content Aware Move tool and drag this piece to the free area. So we put everything out exactly so that our skirting board matches, so that we don't have any joints. Fix it. And look, if we just copying and moving, this area would clearly look different from everything else. But now we'll press Enter. And in this case, everything will just adjust it as needed. The operation is working. And we remove selection. And look how well we did it. I again selected a little carelessly. So I had this fragment, but let's just cut it with the crop tool. That is, I'm cutting a little here and a little there. And this is the result. I'm a little confused by the transition. So I'll return again to the patch tool. We choose a source, select this piece, which is not properly fitted, and we do this and remove the selection, Ctrl+D. That's all. Moving on. The following tool removes the red eye effect. Perhaps you remember that there was a period when such an effect occurred on photos, and maybe you have such photos and would like to fix them. That's what we need this tool for. It's called Red Eye Tool, and it works simply. Well, it's just very simple. You point it at the red eyeball and just click. That's how easy it is to fix your old photos. The settings of this tool are so simple, obvious and intuitive that we won't even talk about them. We just move on to the homework. The first task will be to create such a picture from the original illustration, which you have seen in the beginning of the lesson. The second task is to retouch this portrait using the patch tool. The third task is to edit a rack and make the photo more elongated horizontally. Well, the fourth task is to remove the red eye effect. And that's all for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Crop and Slice Tools. Hi guys, our lesson today is dedicated to the crop and slice tools. Let's see how it works and how it can be useful using the crop tool, which is located here. We can change the proportions of our image by framing it, and we can also add some additional areas, if we consider it necessary. For example, if I now take the slider and move it, then I will add some area that will be filled with a background color. It happens if you haven't previously unlocked the background. If the background is unlocked, transparent pixels will appear, as we did in previous classes. Let's now take a closer look at how you can crop an image using this tool. Well, first of all, of course, you can do it like this. You can move this frame and choose those proportions that, in your opinion, seem more appropriate. But you can also set these proportions yourself. You can choose the proportions in the top menu. For example, if we put 5 to 7, then no matter how we change, we will keep these proportions. If I lower the frame like this, then it becomes horizontal, like that. I am back to the original image now. And if you want, for example, to do cropping with other settings, you need to click Clear. In this case, the settings are reset, and you can install new ones. For example, you can even set specific dimensions in width and height, taking into account the resolution. For example, we set it in millimeters. Well, let's say 130. Here a frame like this appears, and I can set the number of pixels, let's say 72. Well, assume that it will be for the web. And so I got this kind of framing. I return to the source again. Let's choose Clear to reset our settings. And let's see what other possibilities the crop tool provides us. Firstly, when we select it, we have a mesh like this, which applies the rule of thirds. Thus, according to this mesh, we can arrange the most significant objects when creating a composition, so that they are at the intersection of 1/3 approximately. This is especially clearly seen, of course, in portraits. Well, some significant elements should be at the intersection of these lines. Then your composition will be more harmonious. Well, for example, in this way. But if you are not there satisfied with this approach, then you can choose others. For example, you can choose the golden ratio. If you know what it is and how it works, you can also choose the golden spiral. In short, if you are familiar with these concepts in composition, then you can use them when working with this tool. Well, let's reframe it this way. Now I click twice inside it, and so I got something like this. And now let's correct the perspective with the help of a tool from the same group. We choose the next tool, which is called Perspective Crop, and use it to select our image. We have a mesh, and we align the edges of this mesh so that it is parallel to the walls of our house, because we want these walls to be parallel to the edges of the image. Like that, and all the perspectives are fixed. You can also correct the perspective in this way. By the way, this is the first homework assignment. Using the crop tool, we can also align the horizon line. If it is tilted, we select the crop tool, and if we look in the top menu, we see there is an option to straighten. Select it and draw a line with the left mouse button, which would repeat the line of our horizon. In this case, this is the edge of the field. Let it go. So now the horizon line is strictly horizontal. Click twice and that's it. Everything is ready. And this will be the second homework task. Now let's talk about the slice tool. It is usually used by web designers. First, the design layout of the future site is drawn. As a rule, it is drawn in Photoshop. In such layouts, designers draw the site header, logo, menu, blocks with information, and so on. Then the layout designer takes the slice tool and cuts this layout into separate fragments. What is it for? Each fragment of the site should work, and they work due to code. Therefore, it is necessary to divide the layout into small parts, and each of them will have its own code, so that in the end everything on the website will work. But we will look at a more simple way. We will look at how you can use this tool to create a design like this for Instagram. That is, we will take the image, crop it, and divide it into 9 equal parts, which will then be uploaded to the Instagram account. Open the desired image. And first, we need to make it square, because it will eventually consist of squares. Therefore, the crop tool is selected. We choose a 1-to-1 square. So, well, let's put the rule of thirds here. It's somehow more familiar. And we have everything in such a way that we have a composition that would suit us. That's the rule of thirds. You see, I just get the intersection of lines in the area of the girl's eye, and it's fine. So we cropped it. Now click twice. Now we need to set the size. The fact is that the maximum size of an image in Instagram on one side is 1080 pixels. Since we'll create 3 images in a row, then we need 3240 pixels. Let's compare this with the image size that we have. So the image size, yes, and of course we have a much bigger size. Since we have a log, the height also changes proportionally. So we press OK. So that's what we got in the end. Now we have to divide this image into 9 equal parts. To do this, we take the slice tool and select the entire area of our image. At the same time, we have such a special icon in the corner, which means that this tool has been applied. Right-click, and we choose to divide slice and set the amount that we need. Here, there is 1 by default. We will set 3 to 3. OK. And now we just have to save these squares, so that each of them is a separate file. And here choose Save for Web. In all the versions, if you want to do this, you need to go to the File, Save, and select Save for Web. But in newer versions, starting with Photoshop CC, you need to choose Export, and here choose Save for Web, or pressing Alt plus Shift plus Ctrl plus S. Select, a dialog box appears. Select, firstly, High Quality JPEG. Although, of course, there are other formats here, but it is still used mainly for website design. Here we select JPEG, and then look at the quality. It makes sense to set a maximum of 100. You can also use the tools you see on the left to zoom in and out the image. You can change the background color, but this applies more to PNG files, because then transparent pixels will be replaced with this color. Well, we don't really care what color we have there now. By the way, here you can compare the quality that was before and after. That is, how our image will look after we finish everything. We have a fairly good image, and its quality hasn't suffered. That is, for example, if we set the quality lower, then we see how the image on the right changes. And when we set the maximum quality, well, it immediately improves. And we click Save. After that, we will have a separate folder created, in which all our 9 images will be located. Save. So let's see what we got. We have a folder called Images, which contains 9 images. Now we can post them in Instagram. You need to post them in 3 pieces, so that they then become one line. And the first one should be the file number 9. Well, as a result, when you post them, you'll get something like this. I mean, if you take this opportunity and divide some image into 9 fragments, then it will look something like this on Instagram. And now let's look to another tool that is located here. Slice Select tool. With it, you can select a fragment or several fragments by holding down Shift. For example, here are 3 fragments that I have chosen. Well, let's leave one, and by clicking the right mouse button, you can, for example, select, divide or delete a slice. Let's choose to divide slice, and here we can also divide it into some pieces, if we need it. And also, if you are going to continue working on this image, but these lines that we created are interfering with you, then you can press Ctrl plus H and it will disappear, like that. In order to return it, press Ctrl plus H again. That's how it all came back. This way you can hide them and return them. It is not deleted, it is just hidden. These are the slice lines. Let's remember what we have done today. And at the same time, I will remind you what tasks you need to do as a homework. The first task is to crop and correct the perspective of this house. The second task is to align the horizon line in this file. And the third homework task is to crop and divide into fragments a file with a girl. And that's all for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Brush tool. Brush palette. Hi guys, today we'll continue to explore the fascinating settings of the brush tool, and we'll start with the texture overlay. Open Photoshop. I have already opened the brush palette and prepared the file. Let's take a soft, round, ordinary brush, about 500 pixels in size. I have 508. Open the brush settings and let's look at the texture. Texture option allows us to put some texture on the brush tip. The texture is here. There are a number of default textures here. You can also upload some of your own textures by clicking on the gears and selecting the set of textures that you like. For example, I will select Artist Surfaces, and the software offers me to replace or edit. Let's choose Edit, and in this case at the end, at the very bottom, I got the textures that I have chosen. In addition to those textures that I installed in the software, we will learn how to create textures ourselves in the future. Let's go back to our brush. I'll apply this texture. The texture is right here. Let's see what settings we have. Well, first of all, let's see what our brush looks like without texture. Right now I have an ordinary white brush, soft. I click, and this is the tint I get. I'm doing all this on a new layer. And now let's try to apply a texture. So I set the multiply mode. It stands by default. And see what happens in this case. That's it. This is the result. By the way, scale option just determines the size of our texture. For example, if I reduce it, then the texture will be smaller. I get a derived texture, so I increase the size to maximum. Here we can adjust the brightness and contrast. For example, you can do this, and then we'll have such stripes. That's it. And we can do it like this. And in this case, the stripes will be almost invisible. Similarly, you can adjust the contrast. By the way, we can invert our texture. For example, if I cancel the inversion, then I will have white stripes on black. And if you invert, then you will have black stripes on white. Like that. Now I would like to get large white stripes without any tinting effects. By the way, I have a brush of white color, and I get the stripes. You can increase or reduce the brush size. Let's draw along the edge of the cat. By the way, we can also change the level of transparency of the brush. We can fix some areas with an eraser. I take a semi-transparent eraser, so as not to completely erase, but only partly. That's what we had, and that's what we got as a result. Let's look at other settings. We have a texture each tip option below. I think it's clear to you that it means that each subsequent tip will have the texture that we have chosen. Then there are the blending modes, which in general are identical to the layers blending modes. Depth implies how much texture will appear on your brush. The higher this parameter, the more noticeable the texture will be. See, the texture is shown here. And if I reduce the depth, then my texture will be much more blurry. Therefore, it's better to increase depth for drawing the fur of a cat. The depth jitter implies a depth change from stroke to stroke. And this happens similarly to all other operations that we have considered before. Once again, note that I did all the manipulations with the brush on a separate clean, specially created for this layer. And let's move on to the next setting, which we haven't considered yet. It's called a dual brush. This setup is somewhat similar to the setup we just went through, but it doesn't mean applying a texture to a brush, but mixing two different brushes. And as a result, you'll have a completely new brush. With the help of a dual brush, we'll now put a print, and let's start by choosing a brush. So, we'll need to choose two brushes. The first brush is the main brush. That will be at the heart of all this, which will be at the heart of our print. And the second brush will add the texture of the first brush. Let's choose a brush. I will now use a brush that was installed in early versions of Photoshop. In new versions, it is located in the Legacy Brushes folder, so we need Legacy Brushes. And choose a brush from Special Effects, Brushes. If suddenly you don't find this brush, then don't worry. I will also add this brush to the additional materials for this lesson, and you'll be able to use it in the same way as the second brush. You'll also find it in additional materials. So, we take this brush. Let's see what this brush looks like in its original form. Here we get such tip when using this brush. And let's choose the second brush. Let's see how it looks. And here we will choose such a brush. And look at what kind of tip it gives. Therefore, in order to overlap the texture more harmoniously, it is better to make the sizes of the first and second brushes more or less the same. So, I hope that you have already downloaded the necessary brushes and you remember how to do it. And we have created a new clean layer on which we will work. We choose the first initial brush. I have taken it just from the top menu of this palette, since we have opened it recently. Then go to the brush settings, choose a dual brush, and now we choose the second brush. So, here it is. So see what we get in this case. I click, and this is the effect, but I would like this texture to be still, let's say nicer. I mean the texture that overlaps. And we come back to the size of the brush. Let's set the size of the second brush close to the size of the first one. And let's see what we get. And in this case, we get a print like this. We can reduce our brush a little more and make, for example, another one like this to make this print more expressive. We'll reduce it a little more and do it like this. That's what we got as a result. I will not talk about the other settings, because it is absolutely similar to settings in other sections. But now I think it is good time to tell you about such an option as saving the brush. For example, you have created some kind of a brush that you really liked, and you are completely satisfied with its settings, and you want to use it in the future. In this case, you select this icon at the very bottom of the brush palette, click on it, and now you can set the name of your brush. So we can even check the box to save the size of the brush in the set, and click OK. Let's see where our brush is. If we open the brush settings now, then you'll find our brush at the very bottom. And look, here is our brush. That is, in the future, I will be able to use it, having created it once. Let's now talk about other parameters. Let's move on to the transfer parameter. I think that in principle everything is obvious here, but still, let's take a look. Take the brush that we have just created, and we can see what kind of stroke it gets. If we added opacity, then everything becomes immediately obvious. Some areas of the stroke will be more transparent, and some of them less transparent. By the way, in order to draw a straight line, you need to hold down Shift. I hold down Shift at the beginning of our line and at the end, and I get a straight line like this. The same can be done vertically. For example, if we need to make a straight line at an angle, I hold down Shift in the same way, and we get a straight line. Now we have removed the opacity jitter and set the float jitter. But, to be honest, I don't see much difference between these two parameters. Consider the following parameter, which is called noise. I take the usual soft round brush. Let me remind you what its tip shape looks like. Let's take a closer look. And now I'm going to edit noise to this brush. I click again, and I think the difference is obvious to you. This parameter gives the brush some grain. As for the brush pulse section, we will not consider it now. These options work better when working with a pad, and their characteristics will be quite obvious. If you take a pad and try to adjust them, you will see how exactly your pad reacts to certain settings. And let's move on to the next parameter, which we hasn't considered yet. It is called wet edges. So look, here we have our soft brush, which we already know how to draw. That's how it draws. And let's say we added wet edges, and the brush begins to draw like this, like a straw of watercolor paint. Because when we paint with water paints, this is how the pigment is disturbed along the edges of the stroke. And you can use this setting if you want to draw something similar to watercolors in Photoshop. The following build-up parameter works like airbrushing. If it is active, you can put a tip shape and hold the mouse button. Your tip shape will spread further and further from the point you will click, like this. With the smoothing option enabled, you'll have much fewer of these kind of notches that sometimes occur. But text texture means that no matter what you do with your brush, the texture that was installed in it will not be affected. This was the last item of the brush settings, and let's get to the homework. Your first homework assignment will be to create a texture overlay on the brush, and to create such an effect on a black cat. But of course, you can experiment and choose some other textures. The second homework assignment will be to create a brush overlay By the way, I draw your attention to the fact that this parameter will only work if the path sensitivity buttons are disabled in the upper menu. It is this button and this button. As material for this lesson, of course, I will attach to you all the brushes that I used, but there are no barriers to your creativity. And if you want to use other brushes and create some kind of unique design based on this lesson, I will be only glad. And it's all for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Curvature Pen and Freedom Pen Tool. Hi guys, today we'll get acquainted with another kind of pen, which is called the curvature pen. It is similar to the one we have already studied, but it works a little differently. And let's take a look at it. Open Photoshop, and we choose this pen. Here it is. It's the third one from the top, so I choose this pen. And look, I put the first point. I put the second point. Now everything is usual. A straight line has appeared. But I put the third point, and the line immediately turns into an arc. I put another dot, and the line turns into a curve. That is, Photoshop itself creates curved lines, without any of your participation. And so, I put another point, for example, and another one, and every time I get curved lines. By the way, after I put a point, I can pull it up a little more somewhere, and my line will occur some slightly different angle. If we want to make sharp corners, it is necessary to either double-click on one of the points, and it becomes so sharp, or click, press Alt, and the same thing happens. If we click on these points again twice, or with the Alt key pressed, then it turns back into such smooth points. If we want to move the curve itself directly, there are two ways. First, we can put an additional point and move it somewhere, or we can hold down the Ctrl key, and then the curve itself will move directly. Sometimes, in these cases, an additional point is created if the software considers it necessary. Sometimes it doesn't. Just like that, we can change the direction of the curve. With the help of all these manipulations, we can create various paths, which will be used either to create selected areas or to draw, in the same way as with the previous pen. And it's up to you to decide which of these two types of pen suits you better. But let's look at how it works in practice, because this curved line that I have drawn doesn't show how convenient this pen is. Let's say I need to select this jack and place it. Let's get started. I put the first point, let's say here. I put the second point, here. And so far we have, yes, a straight line. I put the third point, and the line immediately turns into a curve, which then we can correct by placing it exactly along our path. I put the following point, for example here. As you have noticed, each time a point is created, the configuration of the curve changes. So we go here. By the way, if you need to create an acute angle in some place, then you immediately click twice, and this point will become sharp. But I don't need it now, so I don't do that. It's okay that now the path looks quite strange. As you select your object, it will become more and more correct, and there is no need to strive to create too many points. This can only complicate your work. I put another point, and one more, another one, and now we just need to adjust our path and lay it out so that it fully matches our jack. I move this point a little, and here I will press Ctrl and move the curve itself. Look how it's moving. And here I can move the curve too. And here I press Ctrl. And now I'm placing a curved line on our jack. Well, so, if something is wrong somewhere, you can fix it again. Go to the top part, fix it. Well, it looks bad here. You can move it all. And here, perhaps, I will create another point. I click and place the curve like this. So of course, it takes some time. Therefore, depending on your personal preferences, you can use either the pen that we passed before or this pen. It depends on which pen you will be able to work with easier. Well, the path is created. Now we can create a selected area, just like we did in the previous lesson. For example, we press Ctrl plus Enter, and the selected area is ready. Now we can apply mask and add a background from below, for example, and look how wonderful it looks like. At the same time, of course, you can also go into the mask and, for example, feather the edges. Sometimes it is necessary. Well, here for example, I added a little bit, and the bottom edge of the jack looks much more attractive. Right now it's like this, and our subject looks quite natural. We have one more tool left, which is called the Freedom Pen tool. With it we can draw lines on the tablet and with the mouse. Here I'm now drawing this curl, and you see I have a path like this. I do it with the mouse, but if you do it on a tablet, you can get a pretty good path that you can use both to create selected areas and to draw. That's what happens if the path is not very good. In the same way, you can select it with an arrow, correct its points, somehow stretch and align them. This is if you prefer to work on a tablet. This is probably nothing more to edit. Let's go back to our jack, which will be your homework today. It must be separated from the background using the Curvature Pen tool. I will be waiting for your work. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Pen tool. Hi guys, today we'll talk about the pen tool. This is also a vector graphics tool, and if you master it well, it will also be very easy for you to work in softwares such as Illustrator or CorelDRAW, because this tool is also presented in these softwares, and it works exactly the same as in Photoshop. Therefore, you get such an additional bonus by studying this tool. With the pen tool, you can create complex vector shapes of absolutely any configuration. And now you see examples of works that were created with the pen tool. And it's not as difficult as it seems. But with a pen, you can not only draw. The pen is also a universal selection tool. You can select even those objects whose edges are blurred, as well as the objects and the backgrounds are the same color. Or for example, a mottled object which is located on a mottled background. Sometimes it is simply impossible to make such selection with other tools. For example, it is possible to create a selected area on a black and white photo only with the pen tool and nothing else. Let's start by looking at exactly how we can create paths using the pen tool. After all, it is the paths that are the basis for both drawn objects and selected areas. Let's move on to the pen tool. It is located here. It looks like a feather. We choose the very first, the topmost option, and try to create a certain path. It is very simple. You put the first point, choose a place for the second, put the second, third, fourth, and so on. And if the object which you are drawing assumes straight lines, then everything is quite simple. For example, we are now drawing something like a Christmas tree. When you need to draw a strictly horizontal or strictly vertical line, you need to press Shift and continue to draw. Well, press. We press it again to make a vertical line. Horizontal, vertical, horizontal, and close our path. That's the Christmas tree we got. It's a little bit crooked, but we can always correct our Christmas tree if we take the direct selection tool and, for example, select these points with the Shift key pressed. So, and using the arrow keys on the keyboard, we'll put them in this way. I'll fix this vertex too. And so, we get a Christmas tree picture. By the way, I drew lines at a custom angle, but it can also be drawn with the Shift key pressed. Look, if I set the direction of the line, then I draw it at 45 degrees, just like that. On the example of a Christmas tree, we created a closed path. In this case, the last point coincides with the first, and the path closes. But sometimes it happens that it is necessary to create an open path. There is one nuance here. For example, you draw something using the pen tool, and now you have already put the last point, and you don't need to continue. You need to make a break, for example, in this path. But if you click again, the line will appear again. So, in order to make a gap so that the path is not closed, you need to hold down Ctrl and click anywhere. After that, the pen seems to detach from the path that you have created. And you can draw another one, for example, like this. Again, press Ctrl and click anywhere. The path has been broken off. And we can create another one, for example, like this. Well, we have drawn the mountains in the background. It's such a childish drawing. But suppose we want to make our drawing more complex and create curved lines so that we get a Christmas tree like this. Let's activate the path of our Christmas tree with a white arrow. Let's move on to the pen tool and pay attention when we point it to the path, a plus icon appears by itself, which allows us to edit another point. Edit it and immediately we can move it somehow. We can pull these lines and change the shape of our point, or rather, change the shape of our line located between 2 points. Or we can just take the white arrow tool and do the following. I point it to another contour. In the same way, the plus icon appears. I switch to the white arrow. You can do this by switching between the A and P keys. That is, the pen is the English letter P and the arrow is the letter A, and I get a white arrow. So I move the point where I want. Then I press the letter P. I have a pen again. I point it to the path. I have a plus icon. I put a dot. Press A and move this dot to the place I need. If you want to delete some point, you need to take the pen tool again. I will bring the pen to the point and not to the line, and then I will have a minus icon. And this way I will be able to delete this point, like that. Let's get it back and let's edit some more curved lines to our Christmas tree. There is another way to switch between the pen and the white arrow. For example, I bring the pen to a point, press Ctrl and it turns into a white arrow. I can move this point somehow. Look, I have a pen. I bring it to a point, press Ctrl, it changes to an arrow. I move the point, bring it, press Ctrl, move it. And if you bring the pen to a sharp corner and hold Alt at the same time, then the cursor icon will change to a corner and you'll be able to pull this line and you'll have a round line. That is, look, we bring the cursor to the corner, press Alt. We change the cursor image to a corner and we can make an angle. If suddenly you don't have a plus or minus icon, please note that the optimization should be enabled. If there is no check mark here, then when we bring the pen to a point or path, we don't switch to the plus sign or minus sign. Therefore, it is better to have this check mark enabled. But of course, this is not the only way to draw curved lines. You can take the pen tool and draw the curved line at once. For example, I put the first point, put the second point, and without releasing the left mouse button, pull my hand to the right, and the line is curved. Then I put the second point, or rather probably the third, and initially it is sharp. But if I want to make a smooth curved arc, then I, without releasing the mouse button, pull to the right, and I get a line like this. I put another point. Without releasing the left mouse button, I pull to the right, and I get a point like this again. Well, if I just put a point and then another one again, I get sharp corners again. Using these simple techniques, you can draw a path of absolutely any configuration. Let's try to remove the path now. We can select it with a black arrow and press delete. The white arrow is also suitable for this, but then delete will have to be pressed twice. And if you need to remove several paths, then you can do this and press delete. I draw attention to the fact that all the paths we created are displayed in the path palette, and it is organized similarly to the layers palette. Let's now go to the layers palette and select our Christmas tree using the arrow tool. Let's go to the pen tool and look at the top menu. Let's choose the shape option. Click and look, I have a new layer with a shape. That is, our Christmas tree has turned into a shape. If we turn on the background now, we will see that we have a Christmas tree. To change its color, click on the icon twice. Select the green color and click OK. And we got such a green Christmas tree. In principle, we could immediately start drawing it using the shape option. And then we would have something like this. I'm going to draw a very small Christmas tree now, so that it won't take too long. Well, something like that. But as you can see, it's quite inconvenient, because immediately we fill the figure with color, and it's not very convenient when you are forming its shape. Therefore, we can put no fill and start drawing, like that. In this case, we will have just a path, either the top or the Christmas tree. After that, we can change the fill to the one we need. And this is what we will get as a result. As a homework assignment, you can draw the same simple Christmas tree as I drew. But if you want something more, then I offer you a sample. Each new element of this Christmas tree is drawn according to the same principle that we have studied today. I suggest you work in the shape mode without filling, and then add the fill that you need. I hope you enjoy working with the pen. Of course, such illustrations are usually created in the vector graphics software, but if you can't work in them, then you can also do a lot in Photoshop. Let's continue to consider the pen tool, and we will talk about how you can use a pen as a selection tool. Let's say we need to select this tube of cream, and of course you probably noticed that its edges are completely indistinct in some places, and it will be very difficult to select it with other tools. Therefore, in such cases, the pen tool will help us. We take the pen tool. You can simply press P on the keyboard and start selecting. First, we need to pay attention that we have a path mode turned on. After that, we zoom in our image and start selecting. In fact, we need to circle the object that we select. And so, for example, let's start with the lid. I put the first point, then, after a while, the second point. Then I pull my hand a little to the left, until the path lies exactly along the path of my object, and I put the following point, like that. In general, you don't need to strive to put too many points. In principle, as a rule, 3 points are enough to select an object. Then we put a point somewhere here. For example, that's the most blurry section. That is, I put a point all the time, and then I just pull my hand a little to the left, without releasing the left mouse button. Here you can just put a point, and not pull your hand anywhere, because we have almost an acute angle. Then we put another point, pull out our hand to the right, and put another point. And so, gradually, we select our entire object. At first glance, it may not seem too easy, but you'll get used to it very quickly and learn how to do it just with a light movement of your hand. So, we are coming to the very end. We put a point here. If it is inconvenient for you to select just like me, you can do it the way we did with the Christmas tree. That is, draw straight path, then edit points and create curved lines. So, the path is closed. And we can see it, because all the anchor points have become blue. And now we need to create a selected area. There are 3 ways to do this. The first one is to click on this button, which we have in the menu, and we'll have a selection formed. Click, and as you can see, we have a window in which we can set the furring radius. And in this case, the edges of our selected area will be blurred, but we already know what it is. This is all the same as with all the selection tools. Cancel. The next way is to go to the path palette and click on this icon. After that, we will have a selection. Let's cancel for now and see the third way. You need to right-click somewhere inside the path and choose Select an Area. By the way, in the same way, we can fill or make a stroke or the path. We'll talk about this later. So, we select our area. We leave the furring radius 0, because we don't need to furring it somehow. Click OK. And that's it. Now we can take our cream and transfer it to some other file. Let's do it. So I added it here. Let's reduce it. And I got such an advertisement for the cream. In principle, if you look closely, you can see that it would be possible to select a little closer to the lid itself, so that there wouldn't be this black stripe. This could also be done if you used the white arrow, selected the points and changed the trajectory of the bottom line. And if we had chosen a blurred radius, then in this case the edges of the cream would have been a little blurred, and perhaps it would even be better in this situation. But let's go to our cream again. If we look at the path palette, we have a working path that we have preserved, and if we click on it, then it will load again, and we can edit it somehow if we wish. Well, first of course, we have to select it with an arrow. For example, I click like that arrow, and the path is selected. And if we switch to pen mode, then in addition to the selections and shape that are already familiar to us, we'll also see the mask button. Click on it and we get a vector mask, just like in the case when we used standard shapes. Let's create a layer below the cream layer. I press Ctrl and click on the layer icon. Let's fill it, for example. That's what we get. Everything here is exactly the same as with the shape tool. I'm just reminding you of this possibility. Let's talk now about the fill and stroke that we can apply using the pen tool. For example, I would like to change the color of the girl's eyes. I take the pen tool and make a stroke like this. I create a path in the path mode. Everything is exactly the same as we did earlier when we selected the cream. I put a point, I pull my hand a little to the left, put the next point, pull my hand a little to the right and up. And if there is a need for this, then you can take the white arrow tool and move it like that. Create a new layer. I press the right mouse button and select to fill the path. And here I can choose the color and opacity of this path. Let's choose some color. By the way, you can also fill in with pattern here. It can also be quite interesting. Let's choose a color and click OK. And I got this. If you're suddenly hindered by the lines of the path itself, then you can press Ctrl+H and it will disappear. That is, it will not disappear altogether. It is there. It continued to exist here in this path palette, but it has disappeared from our visibility zone. And now I will change the layer blending mode. Well, you see how you can change the color of the eye. in such an uncomplicated way? Well, let's leave it like this. Or like that. So, well, let's choose darken. I got such an interesting color. Also, you can slightly reduce the intensity and choose the shade that you like best. This is exactly what I meant when I said that it is quite difficult to select anything in black and white photos without using a pen. And now, let's see what can be done with a stroke tool, creating a new layer. And we draw a curved line, like this, with the pen tool in path mode. Again, nothing new. We just create a custom path and adjust it using a white arrow. That's how we got the path. Now press the right mouse button and select Stroke Path, and here we have a lot of opportunities for further work. We can choose any of the presented tools. Well, of course, we will not consider everything, because it will take a lot of time, but I think you can experiment, and it really can be very interesting. Let's choose the brush. I had already selected a brush. That's the stroke I got. Look, I have a brush, represented by such a dotted line, and it has created a line like this. And again, we can press Ctrl+H and remove our path so that it doesn't interfere. This is our line. You can move it here, for example, do something else. And if you suddenly need to change its trajectory again, then you press Ctrl+H and it reappears where it was. That is, now I have moved only the stroke and the line itself remains where it was. And if I now take the brush tool and increase its size, I had 50 pixels. And I will go back to the pen tool, right mouse button and select Stroke Path. Okay, I've got such a wider stroke. Ctrl+H and I remove the path, so that it won't interfere. So I made it on the same layer, so it doesn't move. It would be better, of course, to make each stroke in a new layer, and then you could move these two lines completely independently of each other. And let's see what you can do with the pen tool. For example, you could draw custom shape. Let's do it on a new layer now. Well, something like this. I don't know, that'll be some kind of unusual star, which we draw ourselves. And we can first, let's say, fill the path. And then we can click Define Custom Shape. And thus, we'll have a new shape that we can use in the future. Okay, we go into Custom Shapes. Here is a Custom Shape tool. And at the very bottom, here is our star. That is, if we want, we can use it in the future. Just click on it and let's say start drawing many more such stars. I'll probably remove the stars. It doesn't really fit in this design, but I think that in general everything is clear to you. I also want to make a small addition about stroke and pressure of the brush. Firstly, before choosing a stroke, you always need to set a brush first. Let's take the simplest brush in this case. Well, a soft round, for example. I will create a new layer, and for example, I will draw some kind of line again. Something like this. By the way, the points may extend beyond your canvas. It's nothing to worry about. It's okay. And I choose Stroke Path again. And this time I put a check mark to simulate pressure. Okay, and look what happened. It seems as if I drew this line with my hand. And at the very beginning I had very weak pressure. Then in the middle of the line it became stronger and decreased towards to the end of this line. And in this way you can even create an imitation of manual graphics using the pen tool. That is, enter some paths using the pen tool and set them a stroke with an imitation of pressure, and it will feel as if you have drawn a sketch. For example, on a tablet, I have slightly reduced the opacity of the last line, and I want to draw attention to the fact that creating a selected area and a stroke applies not only to the paths that we're creating using the pen tool, but also to the tools of the shape group that we went through before. Let's see how it works. I have already taken a tool called a custom shape. Now I will use it to draw a blank for our selected area. I will take this option, which is called a mosaic, and draw something like this. And now we are creating a selected area. In this lesson, we have already seen that you can create a selected area by using the selection menu, by clicking the icon in the path palette, and by clicking the right mouse button. And there is also the possibility of creating a selected path using keyboard shortcut Ctrl+Enter. This is the fourth way, and perhaps it will seem to you the most convenient. So I press the Ctrl+Enter and I have a selected area. After that I press the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+J. You could do something else with it, but you can do that. And I put, for example, multiply mode, and I get this effect. You can reduce the opacity. You can edit a mask, for example, and somehow work with it again. I hope you still remember about the mask tool I'm going to take a gradient and do probably like this, and I'll get this effect. Well, there is a lot more to experiment with, a lot to come up with. I hope that you'll be able to show your imagination and create some interesting effect. It is not necessary to repeat what I did. The main thing is that you use the tools and techniques that are shown in the lesson, and that you use these tools in your tasks. And now let's move on to the homework. The first homework assignment will be to create a selected area from a path and to transfer the cream to this image here. The second task will be to practice with the fill and stroke and create something like that. And the third homework will be to create a selected area with shape tools, or you can try to use it in some other way, in combination, for example with fill and stroke. That's all for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Stamp pattern stamp. Hi guys, today we'll talk about the stamp tool. Like the magic wand, it is one of the oldest Photoshop tools, but it hasn't lost its relevance to this day. The stamp tool allows you to clone some part of the image and move it to another place. That is, we'll take some kind of reference sample and put it in other place. So, let's get started. Here we have the stamp tool. This is also a pattern stamp tool next to it. We'll also talk about it today, but for now we'll just choose a stamp. And in the top menu you see settings that are very similar to the brush settings. We'll not dwell on them particularly, because it should already be clear to you. And now we'll try to take this bead and make a copy of it. Let's pull the cursor over the bead. Now I'm holding down Alt on the keyboard. I have a target icon and I click with the left mouse button. The sample is taken. Now I have this bead as a sample. Well, for example, I will place it somewhere here. Let's try to do it again. Let's choose another one, smaller this time. I reduce the size of the brush using square brackets, so that the brush matches the size of the bead. Well, probably in this way. I press Alt, the target icon appears, and without releasing Alt, I click with the left mouse button. And now I have another bead. Probably the question may arise: what is the difference between a stamp and the healing brush tool, which we studied before? Let's try to compare. So I take the healing brush tool, set the right size, press Alt, click and take the sample. And let's click it somewhere nearby. And look what the difference is. When we use a brush, the pixels that we copied adjust to the image that is below, trying to match the background as much as possible. With the help of a stamp, we simply transfer some fragment from one place to another. Let's see how this can be useful on the example of retouching. So I have a girl like this, and let's try to fix skin defects using the stamp tool and the brush, and compare the result. Let's take a spot healing brush tool and try to remove this element here. And I try not to catch the hair. Everything is fair. And look, if I have some area nearby that is quite different, then the elements of this area can get to the place where I just clicked with the brush. And let's try to remove the same defect using the stamp tool. I take the stamp, reducing the size of the brush of course. And now I will take a skin sample nearby. Let's take it here. I press Alt. I click. I transfer this piece to the place I need. And click again. And as you can see, everything has been cleaned up. I have used soft brush. So we choose a soft brush and select the appropriate area. Press the Alt key and click on the defect that we want to fix. It is much better this time. You can click on couple more times to completely remove traces of this defect. Of course, when you do retouching, you periodically change these tools and select the one that is most suitable for you at the moment, because in some cases the brush works better and in some cases the stamp works better. The principle of operation of this tool is very simple, but don't forget to do all the actions related to it on the new layer, because in this case you can firstly adjust the transparency, which is especially important if, for example, you are trying to remove wrinkles with a stamp. After all, some trace of them shouldn't be removed. And also, if you decide to bring something back after all, you can use an eraser. Also, you can erase some results of your actions. And now let's move on to the pattern stamp tool. It is located in the same place. And this is really a very interesting tool, because it allows to fill the area of our image with various textures. By default, Photoshop already offers us a certain number of textures. It is located here. You can look at them. We'll also consider it a little bit now. If these textures are not enough for you, you can click on this gear and upload some more textures. Well, for example, nature patterns, and added them to the textures that we already have. And now I have the nature patterns that we have just talked about. Of course, we'll try to use these textures and see how it works. But first let's try to create our own texture. For example, if you look at our image, you can see that there are such disheveled hairs, and let's assume that we would like to remove them. How can we do this? Well, of course, we can use the clone stamp tool as well, but in some cases it is not convenient and maybe even long. Therefore, we do this. We take a tool, a rectangular selection, and draw a certain area. You can draw the square by holding down the shift. Created. This will be the blank of our texture. Then we go into Edit menu and select Define Pattern. We can give a name to this pattern. OK, go to the Pattern Stamp tool. There we have all the patterns. And the most recent pattern is exactly the same pattern that we have created. Let's choose it. Using Ctrl+D. I have already removed the selection that we created before. And let's try to draw with our pattern. Look, I just swipe with a brush and it draws the same pattern that we created. And this is very convenient, because we can now just paint overall the unnecessary hairs with this pattern. We can clean it up everywhere, as much as we need it. In order to do this more efficiently, you'll have to create a few more patterns, because there are more darkened areas on the girl's neck, and there are lighter areas. But I think that the basic idea is clear to you. And let's compare a pattern stamp with a brush. The difference is the same as between a regular stamp and a healing brush tool. That is, let's say we take some texture. Let's take this one as an example. If we draw this texture with a pattern stamp tool, then the texture completely overlaps what we have below. And let's say we take the healing brush tool and try to use it for the same purpose. We will choose the same pattern. Then see what happens. The pattern is adapted to the pattern that is below. With the help of a healing brush tool and a pattern stamp, you can fill in the necessary areas with textures when you make a collage. For example, you can create a grass texture and fill it with some space where it should be. Or you can apply the texture directly to the image to achieve some special effects. Let's create a new clean layer. Now I'm going to take a pattern stamp and let's choose some texture. Well, for example, I will now choose this texture, and on the new layer I will reduce the opacity. My brush is soft. And let's try to change the makeup of the girl a little. Look, I swipe with the pattern stamp and immediately I have such an interesting gloss. Just like that. You can reduce it a little more. Well, so that it looks more or less realistic. You can also change the opacity of the stamp itself, like that. In addition, you can, for example, edit a canvas texture to your image. We also come here. Choosing a texture, I will make the bigger size. And look, I am adding a texture that looks like a canvas texture. But in order for me to have all this more or less well, we can change the blending mode and reduce the opacity. And that's the texture. I have disabled the visibility of the layer with texture. And let's once again use this texture to edit an effect like this. We change the blending mode to a soft light, changing the transparency, and we get these golden glares. A thinner brush can draw individual strands if necessary. Let's add such a golden shine to them. If we have something superfluous here, then of course with the help of an eraser you can fix it all and erase it so that there are no unnecessary things for us already, and there are only those that we want to see. Back to the stamp. Let's immediately reduce its opacity. I click on the eye icon. That's what we had before, and that's what we have now. You can still come up with a lot of possibilities. for using this wonderful tool. But let's move on to the homework. So, the first homework task will be to take a portrait of this girl and make a retouch, using all the tools you already know, the way you like it. And the second task will be to practice to use a pattern stamp on the portrait of this girl and try to make it more expressive. And that's all for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Dodge and other tools. Hi guys, today we'll continue to talk about retouching tools. We'll discuss in detail such tools as the dodge and the burrow. These are absolutely irreplaceable tools, which make photos more sculptural. These tools allow you to make photos truly expressive, and there is even a special editing method, in which colors and shadows are emphasized as much as possible, and at the same time the semitones are practically removed. And you can see some of the examples of such editing right now. And we'll also look at such useful tools as sharpness, blur and smudge. Let's start with a tool called a dodge. Here it is. There are also such tools as a burn and sponge. Well, as the name implies, this tool, of course, brightens our image. It has the same settings as all brushes. That is, we can choose a different brush shape. And we can also choose the range of tones that we plan to implement. This can be shadows, midtones, or the highlights. Exposure refers to the impact force or the instrument. It can also work as an airbrush and be used when working with a tablet. It is better to leave the Protect Tones checkmark enabled, because in this case the quality will be better. And let's see how we can use this tool. I duplicate the layer with the girl. Now I will slightly reduce the size of the brush, and very often the photo can get better if we make the whites a little lighter. Let's try to do it this way. I'll now put more exposure in order to make it clearly visible. But it is better to start with small values, because in this case the work will be much more delicate. Look, the areas where I use this tool become much lighter now. If I choose Highlights mode, then of course the impact will be much more intense like this. We don't need that much. Usually 10 is enough, sometimes even less. And so I lit up the whites of the girl's eye. Look at what I had and what I have now. You can see that working with this tool is quite simple. And let's see its opposite, the burn tool. Here it is. And in the same way we can choose the range of tones with which we want to work, and the level of influence of the instrument. And let's make an eyeliner a little darker, and I swipe along the line where her eyes are lined, but probably it is still possible to put it harder. Well, let's leave the shadows and look what's going on. That's how expressive the eyeliner is. I think it is possible to reduce this effect a little. You can also darken eyes a little here. And I think it's worth making the pupils a little darker. Something like this. Maybe darken the eyebrows a little. And that's what we got. Before, after. And let's move on to the sponge tool. This is the third tool in this group. And it allows you to either lower or increase the saturation of the zone on which it is used. Let's choose Saturate and see what we get. I will try to make the lips a little brighter. I just swipe on my lips. And you see that color is immediately added. Let's compare again and let's see how the desaturation mode works for this tool. Look, I'm using it on the hair and the color practically disappears. I actually get a black and white image with the maximum parameters of this tool. But of course I'm doing this demonstration, and in general, of course, you can set smaller values. That's the hair color. If you wish, you can also use other tools that we have considered. For example, you can emphasize individual strands using the dodge tool. Look, I'm swiping on separate strands, and they become lighter. Here you can give such a texture to the hairstyle. And you can take a burn tool and work out a little the darkest places on the hair. If I do it on one curl, then of course it can be done throughout the hairstyle. Well, that's what it turns out. You can make the hairstyle they were luminous and sculptural by emphasizing every strand. It is possible to edit light strands here too. This way. Let's now see how the smudge tool works. It is right here. We'll take it now. And look, I used this tool on an eyelash. And what is going on? And the tone is kind of blurring, and it makes the effect of pulling. Thus, it is possible, for example, to make eyelashes much thicker and longer. And of course, you can increase the strength. The second eye. It's hard to draw on the second eye. But let's try at least a little bit at all. In general, all these little details make the image itself. You can make the lower eyelashes more expressive. So, let's move them a little bit. I didn't show you all the settings of this tool, because they are quite intuitive. Well, obviously, you can take a sample for all layers, as in other tools. And there is also fingerprinting option. In this case, the tool will draw with the color that you have selected. For example, now I will take a sample from the eye and take the smudge tool. And look, I get such a smeared line, at the beginning of which I have the color that I have taken. Here again, look like commas. You can use these settings when drawing. It is similar to mixer brush tool's principle of work. I will go back to the dodge tool and edit a little more glare on the eyes here for more expressiveness. After that, we will move on to another tool called sharpness. Sometimes we need to edit sharpness, not on the whole image, but on its individual parts. And the tool called sharpness will suit us here. Look, I'm going to use this tool on the lower part of this iris, and that's what's happening here. I think you can see the difference very well. I am purposely doing this a little more intensively than it is required, but in this case you'll see it better. That's it. Let me go back and do the same, but not so actively. I just use it along the edge, so that I can better see this dark edge that frames the iris. That's probably it. And the opposite of this tool is the blurring tool. Let's take a look at it too. It resembles such a drop. I think you have already realized that the task of this tool is to create a blur. When we use this tool on some parts of the image, they become more blurred and less sharp. Now I am trying to make the edge of the girl's clothes less sharp, or the edges of the hair. Look, I use it on the hair, and the effect becomes less sharp. If, for example, I want to soften the borders of the image, then this tool is just right. So I hope it is visible. Let's admire how the girl has changed as a result of our manipulations. And that's what we had. And that's what we have now. I think you can easily repeat all this. And this will be your homework for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Healing Brush Tool. Hi guys, today we will look at one of the retouching tools, which is called the Healing Brush. It helps to remove various spots, pimples, wrinkles from the face. But we cannot only retouch the face, but also remove minor defects from some other objects. Of course, for a full-fledged retouching, knowledge of this tool alone is not enough, but still it is usually impossible to do retouching without it. And let's move on to practice. Let's take the Spot Healing Brush tool. It is located right under the eyedropper. It is invoked with J key, like other tools of this group, between which you can switch by pressing Shift. And now let's see how it works. First of all, if you are going to work with these tools, it is better to make all the changes on a new layer, because if you do something wrong, it will be easy for you to clean it all up. In addition, when we work on a new layer, we can edit the opacity, and this will make retouching more natural, creating a new layer. And we proceeded directly to practice. The principle of work of this tool is that when you point the cursor over an object that you want to delete, the program itself determines how different it is from the surrounding space, and fills the part of this defect with the texture of the space around it. Let's try. And as you can see, what we wanted to remove has disappeared. In this way, by adjusting the size of the brush and the level of its softness, we can improve the entire face, removing one defect after another, and preparing it for further retouching. As you can see, the software accurately determines how to retouch any defect. If we look at the top menu, we will see that you can adjust the hardness of the brush, making it, for example, softer. At the same time, in some cases, more delicate work is obtained, and we remove some small defects, so that the consequences of our work are not noticeable, so that it is not visible that the image is edited. Everything should look as if it was the way it was from the very beginning. And slowly, that's how we clean everything up. Let's see the rest of the settings. In the top menu, we can also choose the blending mode. You're already familiar with these modes, and in general, you can guess how they can be used. Next, we can choose the type of use of the healing brush tool. It is content aware by default. And of course, this is the most frequently used mode that gives the best result. But sometimes this can lead to some blurring, and you can even see it now. In this case, we seem to lose a little texture. If we choose the third option, Proximity Match, then the opposite will happen here. The edges will not be soft and smooth, but the software will try to restore some texture. Let's try it. Look at it. That is, such a blurring doesn't occur as in the first case. Turn on the middle button to create a texture. And when using this setting, we'll get a texture like this. But the fact is that it doesn't scale in any way. And to be honest, it can probably be used only in some very unique cases. Because such a patch, otherwise, you can't call it. It will be very noticeable. Therefore, I recommend choose Content Aware option and remove all those defects that you want. By the way, we can not only click this brush point by point, but also use it as a smear. Here, for example, look, here we take it and use it like this, and this area is changing for us. But of course, it is necessary not to use it too much, because in this case, defects can occur. Let's see what we had and what we got. And look how we have corrected this face. And let's see now what else can be done. We have another tool in the same group, which is simply called the Healing Brush tool. It works a little differently. That is, if the previous brush worked in automatic mode and determined by itself how to fill the area that we selected, then this tool allows us to make a sample of a texture from another area. And then we can fill the area that we have chosen with our sample. It probably sounds a little complicated. So let's see how it works. For example, I would like to remove dark circles under the eyes of a girl. I will create a new layer, because perhaps some level of opacity will be required here. It may not be necessary, but just in case I will create it and see how it works. That is, here I have some kind of blue, but here there isn't. Here, it seems to me, is a more or less appropriate tone that I would like to move to this area. I point the cursor over the place I need. Press the Alt, the target icon appears. That is, we select a point, a target area, and click with the left mouse button. The sample has been taken, and now I'm transferring this sample to another place. And look, I'm moving a brush, and I have such a cross moving next to me. The sample is being taken from the area where I have this cross, and this sample fills the area that I selected. Look, I'm going to turn it off. That's what we had, and that's what we got. Let's try again. Take a sample here. I press Alt, click, and I move this away, filling this space. You can also work point by point. You don't have to draw a line like this. You can just choose a piece somewhere, press Alt, click here, for example. That's what we get. Press Alt, target, press Alt, click, and fill in the desired area. So it's pretty simple. Select the area where we take the sample, point the cursor there. The second step is pressing the Alt. The target icon appears. Click, and then we will already fill in the area that we want to fill. Now let's compare what we had and what we have got. Turn off the eye. Turn on. And I think the effect is a bit excessive, so we reduce the opacity a bit to make it all look more natural. That is, we just delicately removed the blue under the eyes. And now let's look at the settings. They are simple. Just like in the previous case, you can choose the hardness and size of the brush. The smaller the value of the spacing, the smoother the smear will be. The next button allows us to set several clone samples to fill in the areas that we want to fix, but this is a rather rarely used function. To be honest, I don't think it is convenient. Next, we have an overlay mode, but here everything is as usual. Then we can choose the source, the sample that we can choose using Alt or pattern. That is, we have some patterns that are already in the software by default, or patterns that we created ourselves and decided to edit them. And now we can fill some space with this pattern. So I choose a pattern, and now I'm sketching. The following alignment setting allows you to use the same offset for each brush mark. This is used very rarely, and to avoid any situations, it is better to keep this parameter disabled. The next parameter is to use legacy. It allows you to use the previous settings of the Photoshop software that were in the old versions, as for example from all layers or from the active layer. I think everything is obvious here. If you have all layers enabled, then of course an imprint will be taken from all visible layers, and if only the active layer is selected, then only from it. We can use a graphic path, and then brush will respond to pressure. Here in fact are all the basic settings that you need to know, but in general this tool is very simple, and it's not difficult to learn how to use it, and you can do a lot with it. And let's once again admire what we have got. I press the Alt and click on the eye icon of the layer with a background. This allows you to leave only this layer enabled. That's what we had. And I click again, and that's what we got. And in general, of course, you can still work here to do it even better. I hope to see the results of your retouching on this photo in the near future. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Paint symmetry and smoothing. Hi guys, today we will talk about another unique brush setting, which is called paint symmetry. This option allows to create a huge range of very different symmetrical images. In a few minutes we'll start drawing symmetrical images, but first we need to get acquainted with a parameter called smoothing. I have opened the brush palette, because if this parameter is not activated there, then the smoothing parameter will also be inactivated in the upper menu. So if something doesn't work for you, check if you have this option enabled in the brush palette. Now I have this parameter at 0, and I am trying to draw a certain line with a brush. Look, I get something like this. Any random movement of my hand are reflected in the stroke. And let's compare what happens if you set this parameter to the maximum, namely 100. I draw the same line. And of course it is obvious that it is much smoother. The smoothing parameter also have its own additional settings. It is located here, and by default there is the stroke ketchup mode. It looks like this. Let's compare this mode with the ketchup on stroke and mode. I draw some kind of line. And so, for example, now I'm holding down the left mouse button. As soon as I release it, the stroke is immediately completed to the place where I had the cursor. Take another look. Here I have some distance, and it is completed in a straight line. Let's compare it again with the previous parameter. So I turn on stroke ketchup mode, draw a straight line, and look, the stroke catches up with the cursor. Now I choose ketchup on stroke and draw the same line. But as soon as I stop the movement of the hand, the movement of the stroke also stops and resumes after I release the left mouse button, just like that. If you choose Adjust for Zoom option, the level of smoothing will increase when the image is zoomed in and decrease when it is zoomed out. Let's look at the Put String mode. So I activate it. In this case, such a circle appears, and as long as I enter the cursor somewhere inside this circle, I can choose the direction. I don't have a draw line. It starts to appear only after I move the cursor outside of this circle, and inside the circle I sort of choose the direction in which I need to move. This allows you to set a more accurate line direction if necessary. I click again and the circle appears. And for example, I want to set the direction like that. I can sort of aim, And as soon as I move the cursor outside the circle, the line appears. In order to change the direction, I choose the exact direction again, and the line appears after I go outside of the circle. If you choose between the settings, then personally, it seems to me that stroke catch-up mode, which is set by default, is the most preferable. But of course, you can choose the one that is more convenient for you. And now let's discuss paint symmetry in detail. The button that is responsible for this operation is located here, and it becomes active when you select the tools or the brush group. Here we have several options, not even a few, but quite a lot, and let's look at them. Firstly, let's choose New Vertical, so that you can see how the separation works. In this case, we have a certain axis, relative to which we will draw a symmetrical pattern. And note that we can rotate it. For example, we can move the center of rotation somewhere and rotate relative to the center. We can stretch it. That is, we have some editing capabilities. After we have decided on the direction of this line, which will be the axis of symmetry, we can click here and then start drawing and see what is going on. I just move the mouse cursor relative to one side as I want, and immediately a similar drawing appears on the opposite side. After you have already finished and you don't need this line anymore, you can turn the symmetry off and see what you have got. All other parameters of this menu work according to the same principle. The only difference is that you choose in relation to what you will have a reflection of your drawing. I want to say right away that not all brushes will work in this mode. Some particular complex brushes will not work. Let's look at two interesting modes called Radial and Mandala. Let's say we choose Radial. Here we can set the number of segments that suits us. The maximum number is 12 and see what is going on. I will draw the same element so that you understand what the difference is. Look, I'm drawing a curve like this right now, and I have it reflected in all segments. And now we'll create another layer and select the mandala and set the number of segments to 10. Here it is maximum. And I will try to draw the same curve. That is, I do the same thing. But as you can see, it is a completely different drawing. It is hard to explain. But I think if you try it a few times, you'll feel what the difference is. The fact is that in the mandala mode, this curve that I have drawn inside the sector seems to immediately mirror. In the first case, it was simply duplicated in the other segments. If we go to the path palette now, we will see all the paths that I have created in order to demonstrate how the separation works. If we no longer need them, then we can select what is no longer needed and delete by clicking on this icon. And now let's try to create some kind of drawing after all. I will create a new layer. I take hard brush and I choose a mandala mode with a large number of segments. You can arrange this mandala the way you want. That's it. Let's leave it like this. I click on the free space and the overall frames disappear, and I just start drawing such elements. You see what I'm getting. I just draw with the mouse, of course. This can be done in a more interesting way if you use a pad. I don't even know what I'm going to do. I'm just drawing and looking at the result. It can be said that this is a completely unpredictable action, because it is quite difficult to predict how all this will eventually look like. You can use different colors, and in order to edit these points, you can increase the brush spacing, for example, like this, and try to draw using these settings. Well, here is something like that, for example. So, I'll edit points here. I think you have already realized that this is an existing activity, and you can continue indefinitely. That's what we got as a result. Now let's consider the possibilities of creating your own path. Because you don't always want to use the paths that the software offers us. Now we're using a tool that we haven't discussed yet, but we'll talk about it in the future. And now we'll just make one small simple line with this tool. It will help us better understand the symmetry tool. So, the pen tool is here. Select the top one of this group. We put the first point on a new layer. Release the mouse button. We put the second point. We move our hand a little without releasing the right mouse button. That's what happens. And we put the third point. This is our path. If you wish, you can edit it. If you take this white arrow, which is called direct selection, you can move these points. like that for example. And now, in order to use this line, which I created as a path relative to which we will draw something, I click somewhere in the free space to leave only the path itself. Then right-click and select Make Symmetry Path. I go to the brush tool and start drawing something relative to that we drew. Well, that's what we get. I created a very simple path, because we haven't yet talked about the pen tool, with which you can create a wide variety of paths. But if you create some complex, interesting path, then of course the image will be more interesting. As an additional material for this lesson, I recommend that you still try to create your own path and draw relative to it. But it's okay if it suddenly doesn't work out. When we'll consider the pen tool, you'll be able to do it with knowledge of all the nuances. Well, as your homework, you'll need to draw something like this. You can choose the symmetry mode that you like best and try to create an image. And that's all for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Pencil, color replacement, mixer brush. Hi guys, we continue to study the tools of the brush group. And today we will talk about such tools as a pencil, color replacement and a mix brush. Let's start with a pencil. This tool is perfect for creating clear and sharp lines. And it seems to me that this is a universal tool for creating a variety of sketches. Of course, the maximum capabilities of this tool can be used when working on a graphics tablet. This tool is located in the same place as the other tools of the brush group. It is the second one, and it is suitable for creating, as I said, such clear lines, the thickness of which depends on the level of pressure on the tablet stylus. If of course you work on a tablet, you can adjust its size, but its hardness will still be quite rigid, even if you reduce it. You see, the contour itself just changes a little bit, but in fact it is impossible to achieve soft hardness with this tool. Let's consider a parameter that relates to the blending mode. Here all the same parameters that we already know. Well, let's look at an example. If we turn on the normal mode, then we get a stroke like this. And if we turn on, for example, dissolve mode, then the stroke becomes like this. If we have some objects at the bottom, then the multiply mode creates something like this. Take a look. The multiply mode makes an overlap. We already know this. That is, those areas that overlap each other become darker. As for opacity, I think it's pretty obvious how it works. I have enabled buttons that are responsible for the tablet's response to pressure. Next, we have a smoothing option, which works exactly the same as with a brush. Therefore, we will not dwell on this, but consider a mode called Auto Erase. Let's see how it works. I draw a line with a pencil, and I draw this line again with the Auto Erase option enabled. And you see, it is partly removed. It seems as if it is being erased. But in fact, this is not quite true. It's just painted over with the background color. Let's put a different background color. Let me draw the line again. And with Auto Erase button turned on, I will draw it from above again. And as you can see, the color is changing. It is the background color. When I move to an empty space, I have a black line again. I paint over it, and I have the background color again. Perhaps this can create some additional opportunities for you. If you want to create sketches that I showed at the beginning of the lesson, you need to take a photo, create a clean layer on top of it, and draw on it with a pencil. If you have a graphics tablet, then you'll get a complete imitation of a sketch that was created by hand. And lovers of drawing, of course, can try to do it. This will be an additional homework assignment only for those who like to draw and who have a graphics tablet. Of course, in this style you can create not only landscapes, but also portraits. Or you can also draw on top of your own scanned pencil sketches. And now let's move on to the color replacement tool. It is located below the pencil tool, and its settings are quite similar to the settings of the previous tools. Therefore, we will consider only those that are radically different. As you have already understood, with this tool you can change the color, and we'll change the color of this girl's dress. Of course, this option works best if we have a color that is very different from what is nearby, although sometimes it is possible to work well with shades that are quite close. In order for the software to understand which color we want to replace, there are 3 eyedroppers in the settings of this tool. If we choose the first one, then we'll take a color sample continuously, as our mouse cursor or stylus moves through the image. The color from the current part of the image will be taken all the time. The second eyedropper allows you to take a sample once and determine only this color as the color that needs to be replaced. Well, the third eyedropper is the most rarely used. It involves taking a sample from a background sample. There are also restrictions that allow you to paint over only contiguous pixels, for example, or all pixels, or the section of edges. The tolerance works exactly the same as in the case of a magic wand. That is, it determines the spectrum of shades that are as close as possible to those that we have chosen. It works the same for all tools. And of course, we can activate tablet. And let's try to do something after all. So, we have taken the tool, and I will work in the color mode, because this particular drawing mode allows you to replace colors with others, and maintain saturation, brightness and contrast. Let's zoom in. Now you see such a cross, which is in the middle of my cursor. If I start drawing now, the software will take this place as source of colors. I prefer to use a setting where we take a sample continuously, because in this case we can get the best result. And look, I'm just swiping along the edge of the dress, and the color of the dress changes to the color of the foreground that I have selected. If I see that I still have some unpainted areas, I carefully swipe all of them, trying so that the cross touches exactly these areas. Then you'll get a neat result. So if we want to reduce this effect, we need to reduce the tolerance. First of all, I cancel what I have drawn, and look what we get. Everything looks much more accurate. Here you can swipe carefully along the very edge, so that the cross doesn't come on the skin, or we can reduce the tolerance. Let's continue. Let's fix these areas that are not painted. Well, we need to catch every pixel. Then these areas will be painted. In general, it is better not to release the mouse button during operation. Because look, I'm starting to paint over now, and I have a joint where I released the mouse button. It's pretty visible, and in order to remove it, you need to try very hard to choose one pixel literally, like this, and paint over it. Well, it is very inconvenient. Therefore, it is better not to do so. It is better to do everything literally right away and paint. And that's what I got as a result. Of course, this is not the most perfect tool for color replacement. There are much more advanced ways in Photoshop to replace the color, but still, you need to know about this tool too. Although, the disadvantage of this tool is that we work directly on the main layer with the image. Therefore, it will be very difficult to edit this layer. But if you need to replace the color of some small detail and do it quickly, then in this case, of course, this tool may be quite appropriate. And now let's talk about the last tool from this group, which is called a mixer brush. Here at the very bottom is this tool, and I choose a brush like this. You can of course take another one, but I used this one. With this brush, you can create various imitations of images painted on canvas. In addition, this brush is very widely used in retouching, and especially with such a common method as frequency separation. Well, let's take it in order. Let's see how you can create a painting imitation of this photo with a puppy. So, we have taken a brush, and like any brush, it has the same settings that we can see in the palette of brushes. Well, here is the traditional palette. The following parameter allows us to load brush with some color or sample, clean brush, or load solid colors only, which implies that we'll work with the colors that our image already has. We'll enable clean brush after each stroke option, since each new stroke will imply mixing of some new colors. Next, we have the opportunity to choose the type of our brush. You can experiment with each of these types, but I will work with wet, heavy mix. And if you see, as soon as I change this parameter, my setting in all other windows immediately change too. In the future, as you gain experience, you'll be able to choose a custom setting, and you'll be able to set all the settings at your discretion. But we'll have a wet, heavy mix now. We'll also have the ability to turn on an airbrush effect here. We can set a different level of smoothing, but we will leave it as it is and choose either all the layers option, which I will choose now, or we can choose only the current layer. And of course, if necessary, you can use the tablet. Of course, working on a tablet is much more convenient, but in principle you can do this work with a mouse. I create a new clean layer above the layer with the main image, and will work on it. All the layers option should be turned on. And look, what is going on here? I'm now swiping through the image. At the same time, the pixels that I have on the layer below seem to be united. And it turns out the effect of such a stroke. Now if we disable the layer that we have below, we will see what we have done. Now I am doing it with the mouse. Although, of course, the perfect work that I showed you was created on a tablet. It is much faster and of course more convenient. Moreover, the tablet reacts to the level of clicking on it, and we can go through the entire image, changing the size of the brush, changing its characteristics, choosing other brushes. For example, a dry brush gives a different effect. We turn it off now. Here is a stroke left by a dry brush, and this is a stroke left by a wet brush. If you have done something wrong, you can take an eraser and clean all mistakes and work out its area with the brush again. Well, now you see, we have new ones. Open the image into Windows at once, so that it will be more convenient for you to work, and you can work in one window and look at the source in the second. Sometimes it is useful, and let's see how this image is arranged. I have of course a layer with a photo. I used a brush to create an image of a dog, and then I added another layer between the main layer and the layer with the image. This is a layer with a background. That is, in this way I got a background. After I added all this, I also worked out the edges of the image to somehow fit the dog into the background. This transition was created exactly by mixing the image of the dog and the background. And if you don't do this and just edit a background, then you get such a hard border. It's not very pretty. And the top layer was made with a white brush tool. And I also added accents in some areas. That's the algorithm of this work. Of course, I understand that not everyone has a tablet and that not all people can draw. So let's proceed as follows. I'll of course edit an image of this puppy as in traditional material, and if you are interested in this method, you can try to draw this dog, and I hope that you will make it even better. The actions here are actually quite similar, it just takes some time. But if you don't have a tablet and you are studying Photoshop for some other purpose, then you can use a mixer brush as a retouching tool. In this case, we'll take a soft round brush and we'll just use it on the girl's face on a new layer. You see, we get such an effect of plastic. All the effects are immediately fixed. But we can, of course, still slightly reduce the opacity so that our effects are not too noticeable. And just like that, we are swiping all over the face, gradually making all its flaws less noticeable. Of course, you should not strive to create an absolutely plastic face, but the face can be smoother. Also, here we can use a healing brush tool, after removing the obvious defects that we have on the skin. And after that, of course, it is possible to use the mixer brush tool and align the skin completely. You can do this on several layers, because in some areas you need to make the skin smoother, and on some you will want to leave more texture. Well, in general, it all depends on you. Well, let's compare what we had and what we got. What we got as a result. And let's get to the homework. Homework today will not be quite ordinary. Depending on wherever you like to draw and wherever you have a graphics tablet, you can choose the tasks that you prefer to make. So let's start with a pencil tool. Let's say you like to draw and you have a graphics tablet. Then you take any image that you liked. Open it, create a new layer, and using the pencil tool, you make a sketch of what you want to draw. Just like that, you just make a light sketch of the image that you liked. It can be a city landscape, it can be an image of some animal, or it can be your own sketch. It all depends on your choice. In fact, it's not as difficult as it might seem, and as a result, you can get quite an interesting piece of work. After you draw your sketch, you'll need to edit another layer between the main layer and the layer with your image. This will be a layer of a white color. For example, I am doing this right now, adding a new layer. And by pressing the Ctrl plus backspace, I fill it with white. And now I already have such a sketch of leaves. It will be much more interesting if in the process of work you'll also change the thickness of your pencil. Well, if you don't want to draw or don't have a tablet, then you can just practice with the functions of the tool a little. Just look at the settings of the pencil. Try to draw a few lines. Use auto erase. Well, that is, somehow get to know this tool. The second task is related to the color replacement tool. It is for everyone. I think it is quite obvious what to do here. The next task is number 3. Also for those who like to draw. You can try to take either this puppy or take any of your own image that you like best and try to create such an imitation of painting. Well, those who don't really want to draw, they can practice using the mixer brush tool in retouching. Well, those who like to draw can try it too. So, these are the unusual tasks for today. I hope you will be interested. I will be very glad to see your unusual creative pieces of work. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. History brush and art history brush tools. Hi guys, today we will talk about the history brush and art history brush tools. Let's get started, and we'll start with the history brush. It is closely related to the history palette. History brush can be called Archivo brush in some versions of Photoshop. It is located right here. Let's choose it. This brush allows us to return to any other stage of our work at any time. You probably remember that the number of steps of the history is limited by the number that we have set. We considered this at the very beginning of our course, and it is not always convenient. Even if you have a huge number of steps there, it is problematic to search for the stage to which you need to return. Moreover, sometimes we need to return not all images to their original state, but only some parts of it, and in this case, a history brush can help us. To begin with, to make it clear, I will show the principle of this tool on a simple example. We have an image, let's colorize it. Image, adjustments, and choose hue saturation. And here we have colorize option. We click it, and the image gets this color. You can edit it somehow. Let's say we took some more steps. Well, for example, we applied some kind of filter. For example, we will have a blur filter. We choose Gaussian blur and blur our image completely. And imagine that now you have decided to return some individual parts of your image to its original state. And we take the history brush, which, by the way, has the same settings as all the other brushes. Size, hardness, transparency, pressure, and so on. And now I have a soft brush with 50% non-transparency. I swipe over the image, and you can see that some parts along which I'm drawing are returning to the original state, and as a result, we can get an image like this. That's it. The act is based on the fact that by default we always have such a history brush icon in our history palette above the very first frame that we created. In fact, the reference point is the image that is opened. But there may be several points where we fix our image so that we can return to it again. Let's try to do it. So, I'm going back to the original state in the history palette. I click here. An image is becoming the same as it was at the very beginning. And let's do a few more operations. I select image, adjustments, vibrance, and here we can edit bright shades to our image. We can do it right now and click OK. We have this action in the history palette, and now we are taking a snapshot of this state by clicking on this icon. And you see, now we have this picture, which we can even somehow name. And no matter how many steps we take after that, we can always go back to the moment when we added vibrance And now let's do the opposite of this action. Well, for example, image, adjustments, desaturate. I do the same thing, take another picture, and so there can be any number of steps after that. That is, you could do anything with your image. You can have 1000 steps here, but these frames are saved, and you can always return some parts of your image, or all of your images, if you need this particular initial state. Let me do something else. Well, for example, I will blur it again. Let's choose motion blur for a change. Well, just like that. I am improvising right now, to be honest. I just want to show you that there can be a sufficient number of steps here below among our actions. And now I can choose which stage of my work I want to return. For example, if I want to go back to desaturate, I click here and a history brush is taken. And for example, I want to remove the blur effect from some parts of the image. There is a blur somewhere, and somewhere it is erased. Now, for example, I want to work again with a vibrance parameter. I put the historical brush icon next to the vibrance parameter, and let's try it. So it restores area only by 13%, but it restores exactly to the state that I had at the time when I applied vibrance. If I increase the brush value to 100%, then of course everything will be restored by 100%. But if I overdid it, I go back to the desaturate option. Let's say I set the opacity of 50%, and I can desaturate some places again a little. That is, you have some freedom here. And of course, if I suddenly decided to restore everything, then in this case I choose the very first frame. And so, for example, I am now returning face to its original state by 50% or even by 100%. That's how it was. In the process of work, if you feel that some stages of your work are important, you can immediately take a snapshot of the stage in the history palette in order to be able to return to it at any time in the future, or even just continue working from this place. And it may also happen that you want to save some of the stages of your work as a new document, and for example, try to make another version of your work. In this case, you select the desired frame, right-click and select a new document, and you have a new window in Photoshop, which is called the same as your picture is named in the history palette. And here you can try, for example, to make the different version of your work and choose the option that you eventually like more. Well, now let's look at an art history brush. It is located in the same place as a history brush, and it partly works like the mixer brush tool, but it returns, or rather mixes the colors of exactly the picture that you have chosen. That is, you can also set several snapshots and work with them. See how it happens. All brush settings are similar to all other brush settings, but there is a choice of style. It defines everything. For example, if you have a tight short mode, then you get something like this. So these are the strokes. If you have a loose curl long, then the strokes become completely different, and you can create such abstract composition. And in general, there is a place to apply your imagination. The types of smears depends on type of chosen brush, and only at first glance this tool seems rather chaotic. Let's still see how it can be applied. I'm going back to the original state in the history palette. I create another new layer, fill it with white. I reduce transparency so that I can see the background. Then I create another clean layer, so we'll have 3 layers. And on this clean layer, with the help of an art history brush, we change its settings, transparency and styles. I will now create images. That is, I just draw on this layer, and here is how it might look like. In the process of working, you can change the size of the brush and its transparency. You can change the blending mode, and you can create different parts of your image on different layers so that it matches your idea. And you can of course use other tools and combine them with the brush. Just now I wanted to show you how you can create a work that imitates watercolor using only one tool. But if you apply, for example, another brush, if you create the same pictures that we talked about at the beginning of our lesson and apply various effects to them, and then return to them, then your work can become even more interesting. Working on a separate layer allows us to also apply the eraser tool. If we have done something wrong, we can always erase what we have drawn or redraw. The whole work took me less than 10 minutes. At the end, I made a composite layer using a shortcut, Shift plus Alt plus Ctrl plus N plus E. I combined all the parts of the image and applied a soft light blending mode to it. Thus, the work acquired the shades I need. Unfortunately, the program doesn't allow me to display such a long keyboard shortcut on the screen. Just remember, Shift plus Alt plus Ctrl plus N plus E. Now let's talk about homework. Well, let's start. You can apply to this image the effects that you like. You can even experiment. Look for some other effects. Try and combine the use of these effects with the history brush tool. The second task will be the creation of such an imitation of watercolor painting. But you can take firstly some other source code, and by other settings and other styles, you can create something different. It can be oil or gouache painting. Everything depends on you. And I hope that I will see quite unusual, creative, maybe even very talented works within the framework of this assignment. And it's all for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Auxiliary tools. Hi guys, so we have finished studying various Photoshop tools, and we'll have auxiliary elements that allow us to make work more convenient and orderly. These include rulers, guides, and grids. Let's start with the rulers. To invoke them, you need to press Ctrl plus R keyboard shortcut or go to the View menu and select Rulers. Two rulers appear. One of them is on the top of the screen and the other on the left. If you right-click on the ruler, then you can choose the unit of measurement that is convenient for you. Now, if I zoom in on the image, then I will see that upper left corner is the 0 point, and the size on the x-axis and on the y-axis is calculated from it. But rulers are not enough to set some sizes, and here the guides can help us. The guides are hidden under the rulers. If I point the cursor on the ruler, hold down the left mouse button and stretch my hand to the right, then, as you can see, I have such a vertical line, next to which its location on the x-axis is shown, and I can set this line to the distance I need. Similarly, you can pull the guide out from under the top ruler, and there can be as many of these guides as you want. That is, I can somehow place my workspace and already put the elements I need inside it. Let's look at a practical example of how it might look. Let's look at this layout, leaflet composition, which was created just with the help of guides. By the way, when saving a file in PSD format, the guides are also saved, and it can be enabled using the Ctrl plus H keyboard shortcut, and you can disable them in the same way. And pay attention, the various objects are displayed exactly according to the guides. For example, I have two guides on the left and right. The text on the left, the logo, and the text on the right are also aligned with the guides. It's a vertical alignment. At the same time, text blocks are aligned vertically, and here the text are aligned. If we zoom in on all this even closer, we can see that there are also certain patterns in the horizontal distribution of elements. And I also want to show you now that the guides can be moved. For example, I want to make the upper border to the text coincide with the border of the slit. I move the cursor to the guide. It changes the view. I drag the guide here and align the text. That is, I can take and lower the text a little and at the same time move it to the right, so that my right edge also coincides with the guide. And if you noticed, when I bring the text to the guide, it kind of sticks. When you'll do it, you'll understand what I mean. It is kind of magnetized to the guide. This happens because Snap to the Guides option is enabled. We can go to the view in the top menu, select Snap to and choose Guides. And here we can also fix the guides so that they don't move. Let me now move this guide here and move the text to it in this way. If you click on the guide several times, the guide settings window appears, where you can, for example, set their color. We leave it as it is. This may be necessary if, for example, the color of the guide you have coincides with the color of your image and it's poorly visible. In this case, you can change the color. Also, if you go to the View menu and select a new guide, then here you can immediately set the exact vertical and horizontal location of this guide. Of course, this distance will be measured by the rulers. Thus, you can create a layout in exact dimensions. And with the help of the guides, you can divide the sheet in percentage ratio. To do this, we go into the View menu and select a new guide. And here, where we had millimeters, we put, for example, 50% and press Enter. Now we have grids exactly in the center. We select New Grids again, choose the horizontal one and also set 50%. And that's how the center of our document is found. And we can divide this document in any proportions. There is another interesting feature that allows us to distribute various fragments of our image. For example, let's take a shape that is already familiar to us. I have just drawn a rectangle with rounded edges. These are often used in the website menus. I take the Move tool and press Alt. And look, I drag my rectangle and immediately it aligns vertically and the distance between these blocks is shown. So I can draw one rectangle here, then select, hold down the Alt again, draw the third, maintaining some distance. It may also seem useful to you. And the last element I wanted to show you is the grid. In order to see it, you need to go to the menu, View, Show, and select the grid. By the way, here you can turn on and off the grids too. A grid appears. If you zoom in on this grid, you can see that the size of these large cells, which are selected in a brighter color, is 25 mm. But you can of course set your own grid sizes, if it will be convenient for you. To do this, go to Edit, Preferences, and select the grids, and slices. And here you can set space between lines and the units of measurement that you need. The grid is very often used in design, and it's almost an indispensable tool. I recommend that you try to see where all this is. Try to turn it on and off, and let's see how we can apply the grid on the example of this image. I turn on the grid. View, Show, Grid. Now I have a grid and know in its size. I can draw some elements. For example, I can create a frame or edit some blocks. Well, let's make a frame. First, I will snap it to this grid. We'll go to the View and select Snap to the Grid option. After that, the selected area will stick to the borders of the grid. I count 2 squares on the side and 2 squares on top and draw the selected area. This is the selected area I got. Then I invert it. Press Shift plus Ctrl plus I and copy to a new layer by pressing Ctrl plus J. So we hide the grid, Ctrl plus H. I have a grid, but I don't see it. I turn on a multiply mode. I get such a smooth frame for this image. Now let's talk about homework. I will provide you with all the elements of this image, but it's not necessary to repeat this design. You can create your own design and even use your own images. The main thing is that grids are used in this design. The second homework task will be to create such a simple frame using the grid tool. And it's all for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Paint bucket tool, content aware fill. Hi guys, today we'll continue talking about the possibilities of filling in Photoshop. Consider the paint bucket tool. It is in the same group as the gradient tool that we reviewed in the last lesson, and it looks like a bucket from which paint is pouring. In fact, it fully reflects what it does. So let's take this tool and look at its settings. In the top menu, we can choose wherever to fill in with foreground color or pattern. If we have the foreground color, then of course the color that we have now set as the foreground color will be selected for filling. Then in this case we can choose a pattern with which we will fill. Let's focus on the foreground color for now. We can also choose the blending modes that you are already familiar with from previous lessons, the same as with the opacity. Next, we have a tolerance, and this is exactly the same parameter as, for example, a magic wand and a magic eraser. That is, the higher the tolerance value, the more pixels close in color will be affected by the paint bucket tool. And of course, all the other options I think are also clear to you. And let's try to fill it. I took this color from a cup with an eyedropper. Well, let's do it again. So, and let's try to fill the white background on this image with this color. We take the paint bucket tool, choose contiguous pixels so that we won't fill in those parts of the image that we wouldn't like to fill, and just click on the background. And you see how wonderful and easy it is. That is, literally in a few clicks. And now let's take some other color, so that it is clearly visible, and take the paint bucket tool and try to click on the cup and see what is going on. That is, not all pixels are filled, but only those that fall within the range specified by the tolerance. By adjusting the tolerance, you can fill in some separate parts of your image in this way. Not in all cases it is possible to replace the background as quickly as we did in the first case, because for example in this image practically merges with the background, and it will probably be difficult to find a suitable tolerance for this case. Therefore, it makes sense to create an elliptical selection and convert it using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl plus Shift plus I, and I have already done it. And we need to unlock the layer. Press delete to delete the background, and that's how I did it. I'm removing the selection, and now let me try to fill in this transparent area on a new layer. Of course, it is possible to do it on this layer, but it is always better to do such operations on different layers. It is worth getting used to it. I created a new layer below the layer with my image, and let's fill it in, and let's do it this way. We'll go into Edit, select Fill, and we'll have such a window that allows us to choose what we will fill. Well, I think it is pretty obvious. Background color, foreground color, and the color that you can choose from the color palette. You can also choose a pattern, black, 50% gray, and white, and you can choose the blending mode and opacity. You can also keep the current transparency. Let's choose a pattern. Among the sets of pattern that I have, I choose this one, which we'll use to fill. Take a look at what I've got. It is such a pretty pattern, but the possibility of filling doesn't end there. There is also such a fill, which is called Content Aware Fill. And in version up to 2018, in order to use it, you also need to go to Edit and select Fill. And here you'll see, among the listed parameters, the Content Aware Fill, and you can use it. But in new versions, the Content Aware Fill option has much more capabilities, and it is opened another way. And now we'll see how we can do it in new versions. Here we'll cancel everything and move on to the other file. Let's take this file with spices, and let's say we need to remove this spoon and fill this place where it is located with the background color. Now there will be an action somewhat reminiscent of what we did with the patch tool, but the fact is that we don't always have enough areas nearby that we can apply using the patch tool. That is, we may simply not have enough free space near the item that we want to remove. Well, let's get started. I take the lasso tool and select this spoon. I just rudely select it. Let's say I want to remove it. I have selected it and select Content Aware Fill. This window, consisting of two other windows, opens. On the left side, you see directly what you are working with. The green color that reflects the mask shows the source area. Yes, my spoon was removed very well. I have free space here, but you can see a small artifact here. That is, part of this spoon and part of this leaf got here. Let's try to change this somehow. As you understand, now all the space is being used to create a fill area. This whole green area. On the left we have a toolbar. We can take the brush that is at the very top and try to exclude some parts from this area, but in our case it's probably this piece. So look, I clicked and immediately this unnecessary piece disappeared in my right window. If I change my mind, I can hold down the Alt key and this piece can be returned. That is, I have painted older pressing Alt. Well, I won't do it, so I'll cancel the presence of this element once again and move on to the leaf. Reduce the size of the brush. Let's try to swipe here. So apparently some other element. That's how gradually we can erase this whole leaf. And I have a leaf disappeared. But now there is a wrong spot. Let's go to our window. So let's take the lasso tool and try to change the selection area. We can edit it and it will look with a plus. This is how the selection area is added. And you see, the spot is also changing for me. We can, for example, edit more like this. Well, it's already superfluous. Press Ctrl plus Z. Or we can, on the contrary, press Alt and reduce our selection area. Well, let's try to do this. And as you can see, the little piece here has become much smaller. We don't need this either. Maybe a little more. No, that's it. In principle, of course, you can still experiment. Try to delete some parts of the selected areas with Alt pressed. But I think it's not very productive. So I think we can leave it like this by pressing Ctrl plus Z and press OK. And it will be easier for us to remove this piece some other way. So I press OK. By the way, I didn't say that when I clicked OK, I had the method of output to a new layer chosen. on the new window on the right side, and that's why this new piece was formed on a new layer. That is, I can return the spoon and hide it. I cancel the selection, and now with the help of a spot healing brush tool, I will remove what I have left. Pay attention to the settings at the top of the menu, and I just click on the place that I need to fix. Maybe a little less even. That's all. It's like I have never had a spoon here. If you want to align the texture even more, you can do a few more clicks, or use, for example, the stamp tool. That is, as you like it best. Of course, in many cases, with the help of content-aware fill, you can immediately remove some part of the image that you don't need and fill it with something that surrounds this object. But sometimes it is enough just to remove the main part of it and then modify it a little with other tools. That in fact is all I wanted to tell you today about the filling. Let's move on to our homework. So the first homework assignment will be to fill the white background with a colored color. The second homework task will be filling with patterns. And at the same time, you will remember an elliptical selection if you suddenly forgot how it can be transformed and inverted. I remind you that in order to transform the elliptical selection, you need to go to the menu and select Transform the selected area. And if you have a new version of Photoshop, at the same time you have to press the Shift so that it is convenient for you to transform exactly the way you want. And in all the versions you don't need to press the Shift. And the third homework task will be to remove the spoon that I removed. Or maybe you want to remove some other object from this still life with the help of a content-aware fill option. I hope that the lesson was useful to you. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Brush tool. Hi guys, today we are going to talk about the brush tool, and before we start to study it, I would like to show you some examples of its application, since the capabilities of this tool are actually unique. You can create works that will be little distinguishable from real painting, although it will be digital painting, and you can create both very realistic and modern images, and the brush will be useful everywhere. And of course, there are a huge number of effects, such as these glares, and the sparkling snow here, various stars, and much more that can be created with the help of a brush. And let's move on to practice. Of course, we have already used the brush tool. It is almost impossible to get around it, because it is very closely connected with the work of many tools. But now we'll talk about its settings in more detail. The brush tool is invoked with B letter, and you can see that there are other tools here. We'll also talk about them. So, go to the upper menu of the brush tool. All of that is already familiar to you. Here we can adjust the size of the brush and its hardness, and here below we will see the brushes that we have downloaded to the computer. If we want to see them, let's say in this mode, then we move the slider to the left, but we can enlarge the image by moving the slider very much to the right, and this will give us the opportunity to have a good look at what the brush stroke will look like, how it will look in reality when we need to draw with it. Here I have number of brushes. Let's click on the gear here. Well, what is important for us to know here? Right now, for example, I have a tick near a brush stroke. This implies what we see here in the left window. We can see how the brush will look like if we just click here. For example, I can take a snowflake brush. I get a snowflake like this. That's it. And if I start drawing, then I get this kind of brush stroke on snowflakes. So, let's go back to the same menu. So, we can check the box so that the brush stroke is visible. But we can also remove it if we don't need it. And we can leave only the tip. If we want, for example, to choose some number of snowflakes, I am now increasing this parameter for viewing in order to see as clearly as possible what the tip of the brush looks like. That's it. When you first open this panel, you have brushes loaded by default. And in early versions, there are also names of additional sets that you can download at your discretion. In the new version, you can simply select legacy brushes. Select here and agree that you want to restore a set of legacy brushes. In fact, I find these legacy brushes very interesting and useful, and I recommend installing them anyway, because it is good. Let's take a closer look at these sets. And look, here I have chosen to install legacy brushes, and I have them installed. If I click on this arrow now, then I'll see legacy brushes. Well, here, for example, nature brushes. Anyway, there were such beautiful brushes here somewhere. I wanted to show it to you. Probably it is special effects set. Yes, that's it. Look, the brushes are in the shape of a butterfly, for example, or in the form of a flower, like this. Well, in general, there are a lot of quite interesting brushes that can be useful to you to create a completely different texture of your brush stroke and create a variety of special effects. Well, you can also create brushes yourself. So, let's talk now in more detail about how you can install brushes on your computer and download them from third-party sources from the internet, for example, and how you can create your own brush. We'll go to the additional section and select brushes. There are many different brushes listed here, among which you can choose the ones you like. Well, let's choose, for example, nature. Well, let's choose some other brushes that will allow us, for example, to create such leaves. Look at the preview of these brushes. This how it will look like. And for example, if you want to create a leaf fall effect, then these brushes are quite suitable for you. Then you choose to download leaves and trees for Photoshop. By the way, there are instructions for installing them here if you suddenly forget something. Well, of course, I will tell you about it now. So, I downloaded. We go back to Photoshop. Go to the brushes menu and select import brushes or download brushes in earlier versions. Then select the folder where we have downloaded these brushes. It can be in principle any folder. Brushes are always with the ABR resolution. Select it and click upload. So look at what we got. Look, I have a leaves and trees folder. And let's look at the leaves. There are a lot of them. Let's choose one of them, this one for example, and see how it will work. I choose the green color in advance. Let's increase the brush size and look what a beautiful leaf we have. And now let's try to create a brush yourself. After all, sometimes we need such elements that we can use in our work quite regularly. Or for example, we need such a scattering of some elements in one project. Let's see how it can be done. And since we're already talking about the brush, let's do Chinese painting. Here we have such an image. I would like to edit a watercolor butterfly, or maybe a few butterflies. And I need a brush with a butterfly. I am taking an image of a butterfly now. I have a butterfly on a transparent background, and select Define Brush Preset. After that, the software offers me to give this brush a name. That's the butterfly one. Okay, and let's see. Of course, my brush immediately appeared here by default, as the last brush. That's it. And now I have it at the very bottom. Scroll it and see that this brush is at the very bottom. And this number, it means the brush size that I created. That is, here I have. Let's go back to our painting. We will create a butterfly on a new layer. Created. And now I'm just thinking where to put this butterfly. Well, of course, we'll reduce the size. And let's click, for example, here. And look what a beautiful butterfly I got. I want to say that, of course, the created brush, it will not transmit the colors that you had. We had a butterfly with blue wings, but as a brush, it will get the color that we have chosen. It will not have any blue wings separately, for example, but of course, the tone will be preserved. And the butterfly will be in gradation of the same color that you have chosen. We can reduce the opacity because our dragonfly is quite transparent. And we can move this butterfly with the help of a moving tool. With the help of a free transform, we can somehow rotate it. For example, make it fly in a different way. And in the next lesson, we will see how it will be possible to make a scattering of these butterflies at the same time with one movement of the brush. If we wanted there to be a lot of them, for example, well, not necessarily butterflies, but any elements that make up our brush. Well, let's talk a little more about the settings. Let's look at the brush panel, and here at the top you can see the brushes that I used last. Click on the gear, select Show Recent Brushes, and now you can see that our butterfly is in the reduced size. it is my last brush. But now I want to talk to you about the preset manager. And for example, you would like to share this butterfly with someone else. For example, someone saw this butterfly in your work and said, please give me this brush. Then we'll go into the preset manager, select our butterfly and click save. Then we assign the name for butterfly and click save. And after that, you can send your butterfly by mail or something else, like an ordinary file. That's how convenient it is. In addition, you can also delete, save and upload some files. For example, if you need to delete a certain number of files, you select them. Well, for example, holding down Ctrl or Shift. Well, for example, I don't need these files. I can click delete and it will be deleted. Or for example, I want to rename some file. That is, I select it. I can give this brush some kind of name. I will not do this. Download the brushes just as we did before. That is, select the folder from where we'll download all this and more. And in this panel, you can create groups from brushes. When you have created several brushes of a certain theme that are somehow combined in meaning. Well, let's say I had a few butterflies. I could select them and create a new group. For example, I want to create a group of these leaves. Here I have allocated a certain number of leaves by pressing Shift, and I can create a group of leaves there. And look, it has become a separate group for me. That is, in future it will be easier for me to find them and work with them somehow else. Just like in the upper panel, we can customize the way we display them. For example, large thumbnails, like this, or the miniature or the stroke. Well, that is, you can view all this here and choose the display method that will be most suitable for you. Let's close the preset manager, and once again, we'll come back here again. Look, import brushes means to install brushes from third-party sources. Export selected brushes is when we want to send our brush somewhere else. Well, if we click here now, then we'll have just the opportunity to save the last brush that we worked on. And there are even more brushes. If you click on this menu option, then you'll have the opportunity to download the updated brushes that Adobe offers. Also note that each brush has a name written at the bottom. And if you suddenly find yourself guided by it, then it may be useful to you. But if it bothers you somehow, you can disable it by removing the tick near the brush name. You can also rename and make a new group. Well, that is about the same thing that we did earlier. Of course, these are not all brush settings. And now let's talk about homework. As a homework assignment, you need to create a brush from this butterfly and add this butterfly to this drawing. In addition, I recommend that you try to save the brush so that you can send it someone. Well, also try to download brushes from the internet. In general, I must say that brushes are always useful. The more brushes you have, the more interesting it will be for you to work. We continue to study a wonderful brush tool and its settings. Last time we already mentioned that we can use the blending mode when using a brush. Let's see how it works and how it can be applied. I take an ordinary soft brush and I will try to make the hair structure more expressive. We'll also need to take a color sample from the curls. And look, now the brush tool is active. Here you see its designation, but when working with this tool, it is very often necessary to take some color samples. I want to take a color sample here and then immediately return to the brush tool. To do this, you can hold down Alt. We will have an eyedropper icon. Then we click on the right place. Take a color sample and release the Alt key. This is the easiest and most convenient way to do it. And now I'll make layers on my hair lighter. To begin with, let's figure out what the principle of our work will be and create a new layer for this. I set Lighten Blending mode. And now I'm going to draw a little on the new layer. Look, I'm painting some area on a new layer. But we don't see the effect that we would see if we applied the blending mode to the layer itself. Take a look how the image changes right away if we set Color Dodge mode. The fact is that when using this mode for a brush, it begins to be noticeable only when we start drawing something already on top of what we have. Look, the more brush strokes I added, the lighter they become. And if I change the mode multiply now, on the contrary, it will become darker. But if I draw somewhere in the usual place, in a place where there is nothing yet, then it will just be the usual foreground color. That's how it works. But let's move on to practice. So we'll remove this layer. We'll duplicate the layer with the girl, just in case, and get started. I'll make the brush a little smaller in the settings, set the lighten mode, and see what happens. Now, if I just draw on here now, it looks too active. Therefore, by pressing Ctrl plus Z, I go back and reduce the level of opacity, like that. And look, I'm drawing on here, and the effect becomes much more delicate. And you can reduce the size of the brush a little more. You can right-click and reduce the size in the drop-down window. That's it. You can use square brackets, or you can do it like this, as I have done now. And now I work on individual hairs to make them lighter and more textured. You can periodically edit a level of opacity in those areas where you want the glare to be more active, so you can make it more active. Of course, you can also do it by changing the blending mode of the layer itself, but you can do it this way. It depends on which way will seem more convenient to you. So we can even compare. That's what we had, that's what we have now. And we can edit shadows as well. To do this, we hold down Alt again, take an eyedropper and a color sample. Let's switch to multiply mode. Let's increase the brush size a little and work with the shadows where it is possible. Something like that. So here you can still make the shadow deeper. Let's compare what we had and what we have now. In the same way, we can edit some shades to the hair if necessary. We can take, let's say, red color and set the blending mode, for example, overlay. And look, I'm drawing on the edge of our hair, and it get a red hue, like that. Let's compare. This is what we had, and this is what we have now. Well, you can edit a little makeup in the same way. I reduce the brush size again. Go to the eyes, press Alt and take a color sample. I switch to the multiply mode and make a very transparent brush, so as not to overdo it. And I'll edit some expressive shadows over the eyes, just like that. You can also work on your lips a little bit, so it is a warmer shade, for example. Well, look, let's compare the photo before and after. In just a couple of minutes, you can make a photo more expressive by adding the necessary accents to it. The same method allows you to make the fabric and the folds on it more expressive. If you emphasize the glares and dark places in the right way, then you'll make the trousers more luminous and expressive. This is what it looks like when you zoom in. And now let's explore such modes as opacity and flow. Let's see how it differs on the example of this image of the kitty. We'll edit a background. We'll draw on a new layer. It will be more convenient. And let's set the opacity 100, the flow 100, and the color sample from the fur of the kitty. So, look, here I have an opacity of 100 and the flow of 100. I'm drawing a line, and our line is like that. Now let's set the opacity of 50. Let's draw another line like that. Let's set the opacity of 25 and also draw a line. And now let's go to the flow mode and see what will change if we change this parameter. Let's return the opacity to 100% and draw a line with 100% flow as well. So flow of 50 and flow of 25. As you can see, nothing really changes if we don't adjust the opacity. So what's the difference then? Let's set the opacity of 50%. And look, I'm painting older without releasing the mouse button. I release it now. And if I draw from above, then I have an overlay. Those strokes that were made before are shown through new strokes. And now let's set 100% opacity and make 50% flow. If I draw like this without taking off the mouse button and then draw again from above, releasing the mouse button, I will have no overlap. That is, you can take off the mouse button as many times as you want and continue your work. But nothing that we have seen before doesn't happen. But why do we need flow? After all, we could just paint with a brush and release it as much as we want. No, it gives us a small opportunity to regulate what we used to call transparency. And at the same time, we're able to release the mouse button at a certain number of times and don't hold it down all the time. And so we won't have these overlays of strokes that occur when opacity is used. I'm drawing more shadows with a soft brush on the new layer above the layer with the cat and apply the multiply mode. That is, I added a little shadow on the back. And now I will take another sample of a light color and make the background a little more diverse by adding such bright spots to it. I do it also on the new layer, so I can adjust its opacity. Something like this. Look, when my strokes are applied preciously transparent, then the border between them is still visible. Look, I'm doing one stroke and another one on top, and here is the border or their intersection. It is visible when I work with opacity, but if I do the same thing with flow, then I won't have such boundaries. Well, here I have finished our background. I don't know if I should leave these shadows. Look, I don't know how to do it better. I have slightly modified the background with a white brush, created another layer above the layer with a kitty, and now I will add such white glares with short clicks, and this is what we got. Of course, you can do much better here if you work longer, but the main task of this work is that you practice to work with the brush tool. I had a brush called a charcoal shape, but it is absolutely not necessary to use this particular brush. You can take any other one, or even use several brushes. That is, there is just full scope for your creativity. And now let's look at the mod, which is called an airbrush. The button for this mod is located here. It is called to enable airbrush effects. We have it turned on now, and I have taken the usual simplest soft brush and, for example, point the cursor. I press the mouse button and I get this kind of brush mark, and I keep holding the left mouse button. Well, I don't have anything else going on. And now let's turn on the airbrush mod and do the same. I point the cursor somewhere, press the mouse button and keep holding. And look how this brush is spreading out. I get such a blur, similar to the blur that occurs when using an airbrush. I can see these transitions that occur when applying a brush. And you can also choose the multiply mode of the layer itself, and for example reduce its opacity even more. And I get this kind of background for this kitty with this tool. You can also take another color and edit it on a new layer in multiply mode. I will do things like this, some kind of circles. You can also create a batch effect if you want to. That's the romantic background I got for this kitty. And I also want to tell you about a couple of settings that the pad owners can use. The first setup is here, and the second one is here. They determine the pressure sensitivity. And so let's turn them on and see what happens. I have the same brush installed that I had, and I take the pad. So before that I drew with the mouse, and now with the stylus. And look, I'm reducing the pressure at the end of drawing, and my tips turns out to be so sharp. When drawing with the mouse, the strokes turns out to be the same along its entire length. This is how my stroke changes depending on how hard I press on the stylus. Here, for example, is what a mouse stroke looks like, and here is how the stroke looks like with a change in the level of pressure. Thus, the strokes are much more lively. So I choose opacity now, opacity sensitivity, and that's what I got. As you can see, they turn out to be much more lively, and just like that you can draw the fur of a cat. But we'll not dwell on this in so much detail. Firstly, because not everyone has pads after all. Well, and secondly, because it will be a completely endless lesson. And if you're interested in such techniques, then there are a lot of free lessons on this topic. And let's get to the homework. The first task will be to create glares on the girl's hair. The second task will be to create a background for this gray cat with the brush tool and its traditional settings, opacity and flow. Well, the third task will be to create a background for a cat with an airbrush. But of course, that's not all I wanted to tell you about the brush tool. We'll continue to talk about the settings of the brush tool and discuss in detail a special brush palette. This palette is located in the top menu, and it can be opened by clicking this button or just pressing F5. So click the palette has opened. Let's see what we can do in it. First of all, of course, we can adjust the size of the brush. Now I have such a small brush, and I can set, for example, of 100 pixels. Well, this is quite an obvious setup. Here we also see all the brushes that we have. And we can choose the brush that we're interested in. I'm going to choose a brush in the shape I have opened it recently, so I have it right here in the top row. And let's move on to the settings of this brush. Look, I hope you can now see the silhouette of this brush. If I click on it now, then I'll have like this. But if I press the left mouse button and I just draw like this, then I'll get this line. That is, by default, we get a solid line. It is determined just by the value called spacing. The larger this distance is, the larger the spacing is, the greater the distance between the two tips we will have. Let's set it. Take a look at the preview below. You can immediately see approximately how it will look. That is, let's reduce the spacing a bit. And look, I'm drawing without releasing the mouse button. And I get like this. And if I set the spacing to the minimum value, then it would be such a line. Let's look at our settings. Right now, by default, looks like this. This brush looks the way as it was originally created. Well, what should we do if we want to mirror the image? Then we tick flip X, like this. And if we put a check mark to flip Y, then it will be like this. Thus, we can change the display format of our brush. But that's not all. We can change the rotation angle. For example, you can pull this arrow. At the same time, the angle position changes. Now let's rotate it. We can set the angle in this window too, or we can set it like this. And by the way, changes also occur at the bottom of the preview. Here, let's set some kind of angle so that it is clearly visible. But you can change not only the angle, but also the shape of the brush itself. We can just squeeze in this way, and we'll have something like this. I suggest you practice with these settings yourself, using some non-symmetrical brush. For example, you can take a butterfly brush that we created, and we have many other interesting settings. And let's look at them too. So, I'm going to take a brush in the shape of a snowflake, probably this one. Here is a snowflake. I will take it. There will be this brush in the appendix to this lesson. But you can also download other snowflakes from the internet and use them. I want to draw your attention to the fact that the brush I took, it has already been reduced by me. That is, the size is not the original one. But if I want to return it to its maximum, the way it was created, then I can choose to restore the original size in the brush's tab. So let's say I click. That is, in fact, it was not reduced by me, but increased. Well, let's make the size that will be convenient for us. But you can of course set some other size. And we move on to their interesting settings. We have already looked at the brush tip shape, and let's look at the shape dynamics. Go to the section, we open its settings. And look, at the bottom you now see the stroke that we would have got by default. I am drawing with this brush. I have such a lazy stroke, consisting of snowflakes. I would say so, but it may not necessarily be so boring. For example, if we move the size slider, then the snowflakes in this stroke will not be the same, but will differ in size. Some will be larger, some will be smaller. Right now you see a preview of the stroke, which we will have in this case. At the same time, we have the smallest snowflakes, so it can be adjusted in size. Take a look at this stroke. That is, when I'm starting drawing, the snowflakes are pretty big, and when I finish, it becomes small. Here again, that is, it is obvious that the very first snowflake and the very last one are very different. But if we don't want the size to be so large, we can set the minimum size of the smallest snowflake in such a way that suits us. Look, I'm adding. I will slightly reduce the size of the brush to make it clear. Look here, these are the jitter I get in this case. There is also angle jitter. Angle jitter shows how the snowflakes rotate relative to their center. This now clearly visible in the lower preview. That is, if I had not symmetrical snowflake, or, for example, autumn leaves, fallen leaves can be created this way. So then it would each fall at their own angle, which can also look quite interesting. Let's see roundness jitter. So let's edit it now. And you can see that some snowflakes, it become kind of flat. Look, I'm clicking separately now. You see, we have the effect of fallen snowflakes. Each new snowflake flies at its own angle, we also have parameters here that have an exclamation mark in front of them. This means that these options can only be activated if you have a path. And if you go here, then you can guess what it means. We will not discuss it in detail. If you have a path, I think you can easily study all this yourself. Moreover, the names of the parameters are clear. The same applies to these two parameters too. That is, in this case, in addition to the settings that are in the software, your pen will also respond to the level of pressure and to the angle at which you are leading your hand. So let's bring the snowflakes back. I will cancel some of the parameters. I will leave only the size jitter and the minimum diameter. So all the time I look at the lower previews to check how it looks like. I won't need the roundness jitter either in this exercise. So I will leave it all with these settings. And we move on to the next parameter, which is called scattering. This is probably one of the most obvious options, because everything is very clearly visible here. Look, now I'm moving the scatter slider and see what happens. Our snowflakes scatter as if the wind blew on them. But the further I move the slider, the further it scatters. By the way, it's always better to draw such things on a new clean layer. Look how the snowflakes are flying away from me. That's what I get in this case. I just move the mouse cursor and I get the effect of snowfall. Let's see how this parameter will work if we also turn on both axes. So, both axes. And look. So, this is not very noticeable, but in fact, this parameter increases the level of their dispersion, both on the x-axis and on the y and on the y-axis. Let's move on to the count parameter. Let's make our snowflakes smaller in order to better see what is happening. So, this is the snowflake I have. Look, when the count parameter is turned off, it is distributed this way. And now I will turn on this parameter. I removed snowflakes. And look, the higher the value of the count, the more dense our snowfall turns out. Look here, how immediately everything became snow-colored. If you do even more, you'll have such a solid background of snowflakes. But if we added count jitter to this parameter, then the snow will have a different density. Somewhere we will have fewer snowflakes, somewhere more. Well, for example, let's put it like this. Well, you see, there are some gaps, but it can all be regulated. That is, let's cancel it anyway. We will not change anything here to create the composition which we want. You can additionally adjust all these options, but it still very much depends on the characteristics of your part, and on each part it will be reflected a little differently, because each part has different technical capabilities, different pressure and tilt sensitivity. I'll turn off the count jitter and the count and leave only the scatter of 1000%, which will give us such an effect. Now we will not talk about texture and dual brush. We'll look at them using example of the following exercise. And now we'll discuss the color dynamics. And for this I will need to take the second color, because we'll have the color of snowflakes change from one color to another. And I will put a blue shade here. I choose this blue color. And let's see how color dynamics works. Go to this parameter. I have temporarily disabled the scattering parameter. Then I will turn it on again. Let's see how color dynamics works. It is implied that when this parameter is enabled, we use not only the foreground color, but also the background color. I have now set the maximum foreground background jitter, and let's see what we will get. So I take the brush, hold the left mouse button above and make a stroke. Here I have the first stroke, the second, the third, the fourth. As you can see, each new stroke has a different color. That is, the color changes from stroke to stroke. And now let's tick apply per tip and do the same. Look, the color is now changing inside the stroke. Each new snowflake is of a different color, and we have such flow of color from white to blue. And now let's add hue jitter to this parameter. So let's put, for example, 75. And look, new completely unexpected colors are being added. The bigger this jitter is, the brighter the colors we get. And if it is insignificant, then we get something like this. Let's add this parameter to 0 and look at the saturation jitter. We take our snowflake. Here is our usual stroke. And now let's make a saturation jitter. Look, I think everything is visible. and there is nothing to say. We return the saturation jitter as it was before. And let's take our main stroke again, and look what will happen if we turn on the brightness jitter. Well, for example, something like this. When do even more, and we'll have very bright snowflakes. By the way, you can still combine all these parameters with the brush blending modes. There will be many more different options. We return the brightness parameters as it was before. And now let's see the purity. Look, if we set the purity to the lowest value, then we'll get just white snowflakes. In the next lesson, we'll look at other settings of the brush tool. And it was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Text. Hi guys, today we are going to talk about the text tool. We mentioned it a little bit already when we talked about layer styles, and now we'll look at all the details of working with this tool. Here we go. Open our favorite Photoshop and go to the text tool, which is indicated by the letter T. You won't confuse it with anything. There are 4 types of text: horizontal, vertical, and 2 types of mask text. Let's open the horizontal text tool. If I click on my file now, then I have this lorem ipsum inscription. This is an arbitrary inscription. It shows you what size and font will be the text that you will now start working with. And every time I click, an inscription like this is added. And if I now change the font and click, then I will have an inscription already made in this font that I have installed now. And perhaps this function can be useful to someone. But, to be honest, it bothers me a little, because when I want to type my text and click, I get this inscription, and before I start typing my text, I have to delete it somehow. That is, I have selected it now, and I'm starting to type my own text. I don't really like this additional movement. Perhaps it is convenient for someone. If you like it, then please leave this option and use it with pleasure. But if it annoys you, then you can always turn it off. To do this, go to Edit, Preferences, Type, and here a few new type layers with placeholder text option is chosen by default. We can remove the checkmark here, and the inscription will be deleted. We can also increase the number of recently used fonts displayed here. In the process, you understand wherever you need it or not, and then you'll decide which number to put here. So I click OK, and look, I click again in an empty place, and I don't have any extra inscriptions, and I just start typing my text. That's pretty simple. Every time I start typing, I just click and immediately have a new layer on which the text will be typed. So I have just typed the word Photoshop. I have it on the layer 1. Now I'm going to click somewhere in an empty place, and as you can see, the text I have typed coincides with the name of the layer. Let's talk about how we can move our text. Please note that as soon as I move the cursor away from the text itself, it looks at the cursor when the Move tool is active, and this way I can move my text across the canvas. And this tick, which stands at the end, it shows that the text tool is still active on this layer. And I can continue typing this phrase. That is, for example, I put a space and write something else. As a matter of fact, I can type as long as I want. Here we have such an endless line that completely goes beyond the canvas, until I click Enter and transfer the text to another line. I have transferred it far enough. If I press the Ctrl during typing, then I get the frame that we know from Free Transform mode, and I can rotate the text. For example, like that. I can stretch it, and to make all the same actions that we do in Free Transform mode. If you want the text to change proportionally, and you have early versions of Photoshop, then you need to hold down Shift key, and after the text is ready, you can click this check mark. After that, you can start typing new text, and it will already be on a new layer. If we want to edit one word in our text, then it is enough to click on it twice. This word will be selected, and you can replace it with some other word. If you need to select all the text on this layer, then click 3 times, and you can type some other text. To remove the selection, press Escape. There is another way to select all the text on the layer. You need to double-click on the icon with the letter T on the text layer, the text is selected. When the text is selected, we cannot only replace some word, but for example change its size or choose a different font type. Now I'm just going through the fonts, and let's say I like this one. When the text is selected, it is illuminated with a black color, and usually it is quite convenient. But if suddenly, for some reason, it interferes you to work, then you can always hide the selection by pressing the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+H. At the same time, the text remains selected, and you can continue to change its parameters. For example, you can choose some other font. In order to see the selected area, press Ctrl+H again, and you can continue to edit our text. In particular, we can also change the size in pixels. Let's increase it a little more and change the color by clicking on this square here, which indicates the color. We choose the color that we need from the proposed palette. After that, you can remove the selection completely by pressing Escape. By the way, the text can also be moved with a Move tool when the text tool is not active. Also, we can start editing text without choosing Text tool. We can just double click on it with the Move tool and start editing it again. Let's change the color, for example, like that. And now let's take a closer look at the top menu. First, you can choose the orientation of the text. Now we have a horizontal text, but we can click on this icon and our text becomes vertical. Click again, it's horizontal again. And we can also immediately select a vertical text tool, if we want, and start typing immediately in vertical text. Here is a vertical text. Next, we have a font selection window. Here I think everything is clear. In general, there is nothing special here. Just like in all programs with fonts, there are a huge number of fonts. Also, you can click on the icon and the Adobe website will be opened. Here you can download additional fonts. In addition, you can download fonts from the internet and install them. Let's say you have chosen some font that you like and you want to install it. Let's see how this can be done. I have already downloaded one of these fonts, and now we'll try to install it. Open the folder into which we downloaded the archive with the font and unzip it. We click on this file with TTF extension. And look, I just have a sample of the font that I downloaded. And I need to click install. So the installation is started. Our font is installed. If suddenly something went wrong, then you can just copy this file. Go to the control panel on your computer, select the font folder, and just paste this font there. Let's check if I have this font among the fonts. I'll type the first letters of the font name, and let's see the rest of the possibilities. Now, when the Move tool is active, I click twice, and the Text tool is activated too. We have already looked at the font selection options. Also, it is possible to choose the style of the font. For example, let's take Enroll that has different styles, and you can choose the one that you like. For example, here is, but of course, not all fonts have these styles. Next, we have the size, which we have set in pixels, but you can adjust its size. You can click this arrow and select the size you need, or type the size in the window, or you can simply hold the cursor over the letter T. And look, I'm pulling a little bit to the left, and the font is decreasing. I pull a little bit to the right, and the font increases. This is really very convenient, and I recommend you to use it. Next, you can choose the anti-aliasing. I recommend you to leave the smooth one, because in this case your fonts will be displayed in the best way. A little further, you can see the windows that allow you to align the text. I think it's not worth stopping too much here, because these options are similar to the well-known options in the Word. And if you have some big text typed, well, not 3 words like mine, but exactly the whole text, then you can select it and use one of these buttons to align it to the left or right edge. Next comes a window related to the color. Well, everything is clear here. Choose the desired color and click OK. And here is a very interesting button, Warp Text. So let's take a closer look at it. Let's take this picture. I have already typed the text, and let's change it a little. First of all, I would like to capitalize the first letter. I click twice with the Move tool and switch to the Text tool. Then I just select this letter and put a capital letter in its place. Let's select the whole text. I click 3 times. You need to click quickly to make everything selected. And we switch to the text warp mode. Click on this button. So the warp text window opens. Let's see what we have here. Here we have different options for changing this text. For example, we could make this text in form of an arc. click and such an arc appears, which we can adjust and make the one we like best. For example, like this, or wherever suits you best. Well, let's say we agree, and we get this text. Let's see other options. There are a lot of them here. Of course, I won't show everything. Well, for example, a flag. We can completely curve it, or like that. That can be done differently. That is, it just all depends on your imagination. After you have applied the text warp, you can also remember about the layer styles option. And for example, edit some other effects to this text. For example, you can make a stroke or do something else. I'm not going to talk about it too much right now, because I think you can come up with something on your own and something interesting. In order to increase the size of my inscription, I click on it and a dimensional frame appears. I will increase in usual mode, as we always do with a free transform. You can even rotate it a little more somehow. And then I click somewhere in the free space. I hope that after this lesson you'll easily be able to type any phrase in both vertical and horizontal text, as well as change its configuration with warp text option. You will have this picture on which you can edit a beautiful inscription, or you can take some other picture if you want. And I also want to draw attention to the fact that a bee or maybe a bumblebee can be drawn with the pen tool, and if you want, you can also edit some elements with this tool. It would also be very cool if you try to download some font from the internet and install it on your computer, because if you don't try, you won't remember. Therefore, I really advise you to practice everything that we go through, even if we don't have any special exercises for this. That's not all at all. Let's continue to study the text tool. There are still a lot of interesting things left. Let's now see how you can fit text into a specific area. For example, I just take the text tool, press the left mouse button and draw a rectangle like this. There my text will be located if I start typing it now. Let's try to type something. I will make the font a little bigger. Look, now, when one line is finished, the text automatically switches to another so that it is inscribed exactly in the area I have set. That is, I could of course type some meaningful text here, and it would fit in exactly the same way. And very often, when we create some kind of projects in which the fields will later be filled with the text, we need to insert some kind of text template so that it looks well. And this option is also provided by Photoshop. To do this, go to the text tool and select Paste Lorem Ipsum. And look, an abstract text is inserted, with which we can fill the space of our text block in order to see how exactly it will look like. I just click somewhere in an empty place to remove this frame and see what my text will look like. Let's get back to it. Yes, I click, and for example, I can use the alignment option right now. I select the text. Let's increase its size a little. And look, for example, I can align the text to the left, and that's what I got. This is exactly the option we talked about last time. You can copy and paste text from other sources into this text block, for example, from Word. But to do this, you will need to press the Ctrl+C keyboard shortcut. The copy option, which appears when you press the right mouse button, won't work. For some reason, it is the only way to paste the text from Word into Photoshop. After we have copied the text, we press Ctrl+V, and this text is pasted in Photoshop. Pay attention to such a moment. Now I'm going to increase the size of the text, so that it doesn't fit. And pay attention to the lower right corner. It becomes crossed out like this. This shows that if you stretch our frame, there will be more text there. That is, I typed it in a fairly large font, and therefore this text doesn't fit. So, if you want to enter it anyway, then you need to reduce its size until the square disappears, which you see in the lower right corner. So, select the entire text. Even the one that does not fit, you need to press Ctrl+A. Well, then you can already set some size in pixels. So, let it be so. Now we have looked at how you can fit text into a rectangular area. But let's see how we can fit it into any other custom area. To do this, you will need to choose a shape that we have talked about. You can of course take any shape, but we will take an ellipse. Draw some kind of ellipse in which we will have a text inscribed. Let's say like this. Of course, it may have some colored borders, but it may not have them. It doesn't matter. Then we take the text tool and click inside the shape we created. We have a special frame like this, And now we can insert the text that we have created, or insert an abstract text that we have already seen, which is called lorem ipsum. Click and everything is filled with this text. You can increase its size, so that the circle is completely filled. I press the Ctrl and move my hand a little on the text icon. Look, I have such an icon with a cross here. It means that the text that I am supposedly interested in now is not going to fit in. Therefore, you can reduce it a little more. Well, it probably fits now. We click in any free space and the selected area is removed. And here is our text in all its glory. If you need to select some individual fragments of it, you can double-click on any word, for example, or select some piece of text and increase its size. Let's say this is my title. And that's what happened. Just like that, you can paste text into absolutely any shape that you have drawn yourself using the pen tool, or any shape that you have chosen among the custom shape tools. I have shown you how to insert the text into some colored contour, but there are situations when the text needs to be distributed along some contour, not written into it, but distributed. For example, to make the text arranged in a circle, we'll create a new layer in the Path mode. By the way, before that I've drawn in Shape mode. Draw a circle. So this will be our circle, which will be located a little beyond the circle that we already have, and take the text tool. We put it. When we bring the text cursor to the path of the circle, it changes its shape. I click on this place and now I can type any text. And I have typed it in this way. Or you can try interesting lorem ipsum again to see how it looks like. With the Ctrl key pressed, you can adjust the size of the circle if you need it. Sometimes you need to place your text not along some geometrical path, but along the path that you created yourself. Let's try to do it. Let's take the pen tool in Path mode and draw a certain path along which our text will be located. Then take the text tool. Please note that left alignment should be selected. Turn it on. We bring the cursor to the line that we drew to our path. You can see that when we bring the cursor to the path, its shape changes. Click in the area when we are going to start typing the text. After that, we set some parameters of our text and type it. Here, for example, I have typed some text. I can double-click on it to increase its size, so that it is located along my path. We can adjust our path and change the configuration of the inscription by holding down Ctrl. When the text tool is turned on, we can move our anchor points. Thus, the shape of our inscription can be changed. If you click on the black arrow, you will see such an icon that allows you to transfer this point from which the inscription of our text begins, and we can change it in this way. If I pull my hand down a little, then the inscription will mirror. I pull my hand up, and the inscription returns to its original state. And of course, you can edit some layer styles to this word in order to make it more consistent with the whole design. Two special palettes are also designed for working with the text. They are called Character and Paragraph. You can find them if you go to the window menu. Let's start with the Paragraph palette. But here everything is very simple. You can see that with this palette we can align our text in different ways. Let's select our text and do, for example, like this, so that there is filling completely around the edges. Or for example, let's align text to the right, as you prefer. Everything here is identical to the Word program. The character palette is more interesting. Here we can change the style of font. For example, let me put italics. You can also change the space between the lines here. Look, I select this parameter and reduce the space between the lines. It is decreasing, and it is very noticeable. And of course, you can increase it in the same way. In addition, you can change the space between the letters. For example, you see, I move the slider to the right. The distance between the letters increases. I move the slider to the left, it decreases. Sometimes it can be useful, but I advise you not to use it too much. In addition, we can change the height and width of the letters. For example, let's put 200 here now. And that's what we get. We'll return it as it was. And we can change the height too. Let's also reduce it on the contrary. That's how it all works. And another option allows you to change the space between some two specific letters. To do this, point the cursor between them. And here we can set a larger or smaller distance, for example. We can reduce this space or increase it. I think this function can be useful if you are working, for example, on creating a logo, and there is a need for such a font arrangement. The next line allows us to apply different effects. Let's try. Select our word, and for example, we can make its outline bolder. You can choose this semi-bold italic. This is especially useful sometimes if a font doesn't have styles. This partly allows you to imitate italics and bold writing, where there is none. But you shouldn't abuse it either, because it doesn't always look beautiful. Let's see the next one. Right now I have the text type in a lowercase font, but I can make all the letters capitalized by clicking on this button, or conversely, I can make all the letters lowercase. This can be very useful. In addition, we can create such options or letter arrangement when it is necessary. This is usually necessary when you need to specify a degree or a square of a number, etc. In addition, we can, for example, underline our text or cross it out. And also we can choose the language in which the spelling of our text will be checked. I recommend that you practice working with this palette. Try its different options so that you can remember them better. Well, we'll now move on to the next type of the text, which is called the mask text. The mask text can be vertical and horizontal, just like a regular text. Here they are, both of these tools. Of course, we'll now take horizontal ones. And let's start typing some text. Well, for example, I will type, as soon as I clicked on the screen, it was tinted red for me. This means that the area has become masked for me, and now I'm just typing. If I need to move it, then I can shift the cursor a little and move it a little, for example, in the center. When I move the cursor, it has an icon, or the Move tool. If I double click on this word, it will be selected just like the regular text, and I can, for example, change the size of font. Well, for example, let's increase it in size a little, like that. After that, I can click somewhere in an empty place, and immediately I have a selected area. Now we can go to the Layers palette and press Ctrl+G to copy the resulting selection to a new layer, where we can now apply layer styles. Click twice. This is an inscription I got, but of course there is a lot more to come up with and add it. And you can also create a new layer below the text layer and fill it with a color, for example, like this. And you can also change the transparency or add some other effects. It all depends on your preferences. So, text mask is such an interesting tool. I have increased the text size a little more. And let's move on to the homework. We have a lot of exercises today. The first exercise is to place the text in a predefined area. The second exercise is the placement of the text in some shape. I have a circle. And the placement of the text along the circle. Next, I suggest you create a text along the path that you will create. Well, the last exercise is the text mask. You can use both my images as examples and your own. For example, you can take images that we used when we talked about pen and shape tools. Perhaps you'll get some kind of unique design. As always, I'm waiting for your work. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Shape. Hi guys, we continue to get acquainted with Photoshop tools. And so we finally got to the vector graphics tools. Yes, despite the fact that Photoshop is a raster program, vector graphic tools are also presented here. And now we will talk about them. I think you have seen many photos in which there are various kinds of geometric elements. This is especially common in designer products, in various posters, flyers, and similar things. Most of these interesting elements were created with vector graphic tools. And let's move on to them. To demonstrate these tools, I first decided to take this flyer as a background, because such kind of products usually have elements of vector graphics. I hope that you remember from our first lessons how a vector image differs from a raster one, and its most important difference is that when the scale changes, the quality of vector elements doesn't change. It is especially important when you need to print polygraphic products and the tint blocks, and text must be represented by vector elements. By the way, a tint block is something like this. That is, it is a certain space which is intended to be filled with some text. In an absolutely ideal situation, all vector elements should be added to your project in the vector graphics software. Nevertheless, at the sketching stage, it may often be more convenient for you to use vector graphics elements directly in Photoshop. And of course, there are designs like this. For example, where it is necessarily better to edit all the elements of vector graphics directly in Photoshop. As you gain experience in various design softwares, you'll eventually understand where and what is better to use. And in Photoshop, the elements of vector graphics are represented by 4 groups. The first one is a group of shapes. Next are the path and the direct selection tools, which help to work with these shapes and with other textures that will be created with pen group tools. There are a lot of them, and each of them is frequently used. Well, the last group of tools related to vector graphics is the text group. At the same time, the last 2 types of text, which are masked texts, do not belong to vector graphics, but we'll get to them later. And now let's move on to the shape tool, which is located here. Let's choose the rectangle tool and consider the settings that are common for some other vector tools. Let's go to the top menu. And what do we see? First, if we look at this window, we will see that there are 3 types of rectangle vector tools: shape, path, and pixels. What are they for? If we choose a shape, then I draw such a thin block, filled with some color, something like that. Moreover, if we look now in the layers menu, each new shape is drawn automatically on a new layer. Here, let me draw another one. You see, a third layer immediately appeared, which is called rectangle 3. Next, let's choose a path. In this case, we just draw a path like this. Here I hope you can see it clearly now. This path can be used for a variety of purposes. For example, we can create a selected area. To do this, we can go to the Paths palette. Here we have an activated working path and click this icon. After that, we have a selected area that we can copy to a new layer. It is better to switch to the foreground layer before doing it. Well, here we have a rectangle cut out. Well, let's make it visible so that we have something like this. So, of course, you could create a rectangular area much faster using rectangular selection. But sometimes you need to create rather complex shape areas. For example, it could be any geometric shape at all: a star, a triangle, gear, some element of an ornament, absolutely anything. But we'll talk later about how you can distort the basic shapes and what you can do with them. In the meantime, we'll get back to our settings. We have already talked with you about the shape and about the path. And let's look at the third position, which is called pixels. And to make it clear, let's go to the layers palette. If you pay attention, then there is such an icon or the thumbnail of each layer, which shows that the shape you created is vector, and when you change the scale, it will preserve its qualities as much as possible. But if you choose pixels, then see what happens. I create a new layer and draw another square on it. That's what I have on layer 2. At the same time, we don't have such an icon. It happens that it is necessary to create some kind of geometric shape element that wouldn't be a vector figure, because there are such operations that not applicable to vector shapes. For example, let's now take an eraser and try to erase the raster shape that we have on the layer 2. Well, as you can see, everything is perfectly erased. And now let's choose this vector square and take the eraser tool. And as you can see, it's just not active, because we can't use an eraser here. But if we still really want to use the eraser and we have already created a vector shape, then we can always convert it into a raster one. To do this, right-click on the layer and choose to rasterize layer. After that, the icon that indicates that this is a vector shape disappears, and we can safely use the eraser. Let's summarize a little. We have 3 modes: shape, path, and pixels. In the shape mode, a vector shape filled with some color. In a path mode, we create a path, and pixel mode, we create a geometric shape, but it will be a raster shape. A special additional icon appears on the layer icons when creating vector elements. But we can always convert a vector shape into raster one, but the reverse action is impossible. But let's move on. Now in front of you is a picture, and let's take a tool that we call an ellipse, with which you can draw a ball, and at the same time we'll consider some more operations. So we choose a shape. Now we look further. Then we'll have fill and stroke. Let's leave it as it is for now. If we choose fill option, we can set some color. And if we choose stroke, we can also set some color. Now we have a white fill. And at the same time, this button, which is called solid color, is active. Let's draw a circle. If you press Shift at the same time, it will be correct, but you need to press it after you have started drawing. We'll get a white circle. But in the same window, we can choose another color, either from the proposed sets, or we can go to the color palette and choose some color there. Or we can click somewhere on our picture with an eyedropper, and this color will also be displayed. If we don't want to have a solid color, then we can select the None option, and then our shape turns into a path. We can choose a gradient and fill the shape with a gradient. You already know everything about the gradient, and we can choose to fill with a pattern. But let me still choose the absence of a fill, because I prefer in this case to make a stroke. We click stroke and see that the settings are absolutely identical, and let me choose the color or the stroke. Let's take this one for example. Yes, here we can look at the thickness of the stroke and make it thicker or thinner. It depends on how we like it more. Let's make it like this. Next we can choose the parameters of the stroke, and it can be not only solid, but for example dashed or dotted. If we have a dashed or dotted stroke, then we can also align the corners. But of course, this applies to the rectangle tool, and other parameters allow us to change the distance between the strokes. For example, see how it changes right away. That is, we can arbitrarily create a stroke that we like. Let's leave a line like this. Let's move on to the rectangle tool again. Look, if I click now, then I have a window in which I can immediately set some dimensions that I need. For example, I will click cancel and draw by hand. And look, the same operation. I go here, and we can firstly change the location of the stroke. It can be from the center. It can move outside. If we have a line tool, we can change the ends. And here we can change the angles. For example, we can make them rounded like this, or beveled like this. So I will return everything to the settings that were at the very beginning. And I will delete this rectangle by deleting the layer on which it is located, like that. And let's try to draw our ball. Let's take the rectangle tool and draw something like this. This will be the place where the rope is attached. I press Ctrl+T in order to slightly change the proportions and press enter. And now I'm going to do the following. I will cancel the stroke like this and choose a stroke. Here we have such a wonderful rectangle, and I will draw another one, which will be surf or row. So we can move it all. Note that I have each of these elements on a new layer. And now I would like to align these elements. Let's imagine that I got them all crooked somehow. Well, like this, for example, and I would like to have a straight ball. To do this, I select all the layers on which I have elements using the Shift. And look, in the top menu I have an active panel that is responsible for alignment. And it is easy to guess exactly how this alignment will occur. I choose to align horizontal centers. And look, everything worked out. And your homework will be to draw a ball, like this. We will continue our talk about standard shapes. And right now, you see the design that was created with the help of these shapes. Open Photoshop. And now, on the example of this image, we'll get acquainted with the rounded rectangle and line tools. It is located here, and we will try to refine the original image given in this look, adding a couple of elements to it. I have the shape mode turned on now, and I'm going to take a tool called a round rectangle, and I start drawing, and see what kind of rectangle I get. If we zoom in the image now, we will see that the corners are rounded, and we start working with the tools of this group. A palette called Properties is always open, and here we can see the characteristics of the shape that we have drawn. In particular, we can see here the radius of rounded corners. And if I now click on this lock here, set 100 pixels and press enter, then you see right away that my corner has rounded much more, but at the same time all the other corners have rounded too. By the way, the advantage of this palette is that you can edit the shape after it is created at any time. You just need to select the desired layer, open the Properties palette, and here you can change different parameters. Well, let's say I would like to round corners with different radius. Well, I would like to get something like this. Let's try to do it. In order for this to be possible, it is necessary to make this lock inactive. So I set 300 for this corner and press enter. The corner has rounded off. And for example, I can round off these corners even more. For example, 50 and 50. That's the shape we got. Now let's cancel the fill and we will make a stroke. Well, for example, like this. As for the other properties of this tool, it is completely identical to the properties that we went through in the last lesson. The difference is only in the rounding of the corners. Let's slightly reduce the size of this shape in order to leave room for the arrow, which we will draw using the line tool. Free transform and I reduce it a little. Probably let it be like this. Let's move on to the line tool. I am creating a new layer now. And as you have already understood, it draws lines. And the only difference between it and other tools is that the thickness of this line can be set. The thickness of this line right now is 20 pixels. And there is also a gear here that allows us to create arrows. But let's cancel all the values set here now and just draw a line. That is, I just draw a line and I get 20 pixels in white. If I want to draw a strictly vertical or strictly horizontal line, then it is necessary to hold down the Shift key. So I press Shift and I get a strictly vertical or strictly horizontal line, or a line at an angle of 45 degrees. Look at its dimension in the pop-up window. You see the level under which this line is drawn, so I drew it. By the way, if you hold down Shift before drawing the shape, then all the shapes will be drawn on the same layer, which is what I have now. If I wanted these lines to be on different layers, I had to start drawing a little, and then press Shift. This way I would have a straight line. And look, it's already on a new layer. Now again, I have already started drawing a little bit by pressing Shift, and the line is on a new layer again. Here is a small nuance. So I'm going to delete all these lines that we have drawn. And let's see how we can make an arrow out of them. To do this, we click on the gear. And look, here you can set wherever the arrow will be at the beginning of drawing, or maybe both at the beginning and at the end. Well, for example, I set both at the beginning and at the end, and then I draw an arrow, and I get it like this. Also in the same menu, you can change the shape of the arrow tip. And look how its tip has changed. And draw an arrow. Look what an arrow we got. And let's set the canvasity of 50, and you see how the tip has changed. That is, you can experiment completely arbitrarily with these parameters, with their settings. Create the types of arrows that you like best. I'll create another one, 500, 1000 and 50%. To be honest, I like this type of arrows the most, but it already depends on what your preferences are. I recommend that you practice with these parameters and see which arrows you will get. Well, in this block, which we got on the left, theoretically it would be possible to place some text, but we haven't yet passed the text. If you want, you can save this picture and practice with the text in the future. Let's move on to the polygon tool. Now select this tool and look at its settings. The difference of this tool is that we can set the number of sides. For example, we now have 5 sides, and we can draw a pentagon like this. And if we make, for example, 3, then there will be a triangle or some other shape. Here is a figure with 12 sides, but there are additional features here too. We go into the gear and select, for example, the star mode and set 12 sides, and we get such a wonderful star. We can change the depth of the rays and draw the star again, and the star has become completely different. And in this case, we will get a star like this. And we can also smooth out the outer corners, and then we will get a flower like this. We can apply it in some design. And so, let's say we created some kind of shape that we liked. Well, for example, this flower. We can increase the depth of the rays, and we'll make another flower. Here, let's say we got such a flower and we want to keep it. We want to use it in the future. And then we can do this. We go into Edit and select Define Custom Shape. We define, we give it some name, and click OK. Now, if you select Custom Shape tool and click on this arrow, then at the very end there will be the shape that we created. And we can use it for a variety of purposes. For example, we can create a texture with our flower. To do this, I have now created a new file with a size of 500 by 500 pixels and placed our shape, our flower, in the center of this file. And now you need to go into Edit and select Define a Pattern. OK. And let's see how our pattern will work. I am creating a new file, but this time we'll probably create a large file, let's say 5000 by 5000. And I want to make a fill. I choose the fill and the pattern. And at the very end, we have our flower. I select it and click it. And look at how wonderful our file is filled up with flowers. Of course, the flowers can be of very different colors on different backgrounds. It can even be filled with gradient fill. That is, you can actually create very interesting composition with standard shapes. Let's now look at the last tool from this group, which is called a custom shape. This is a very interesting tool in the sense that there are a large number of different shapes that you can use by default. And of course, when you open the software, there are not all the shapes that you can use, but you can click on the gear icon and choose what you like from the suggested list. Here you can find a very interesting variety of shapes. Among other things, if you look closely at this menu, you will see already familiar positions that affect the size of thumbnails and preset manager. The preset manager works exactly the same as for brushes and gradients. And in the same way, you can upload, create and save your shapes, which you, for example, downloaded from the internet. Let's take some shape, and that's what I get. So, use it with pleasure. And now let's see another example of how these shapes or any other vector shapes can be applied. Let's choose a path mode. I go to the layer with the girl, which is at the top. Below I have a background that we'll also need. And I drag holding down Shift. In order to somehow change the position, we can use the path selection tool. This is such a black arrow. Well, for example, let it be like this. And now we'll create a mask. To do this, I press the Ctrl key and click on the mask icon. And I get a vector mask. Thus, the background, which is located at the bottom, became visible to me, and the area outside is hidden. If we click on the mask, then we can change its characteristics in the Properties palette. For example, we can do feathering, and then, as you can see, the edges become blurred, like this. If we reduce the density, we will see a little bit of the background that we had around the mask. This is not all the possibilities that the tools of the shape group provide us with, but we'll look at the rest of them in the next lesson. And now let's move on to the homework. Your first task will be to take this file or any of your files that you like and create some kind of design in which there would be arrows and rectangles with rounded corners. But perhaps you can create other shapes from this group. As a second task, I suggest you create your own shape. Maybe a flower, maybe a star, maybe even there will be 2 or 3 shapes. You can combine them in some way. Change their colors. Put them on a background of different colors. Then you need to create your own texture. Create a square. I had, if you remember, 5000 pixels by 5000 pixels. And then you need to fill the square with your texture. And the last task will be to create a vector mask using the custom shape tool. You can choose any one you like. Of course, I'll add the files that I used in additional materials, but you can take some of your photos that you like, choose the shapes that you like, and use these shapes to create a mask and something creative. We continue to talk about vectographic tools, about the tools of the shape group, and now you see the image which background was created with the help of these tools. Let's see what other operations we could do with them, so that you have more opportunities in your work. But now let's move from retro posters to printed products, because various kinds of geometric shapes which can be created with the help of these tools are very often used here. I have already made such a blank with 3 shapes that were created with a rectangle tool. Let's see what can be done with them, and we will now consider the tools of this group. There are 2 arrows, black and white. If we choose a black arrow, then we can take the path we have chosen and moving it using this arrow in a way we like. Here, for example, I take it and drag. This action is similar to the operation of the move tool, but it applies to the actor shapes. But the second white arrow allows to change the path of the shape itself. It is called direct selection. That is, if the first arrow is the selection of the path as a whole, and let's say its movement, then the white arrow is a direct selection. Let's see how it works. Take the white arrow and look, I'm going to switch to this rectangle. If I click on the corner, then I have these 4 anchor points at the corners of our rectangle, and I can already do something with them. For example, I can pull this point and somehow move it. I will get something like this, for example. I can select 2 points at once by holding down the Shift key, and in this case I can pull on this bottom side and make, for example, a parallelogram from our rectangle. That is, with this tool you can click on any anchor point, which is usually located somewhere on the corners, and change the location of this particular point. Let's see what tools we have that allows us to work with the path of our shape. Let's go to the group of tools, which is called the pen tool group. We'll consider the pen again. This is a mega important tool, and you should know how it works if you want to be a real professional in Photoshop. Now we'll consider only the 3 lower tools of this group. We'll start with a tool called Edit Anchor Point. As you have already understood, the points are located at the corners are just the same anchor points. And now, if we point the pen to our path, then we have a plus icon that allows us to put an additional anchor point. That is, we'll create another anchor point in addition to those that we have formed automatically at the corners of our shape. I click in the center of this lower side, and look, I have an additional point. If I want to move this point somehow, I have to select it. In this case, I take the already familiar white arrow, select the point, click on it, and it becomes blue. And let me use the arrows on the keyboard to move it down. I press the arrow and hold it without letting go, and I get this kind of thing. If you noticed, such direction lines were formed on the sides of this point. And if I pull one of the lines, I can change the direction of the curve that I got. For example, I take this line, move here, and I get this path. I take this line, move it here, and the path becomes like this. It could be done, for example, like this. I can twist it. As you see, it fit. An additional point automatically takes exactly this form, but sometimes we need to create a sharp angle. In this case, we go to the pen group tools, and at the very bottom we have the convert point tool. We select it and click on our point, and we get this arrow. If I click again and try to pull my hand to the left, then I'll again have the same direction lines, and we'll be able to create such a curved line again. And another click creates an angle again, and in order to move it, we have to take the direct selection, the white arrow, and then we can move it somehow. I use the same arrows on the keyboard and raise this point up. And now I'll get a kind of flag. That's how it looks like. Let's now move on to the rectangle that I have on the left and consider the option of removing the anchor point. To do this, we'll take a pen with a minus sign. I took it, and look, when I point the cursor to a point, I have a pen icon with a minus sign. I can click on the point, and of course, the point disappears immediately. Thus, you can edit and remove points, creating the most diverse shapes that you can think of. And with the white arrow tool, you can select the points you need and move them in the right direction. I have done it. So, let's move on to the white rectangle, and for example, we can select 2 of these points with the Shift key, and we can stretch our white rectangle in this way, or in some other way. Let's do it like this. And so, we got some kind of composition that can be used as a template for some kind of flyer. Let's consider how we can eventually distribute the shapes we have created in space. Let's create rays like this. The operation that we are going to do now refers to free transformation, and now to standard shape, but it's most convenient to show this operation on the example of standard shapes, and in general it is most often used with them. Let's go. Let me take a custom triangle shape now. If you don't have it, then you can go here to gear and select everything. Then surely you'll have this triangle. So I already have it, and now I'm going to draw such a triangle, which somewhat goes beyond the boundaries of my canvas. I will place it approximately in the center. Then I press Ctrl plus T. After that, I make a copy of the layer by pressing Ctrl plus G. Then I press Ctrl plus T to invoke the free transform mode, and I move the center of rotation, relative to which I will have an offset to the top of the triangle. Then I go to the top menu, and here I set the degree by which my triangle will rotate. For me, it will be 10 degrees. And you see, it has immediately rotated. Then I copy the layer again and press Alt plus Shift plus Ctrl plus T and repeat it the required number of times until the result is obtained. That is, just repeat pressing these keys. Now let's talk about how we can distribute objects at an equal distance from each other horizontally or vertically. By the way, this feature has appeared in Photoshop only since 2018. Let me take the polygon tool now and create a new layer, and I'll draw a star, like this for example. It is possible to move also with the help of the Move tool, not only with the help of the black arrow. Then I press Ctrl+J and create some more stars, arranged in a chaotic way. That's it. Then I select all the stars that I got, all the layers with stars, by pressing the Shift key. I align them horizontally. You can align them in the center, just like that. And now I need to distribute them. To do this, I click this button and select Distribute horizontally. And as you can see, they all are at an equal distance from each other. Now we can take this whole galaxy of stars and put it, for example, like this. Let's talk a little more about the size. I'm going to take the rectangle tool now. So on the new layer, I'll draw some kind of block, like this. Immediately a palette of properties has appeared. There are its dimensions, in width and height. It is clear that we can align all this relative to the stars. Well, let's say we'll have some text in this text block. And for example, we want to create a text block. Below that will be twice as short and twice as high. And we want this to be exactly the exact numbers. To do this, we take the rectangle that we already have and copy it. So I made a duplicate layer. And now, of course, I can move it lower. And look, the most interesting thing is that this opportunity has appeared in Photoshop only since 2018. I could, of course, mentally divide it by 2 and type 400. But if I had some kind of figure, that is not very convenient for a long count. Then you can make calculations directly in Photoshop. I put a division sign and divide by 2. Enter. And look, the width immediately decreased by half. I can do the same for height, only in this case I multiply by 2 and my height has also doubled. And now I just have to align these objects the way I need. I select both, and if I need to, I align them on the left edge or in the center. You can even align them relative to the stars, but it seems to me that it looks better on the left edge somehow. Since 2018 it has become possible to do calculations in Photoshop, and it's possible to do this not only in the Properties palette, but in all places where you will have any numbers. And this, of course, greatly facilitates the work of graphic designers in situations where some clear dimensions and clear proportions are needed. And if you have an early version, then unfortunately this option isn't available. And now let's look at the operation that allows us to edit another shape to one, subtract a shape from a shape, and so on. Let's draw a circle, for example. I take the ellipse tool, press Shift and draw a circle. Now I want to have star-shaped hole in the center of the circle. I need to draw a star on the same layer on which I have a circle. If you remember, we usually create each new vector shape on a new layer, but now there is an exception. I take the polygon tool, hold down Shift and draw a star. Look, I have a star drawn on the same layer, but now it is here. Now I can place the star the way I need it. I take a black arrow, click on the star and move it, for example, like this. And now we take the black arrow and click on the star. The star is selected. Go to the top menu. We choose to subtract front shape, and we got this kind of thing. All other options on this menu work exactly the same as it worked for these selected areas. Therefore, I will not consider all these things, because it's completely analogous. And I think you should understand. If suddenly the shapes on a layer are drawn not in the sequence in which you would like, then you can go to this menu and move the shape as you need. That is, if I drew, for example, a circle after a star, then I could then select a circle and remove the shape in the background. Let's talk about homework now. In the first part of this lesson, we talked with you about the possibilities of adding and removing points, as well as moving them. I recommend you practice doing this. And of course, you can just repeat what I did. But it will be much better if you try to create your own design. The information will get used much better. If you are going to try to solve some design task that you have set, and if you are going to make Photoshop your profession, then in the future this work can become part of your portfolio. Moreover, very soon we will be going through the text tool, and you'll be able to supplement this design with text. The second homework task will be to work out the operations that I showed on the example of this exercise. And in the same way, you can either simply repeat what I did or try to create your own composition. I didn't show the process of creating some complicated poster, because it would take much longer, but I think that those who are interested in it can quite try to do it themselves, and in this case all the skills will be acquired much better. And I look forward to see your work. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Eraser. Hi guys, let's talk about the eraser tool today. We have already used it, and even more than once. But now it makes sense to talk about its capabilities in more detail. Moreover, there are 3 tools. So the eraser is located right here, as well as 2 other eraser tools. We have already used the first eraser tool, but let's talk about it a little more. So look, I have a crosshair now, not a usual brush. This is due to the fact that I have the caps lock key active right now. In those cases, when it is turned on, the cursor takes the form of such a crosshair. But if we want to return to the normal cursor state, we disable the caps lock, and now my cursor has acquired the appearance of a brush, as in fact happens with all tools, not only with an eraser. And since it has acquired the appearance of a brush, you can easily notice that the settings of the eraser are similar to a brush settings. That is, it can be of any shape, which can be a brush. You can choose even the most exotic brushes, and thus they will work like an eraser. That is, the eraser will erase with exactly the same stroke as the brush. Next we have a mod, a brush, a pencil, and a block. A brush is a brush. If you choose a pencil, then of course this implies that the eraser will erase like a pencil. That is, the contours will be so rigid. Now it doesn't erase, because I haven't unlocked the layer, and if the layer remains blocked, then the eraser replaces the image color with the background color. This applies to any mod. It also applies to the brush mod. Now I have a soft brush, and here it draws with the background color. In some cases, of course, it may be necessary, but let's have the background unlocked and erase something. So, brush erases like a brush. Pencil erases with any shape of the brush, but at the same time the edges will always be hard. The next mod is the most interesting and unusual, because it is called a block. In this case, you can erase with lines, like this, with sharp corners. It can be convenient if you need to clean up something near some area with a right angle. And note that we can erase with straight lines. Point the cursor at the straight point, hold down Shift and click again, and we get a straight line. Regardless of the mod, you put the first point, press the Shift key and put the next point in the direction you need. And this is how straight lines are created. Let's go back to the brush mod. It is used most often. Let's see what else there is here. First, there is of course opacity. With an opacity of 100%, the eraser erases 100%. And if we reduce it, then look what happens. Here I have a soft brush now. That is, the background color remains partly with us. And sometimes this is very convenient. For example, when we want to make soft edges, like this, in the image, which will smoothly transition into some other image. Next comes the smoothing. It works exactly the same way as it works with a brush. And if we return the opacity to 100% and select Erase to History, then with the same eraser, we can return the erased areas to their original state. It can be very convenient if you suddenly make a mistake. Then when check the box and the eraser starts to erase again, we can even erase in Paint Symmetry mode, just like we drew a mandala. Probably it can turn out very unusual. If you have some interesting background at the bottom and you erase it on top of some other background in mandala mode, probably some completely mysterious image can turn out. But let's move on to the next eraser tool, and this tool is called a background eraser. It has more settings. If you look at the top menu, you can see that this tool has the ability to take various samples. The limits options are contiguous, discontiguous, and find edges. Contiguous and discontiguous options are the same as for a magic wand. And find edges mode makes edges next to the place that we erased more cleaner. The percentage tolerance works exactly the same way it works with a magic wand. The greater the tolerance is, the more pixels of similar color are into the eraser zone, and it is erased. Well, let's look at everything in order. So, we take the very first eyedropper, which implies that the sample will be taken continuously. And look, I have such a crosshair inside the cursor. It shows the area where the color is taken, and pixels are erased relative to it. And look what is going on. I swipe with an eraser, and it is erasing. That is, it defines pixels of such a light blue color. And now I'm zooming in the figure, and despite the fact that my cursor catches the figure, the cross moves along the blue pixels, and the figure doesn't change. You see how great it is. It is a good way to select some contrasting edges. If the image is less contrasting, this can also be done. But then you need to pay more attention to the tolerance and possibly set a very small tolerance value. Now we are working with a contiguous pixels mode. Therefore, even if I swipe here and my cursor catches a gap between the legs of this person, it won't be erased. But look what happens if I set to this contiguous mode and make the same exact action. The area behind my legs is also captured, although the black leg itself remains untouched. If I work in the Find Edges mode, a sample is taken in the same way, but at the same time the edge is made as clear as possible. In this image it's not particularly visible, but it happens. And now let's look at the second eyedropper. This is a one-time sample. That is, if we take a sample and click here, now we will not erase all pixels. It will have such a partial erasure, because the pixels here are a little different. Although I didn't even add a transparency at all, but in some areas it will happen like this, because taking into account the tolerance, the color of the pixels is very different. Let's look at the third eyedropper, which limits the ability to erase the color of the background. Now the background color is white, if you pay attention. So we take the eyedropper and we begin to erase. And look, any color except those close to white are erased. The closer the color is to white, the less erasure occurs. It depends on the tolerance. The clouds are untouched now. That's what happens. Protect foreground color option works exactly the opposite. If we put a checkmark here, then we will not erase the black color that we have now as foreground color. Look here, that is, we can protect some color we have chosen in this way, and it will not be erased at the same time. Look, I'm currently swiping all the areas with black and no erasure is happening. It is such an interesting option. And let's move on to the third eraser, which is called the magic eraser. The setting here is completely similar to a magic wand, with the only difference that this tool doesn't select, but immediately erases the areas we need. That is, we just click and the erasure occurs. Depending on the tolerance that we have chosen, there is more or less erasure of some areas, and this is the way we clean up our images. Finally, just like this, we can remove all the areas we need, and we will have only the figure of a man and this mountain on which he stands. And now we are going to put some new background here, so that we don't erase it all for nothing. In principle, when you have such small points, you don't have to poke on them. You can just take a selection tool to select this area and press delete. I do it. I added a new background, and now it is clear that we hadn't erased everything very well. This can now be cleaned up even with an ordinary eraser. You can just fix the places that need to be erased, because I erased everything quite chaotically, as you remember. So, in principle, this shouldn't have been happened, but my actions are very random. And now, notice that we have such a white edge on the figure. Let's try to get rid of it. See what we get. So here are all sorts of points, which I still have not erased, and a white edge. In order to remove all this, I take a magic eraser and click here again. I am removing the areas here. And in order to remove the edge, I will now take a magic wand. I will click on the surrounding space. Take a look. If we turn off the background, then we'll see that there are transparent pixels here. By the way, now I accidentally erased a little person's figure. Well, it is nothing, so I click with a magic wand to select all these pixels. Let's zoom in and do the following. Select Modify, Expand, and set, for example, 2 pixels. And look how my selection area immediately shifted much further from where it was. So I think it will be good. Let's turn on the background. You see this white stripe that frames the man. It turned out to be inside the selected area. And now I press delete, and the stripe is removed. These areas can be cleaned too. These mistakes occurred because I didn't completely erase with an eraser, and in general we can still work with these areas. But with our background it's not particularly visible, so I won't try too hard here and just cancel the selection. And that's about what we got in the end, such an image. And now let's take an eraser to place it in its natural environment. So take the eraser. Let's try the magic eraser first, so that you can see the difference. So I'll zoom in now. Look, we have a very thin hairs that we need to save. And if I click now with a magic plastic, then I have a selection like this. The hairs remain, but look what they are. They are not quite neat. We have gaps here between the wool that haven't been captured. Well, in general, even If we remove the checkmark contiguous pixels, so go back and click again, then our nose is captured. For example, well, that is, it doesn't work out very well. Nose and eyes are cached. Well, in this case, it will be much better if we use another eraser, a background eraser. What will we do? We will take an eyedropper that takes a sample continuously. And, strictly speaking, this is the best eyedropper, which is used most often, and we will begin to select slowly. We will probably set a smaller tolerance. And look, I'm swiping. So, we turn off the Protect Foreground Color option. And look, I swipe somewhere quite far from the fur, where I have a crosshair, but the fur is selected quite well. If we zoom in, you can see how it is selected. You can try to reduce the tolerance even more. And we do it all neatly next to the fur. Well, see how well the hairs look. If you use a background eraser, you will not succeed it. Yes, the hairs still have dark shades around the edges, but this is unavoidable. Here we make the cursor small. So that's what we got as a result now. Let's remove the remaining background after choosing the contiguous pixels mode. Click delete. If necessary, we can also clean it somehow. I have removed all unnecessary artifacts, and now I will put on a new background. I selected first Ctrl+A, Ctrl+C, open a new document, insert it, Ctrl+V. Look how good our fur looks. So we can put it in, well, it's probably better to place it in other direction. Here you can somehow increase it, if you want, but you of course see how you like it more. I use a crop tool. At the same time, we'll practice it again. I will add another winter landscape as an additional material to this exercise. Choose the landscape that you like best, and if you suddenly think that the roughness looks a little unnatural on some parts of the image because of a brown color, then we can take an ordinary eraser with a low level of opacity and try to make the fur a little more transparent, and this area will look more natural. That is, I am swiping along the edge of the fur using a razor with very low level of opacity. It becomes transparent and merges better with the background in this case. Look, it already looks as it was always here. And so, we can go through the whole image. And now, the homework. The first homework task will be to practice with different types of erasers and create such a simple collage. Your second homework assignment will be to place on some kind of winter background. And that's all for today. I hope this lesson would be useful to you. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Eyedropper and other tools. Hi guys, today we are going to talk about the eyedropper and other tools that are also included in this group. We have already talked about this tool, but today we'll discuss it in more detail. As you know, the eyedropper tool takes a color sample so that you can use it later in your work. And let's look at settings. I have already taken the eyedropper tool and we need to go to the top menu. The first thing we see, there is the sample size. That is, we can take a sample either in point format, and in this case the sample will be taken literally from one pixel that you choose. Well, for example, now I click somewhere here and I take this color, or for example here. But there is some probability that if you take a sample of some area where a lot of colors are mixed, you can choose some random pixel and it will not be exactly the same color, which in your perception is associated with that area. Therefore, it is useful to set the sample size in a certain number of pixels, among which the eyedropper will choose the average color. Often, the choice of 5 by 5 pixels is optimal. Let's install it. I also want to draw your attention that if you press left mouse button and start moving the eyedropper, then the color that is being selected at this moment will be displayed in the upper part of this circle. And this way you can choose exactly the color that suits you the most. And the color which is displayed at the bottom is the background color. If I hold down Alt when using the eyedropper, then look, I choose not foreground color, but the background color. If we continue to move the eyedropper over the image, we will see that, just as in the previous case, the upper part of the circle changes its color. But now it's the background color. Sometimes it is convenient to choose two colors at once, which you need in your work. For example, it can be convenient when drawing. And now I have created a new layer. I'll take the brush tool and try to use these two colors. I can switch between them by pressing X key or use this arrow. Let's choose a hard brush. Although, of course, as you like it better, let's choose its size. And on a new clean layer, I'll paint this spot with the foreground color. For example, let's make a sketch like this. Since we have a picture in this style, we will not paint over very carefully, but just outline the color. And now I want to switch between colors. I press X. Well, something like that. So, choosing the colors of the foreground and background, I can already use the shades of my image and add this color to all the details I need. Let's go back to the eyedropper tool settings. We have the option to select a sample, either from the current layer or from other layers. If you choose all layers and you now click on the place that is transparent on the active layer, then the color will change. You see, the color sample is taken from the bottom layer, although these areas on our active layer are now transparent. And so you can switch in this menu and choose the way of sampling that you find more convenient. The option Show Sampling Ring can be turned off, and then you will not have this ring. Look, I'm using the eyedropper, but I don't have any ring. Of course, it is better to turn it on, because it helps you to choose the color more preciously. Let's look at other tools of this group. Next we have the 3D Material eyedropper tool, but we will talk about it in detail when we go through 3D images. Let's look at the Color Sampler tool for now. What does it do? In the previous cases we could take, in fact, only 2 samples of color. Sometimes we need more samples for complex projects. You can take up to 10 samples if you have a Photoshop CC or later version. In early versions, only 4 samples can be taken. How does it work? Let's open a panel called Info. Here it is, and now the sample that we take will appear here. So for example, I click somewhere here. And look, I have a sample number 1, and the numbers that correspond to this color of the RGB color model are already installed here, because it's active right now. We take the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and so on. I have 10 colors. That's it. It is no longer possible to take more than 10. And how can this be useful to me? Well, first of all, we can click on this arrow and choose which color model we want to use instead of the RGB color model. For example, I can choose SMYK. Now it is SMYK. For example, I want to find an analog of this color in the SMYK color model. If I am doing some kind of work that will be in the SMYK model and it will be printed, I need an exact sample, that exactly the analog of this color. Then there are the values of the SMYK color model. Go back to RGB and move on. And look, we can move the samples here. And at the same time, data on these colors is changing. So for example, now I have taken mesh number 5, and my values were changing just opposite this standard. As soon as I let it go, these numbers change in the window 5. That is, I can rearrange them somehow. I can also click the right mouse button, and also I can right click and delete. So I deleted this sample. At the same time, of course, the numbering has shifted. Well, let's see how I can use it specifically. For example, I'm interested in the color that I have. Well, let's choose number 2. Here are the color values, and I want to reproduce this color. The color panel opens, and we said, okay, this color has become my foreground color, and I can use it to paint something else. So let's move on to this layer. Maybe this is not the best choice, but let it be so. Of course, I would like there to be a lighter color. If we no longer need the markers that we have chosen, that we have installed, then we can of course delete them all at once. If we select delete in the top menu, delete it, and we can create new values of color standards and use them in our work. The next tool in this group is the ruler tool, which we can use to measure various lengths and angles. For example, I have already taken this tool, and I want to measure the length. I put the first point, and without releasing the mouse button, I stretch the entire length. And so, in the top menu, we have values corresponding just to the length. This is width and this is height. This refers to the horizontal width and vertical height. Next comes the angle of inclination relative to the horizontal, and there is just the total length of this particular line in millimeters. We can also measure the angle. To do this, I press Alt, I draw one line and draw the second, and here in the upper corner we see an angle. In order to clear our document from the lines we have drawn, we select Clear. Before using the next function of this tool, we will combine the layers. I press the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+E. This keyboard shortcut combines the layer with the layer that is below. And now we will use the ruler tool to draw a line along once again. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the parameters we talked about are also reflected in the info panel. Perhaps it will be much more convenient for you to look at them there. Similarly, the width and height horizontally and vertically, the angle and the total length of this line. But now we will choose to straighten layer and see what happened. That is, the line has become parallel to the line of the canvas, the bottom line of our image, and that's what we got as a result. Photoshop is such an interesting program in which the same action can be done in different ways. And now you know different options for straightening the horizontal line, because last time we did it in a completely different way. That's how the range of your choice is gradually expanding when making a particular operation. And we will return the image to its previous form and look at the folding tool, and it will be the node tool. We choose it, so we have it. What is it for? With this tool you can create such small notes directly in your document. For example, a customer called you and said that you need to fix something, and you decided to make a note in the document so as not to forget and not to get confused. Or you want to set yourself a task for the next session of your work. You have stopped at something, you're afraid of losing a thought, and you need to fix this thought somehow. I click again now. I have a note like this. At the same time, a window like this opens. In the upper window I can specify the author of this comment. This is necessary so that if several people are working on this project and everyone leaves some kind of comment, then to make it clear who left it, I can type a name. You can also choose a color for every note, but we have a yellow one. Let it remain that way, and now you can close it. Let's say I decided to look at the contents of this note after a while. I click on it and click here. There may be several notes. I create another one. We can select and choose the one that we need right now. If you right click, you can delete either a separate comment after completing the task or delete all comments. I will delete one comment. And if you need to delete everything, you can also use the buttons in the top menu and delete everything. The next tool that we will look at is the Count tool. This is a very simple tool that allows you to count some objects in your image. For example, you may have some kind of complex architectural structure and you need to count some elements, so as not to keep all these numbers in mind. You can just click on the objects that you count. For example, the first one, but it's not visible because of the color. Let's make it darker. The second object, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, and so on, as much as you need. It is such a convenient tool. Then we can clear our document of these figures. Select Clear and the numbers disappear. Well, we have finished studying the tools of the eyedropper group, and your homework will be to try to take different samples for the foreground and background, create color standards and color objects of this image, try to measure different distances and angles, count various objects, and leave some note in your file. And it's all for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Gradient. Hi guys, today we will talk about the gradient. A gradient is a smooth transition between several colors, when one color smoothly flows into another. The gradient tool is located right below the eraser tool, and it is in the same group with other tools which are used for filling. Perhaps you have the paint bucket tool by default, and the gradient tool is not visible to you. But you can always click on this triangle here and select the gradient tool. By default, we have a gradient that creates a transition between two colors that we have selected. as the foreground color and the background color. Let's change them. So, let me set, for example, this foreground color as some kind of background color. And let's move to the top menu and see what we can do about it. First of all, you immediately see this gradient stripe at the top. This is the last gradient that was used by me. If you click on this arrow, then we'll see that the very first gradient is a transition, that is, the colors of the foreground and background. The second gradient is always a transition from the foreground color to transparent. And the third one is always a gradient, which is a transition from black to white. These three positions remain unchanged. Here you can also see other gradients that you can also apply. And you can click on this gear and see that there are more gradients in the lower block. And you can select and edit those gradients. By the way, speaking about this gear, we can also set large thumbnails of gradients to see them better. We can stretch the window like this and see what kind of gradient we have. We can set small thumbnails and names if suddenly we are going to look for gradient by name. Well, there are also big thumbnails and names. There is also preset manager option, which is similar to Brush's preset manager. And in particular, there is an opportunity to load your own gradients, which you, for example, downloaded from the internet. If you intend to upload some gradient, you need to click Load and select the folder where you have saved this gradient. Here, for example, I found a gradient. All such files, it usually has the GRD extension, gradient extension. Select this file and I click Upload. And as you can see, I have added new gradients, which are represented by such pastel colors. Now let's see how gradients work. So, I go into this window and choose, for example, this gradient, which is a transition from the foreground color to the background. And now I'm activating the first button, which is called Linear Gradient. We have, as you can see, 5 types of gradient. It determines how exactly the color will be disturbed. And we start with the first one, with a linear one. I'll leave the first point somewhere and draw a line to the place where it should end the gradient. For example, here. And my gradient is distributed exactly in this direction. And if I did it, for example, diagonally, it would be like this, or like this. It all depends on where you draw this line. The next gradient is a radial gradient. It creates fills of this kind. It makes this kind of circle at the beginning of your gradient. If you suddenly want to swap the colors and make it so that it is not from red to blue, but the opposite, then you need to tick the invert box. And then, if you swipe, you will get exactly the opposite. You can make such a short line, and then there will be such a small blue point. The next gradient, it is called angle. We choose it and see what we get. And we have something like this. At the very beginning, the gradient has such a radial development, but then it is divided into 2 colors, rigidly separated from each other. The next one is called reflected. But I think everything is obvious here. If we draw a line, then we get such an interesting thing. Or for example, like this. In general, this is how the color is distributed on the cylinder. Now, if you imagine a cylinder and imagine that it is somehow colored by this color, then it will look exactly like this. So, the next gradient creates stars like this. Here it can be of different sizes. You can create a lot of them on different layers if you need a lot of such stars. Next we have blending modes. It works exactly the same as in all other cases. The same applies to opacity. The reverse swaps colors. Dither option allows you to make transitions as soft as possible. Well, transparency allows you to transparency in the gradient, because you probably noticed that some gradients include transparent areas. Let's click on this place, where the color of the gradient is presented, and we have a gradient edit menu open in which we can create our own gradient. Well, firstly, the gradient can be solid, or we can choose noise. The solid gradient is the one that we have created, and all the gradients which you usually see in sets are solid gradients. And if we choose noise, then we create such an arbitrary model of this noise. That is, the gradient is represented by such stripes. We can change the level of its smoothness, but if we set it to the maximum, then the stripes will become very sharp and neon. And when we set it to the minimum, the gradient becomes similar to the usual solid gradient. We can also change the colors, edit different colors. So I move the sliders. That is, we can adjust all this a little bit if we want. But in general, these gradients are created by the software in an arbitrary way. Well, of course, if we liked it, we can use it, but it happens quite rarely. And if we choose solid, then we have the same gradient here as we used before. At the bottom of this gradient, there are such jars that are responsible for the colors. And look, I am moving the red jar to the right, and scale of red color is moving to the right. In the same way, you can move the left one. As you guessed, this rhombic in the center means the middle point of the color. It can also be shifted, so your gradient will somehow change. If you click here again, we will have a new color control point, and we can set a color of our own. Click on it twice and, for example, choose this color. And now we have edited. There can be any number of such points, and you can create such complex gradients with a large number of colors. The upper sliders are responsible for level of transparency. It can also be moved, and for example, we can set the level of opacity on this area, like this, and you see how the gradient changes. Similarly, there may be several of these points. You just click and additional points appear. In some separate places of the gradient, you can edit transparency. And so, for example, you created some kind of gradient. You liked it. So, you give it a name and click New. After that, our gradient is at the very bottom of our gradient palette. If we choose to load, we will be able to load gradients from the internet, just as we have done today. And if we click Save, then in this case we can save our gradient with some name and then send it, for example, to someone by mail if we need it. That is, if I click Save now, then I'll have a new gradient in my folder and I can already send it to someone. And now let's look at an example of how we can use a gradient. We have already used it in a mask. You remember, we used a black and white gradient. Let's try to use a colored one as well. Let's create a colored background here, and at the same time, let's remember the magic eraser tool. So I took it, opacity 100%, tolerance 32. And I click on the background. And as you can see, in just a few clicks, we can remove the background. So we are capturing all the little areas. If we remove the contiguous pixels parameter, then in this case, of course, it will be selected in one movement, with one mouse click. But I am afraid that these little white areas on the crimson Gerbera will be captured. So we removed the background, and now we need to create a new layer below the layer with Gerberas. Take the gradient tool, choose the gradient that we like best. I think I will take this one. I switch to a clean layer and draw a line like this, and I got this rather soft background. In principle, you can even make an overlay of several gradients and apply different blending modes or edit transparency. Well, naturally, these gradients should be on different layers, and then your color transitions will be even more interesting. Let's look at another example. I'm taking the magnetic lasso tool now, and we'll remember how it works. I want to change the color of one of these cat's eye, because there are cats with multicolored eyes. I want to get something like this. So I select the eye, the color of which I want to change, with the lasso tool. Select. Now I'm creating a new layer. I take the gradient. I choose some interesting gradient. What color should I choose? Well, probably let it be this one. Well, choosing a radial gradient. And now, when I use the gradient, only the selected area will be filled with the gradient. I swipe like this. That's what I got. After that, I can change the blending mode, for example, to multiply, and that's what I got. And here is a kitty with colorful eyes. So I change it to a linear burn. Well, now I have it like this. And you can probably reduce the opacity a little, so that it looks more natural. That's what we got. In the next lesson, we'll continue to get acquainted with the possibilities of filling. Your homework will be to create a background for these Gerberas and to change the eye color of this kitty. That's all for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time.